never mad at you for yelling at agent, right? That's God's work right there. All right, moving on. So yeah, I want to try something really different. So there, and I'll put this article in chat, and in both Discord and Twitch chat. There is a teacher who is being criticized. I'm gonna put this in DC chat here. There's a teacher who is being criticized because she said students could um, say the Pledge of Allegiance to a pride flag. Um, so this is this is a weird story, right? So she was on. I believe she made a post on Twitter, and she talks about a story where her classroom, like in her classroom, she doesn't really care about the Pledge of Allegiance, right? She tells people that you can stand, you cannot stand, you can say it, cannot say it, doesn't matter, right? And uh, she also goes on to say that at some point she put away the American flag because her reasoning seemed weird. She got uncomfortable with having the American flag up during COVID. I don't know. But she was saying that she doesn't really care. People can do whatever they want. But a student asked her, "Well, it's kind of weird that we're saying the Pledge of Allegiance to a flag that's not there, right? The American flag is down."
Are you guys getting
and she says, "Well,
double sound?
there is a flag you can do that to, right? And there was a pride flag apparently somewhere in the classroom." It's like, yeah, you can say Pledge of Allegiance to a pride flag. As you can imagine, the freak out was real. Uh, there was a massive backlash against this woman for suggesting that you would take you would pledge allegiance to well, there's a lots of this comes in lots of different flavors as to why people are mad. One saying allegiance to a pride flag and saying they're indoctrinating the kids. Another is people saying, well, we just had U.S. service members die for that flag, the American flag, and so it is disrespectful now to do it. Okay, and there was another dumbass one as well. I forget, but like, yeah, people are freaking out over this. Is it disrespectful to not be saying agents already on it? Is it disrespectful to say the Pledge of Allegiance to a flag that's not the American flag, right? Does any of this matter? Is it a pointless freak out? And should we be saying Pledge of Allegiance at all, any which way, right? Is that a weird thing that we do in the fucking first place? So Agent Tan had their hand up, ready to go, and then we'll go to Salsa, and then Pam.
Yeah, so one, if you're gonna like do Pledge of Allegiance in the first place in class, just put up the American flag. If you want to put like a pride flag up as well, yeah, go ahead. I don't give a shit. If you want to make it a more inclusive environment, sure, I'm down for it. But you know, not taking the American flag down because you feel weird. I mean, I think that's fucking odd. Fuck the teacher. I don't like that. Yeah, I mean, it's the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. I wouldn't put up a fucking English flag, and say my pledge. If you want to talk about like, should the pledge even be done in the classroom? Is it indoctrination? For the people who argue that the Pledge of Allegiance every morning in class is indoctrination, because I have seen some of that around. And then, like, you do the same thing, but for pride flag. I mean, I could also say that's indoctrination. I don't believe it is, but if you want to run that argument, we can. If you're going to do the pledge in the first place, have the flag there. If you want to have multiple flags, sure. But I think it's fake outrage for just having the pride flag there. And also using, like, the soldiers' deaths recently, as like to say it's disrespectful, is very shitty as well.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I hear someone typing. But let's go to Salsa and then Pam. And then Bishop.
I am ready.
I know you. You're a booster.
It's a bad thing. We shouldn't be doing that at all, right? But if you are gonna have the flag, it should be like the American flag and like bar none, maybe your state flag or whatever if you want to do this craziness stuff. But it's weird that she wanted to do that. What was the overall goal about that? But going back to what I want to say, the thing about like we did have 13 service members die recently, right? It's very similar to the thing of like, read the room. You know what I'm saying? It's like, is it appropriate at certain times? 100%. But if the country is in an active mourning, like if we're in disagreement with her, you could have a disagreement with that. But it's like, just read the room, relax a little bit. Someone may be impacted by this in one roundabout way or another. This could be an emotionally charged thing for a lot of individuals. Just either don't make the comment, right?
I
Or
think
like don't, like now's not the time. I
I think
respect what you're trying to say. I respect what you're trying to do. I respect what you're trying to give
the
up.
Pledge of
But now's
Allegiance
not the
has some
moment, right?
issues,
And this can be done in a later time.
and
I don't know why, like,
I mean, I don't
Pledge
like
of
the under
Allegiance to any
God part.
flag
I'm an
besides the United States
atheist.
doesn't
Like
really make
that
sense
makes
to
no
me.
sense to
I
me.
mean,
It wasn't
very
in the
respect everyone
pledge
else to do
until
that.
after the
But
1950s,
I do
when there was a
think there is
huge
some value
evangelical
to,
push.
like, let's not like step
Around
on
the
these
same time, we
individuals
started putting "In God
or
We
like
Trust" on our money.
disrespect people like who theoretically gave their life for their country or for their paycheck or whatever the hell it is.
I don't think
Like,
as citizens we should
like,
swear
full
our
disclosure,
allegiance
I'm
to
an
an
Afghanistan
inanimate
veteran
object.
myself, right? So it's like there's a little bit of like, we understand they're not there, they're not liberating nobody, no one's like, that's not over anybody's eyes. But the idea is these people went over, they thought they were doing what was right, and they passed away. Don't trivialize it at this very moment in time. Now is not the moment.
Oh boy, we are gonna have a fight later on.
Yeah, let's fight.
We're gonna fight about this, but I want to get other people's opinions on this first. H had an immediate response. After that, we're gonna go to Pan, Bishop, and then Hans.
Yeah. So what do you mean by saying the pledge is bad? When you first made your statements, also.
Oh, I think the pledge is bad because when you take a whole bunch of like kindergartners, right? Because this is where we started at least when I was in school, right? And you start trying to like, hey, you need to think in this direction, right? Or you need like unquestionable loyalty or unquestionable like allegiance, and we're trying to indoctrinate you. I think that's a bad idea. I think America should be loved and America should be willing to fight over because of our actions and the things that we do, and we're noble for it, right? It's like America's doing the right thing in the world. Not saying that we are, but I'm saying is like America's doing the right thing in the world. This is worth fighting over. I can make decisions on my own to say that I'm lucky to be born in this country, and now I'm going to fight for that. So like this is my thing. That like I think it's not a good idea just to have blind patriotism. And I feel a pledge of allegiance to 5-year-old kids, right, on throughout their entire thing just only builds blind patriotism, and that's never a good thing.
So do you think the pledge should be mandated at all, or in schools?
No,
or
I don't
anything
think
like
it should
that?
be mandated. I think like maybe if a school wants to say it, they can say it, but any type of it shouldn't be the norm, especially in public schools. Private schools do what the hell you want, but in public schools, we need to earn your respect. It's not. We need to earn your loyalty as a country, not just like expect it.
Okay, so let's go to Pan, Bishop, Hans. Anyone else? Okay. And Nosat and Jason. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's kind of cringe. I think most people here will agree, but it seems mostly harmless. I think the fact that the soldiers died recently, I mean, I doubt the kids are hyper aware of Afghan politics. I doubt they even knew about that. So the soldier, in fact, I don't imagine it crossed the teacher's mind when she decided to put up the pride flag. I don't think this was a sort of protest against the military. I think that more, she, she thought, hey, there's a pride flag up. You can pledge allegiance to that. I do think the whole thing's cringe, and it doesn't make sense because, again, like the words of the pledge are to the American flag. But overall, I think it's pretty harmless. I think it's kind of rich that there are some conservatives out there saying that this is indoctrination when, I mean, it's no more indoctrination.
I think there's like it's akin to nationalism. If you look throughout the rest of the world, they do not do the kind of stuff, these grand gestures with their flags and stuff. The countries that do are the authoritarian countries, and that's the part that I don't like. I don't think people. I think it prevents people from thinking critically about their government and pushing for change.
Yeah, so I look at this in two ways. Pragmatically, it's just the Pledge of Allegiance. Like most kids just recite that from memory because they have to every morning. I don't really see the big deal with it being over like a pride flag or whatever. But if we're looking at this principally, it's a bit bad optically. I mean, if your like service members just died and you've got kids like saying the Pledge of Allegiance to like a pride flag or like not saying it at all or whatever. But I mean, in all fairness, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's just like an empty slogan we like force our kids to say still. So that's it.
And I have family that served. Don't get me wrong. Like I appreciate the service
Yeah,
of
I'm not trying to
our
retread anything
soldiers.
already said. I personally am not a fan of the Pledge of Allegiance schools. I don't think it needs to be there. I think if it is there, I think it's totally fine to give kids different options based on, say, like the ideals of America in which they want to, say, like pledge allegiance to, whether it's like, say, maybe like their local town, maybe, like their state flag, or like the national flag, or in this case, like pride flags. Trans rights are human rights, and the United States government believes that supposedly in its legislation. So I don't see a reason why pledging allegiance to America isn't pledging allegiance to trans rights. So if you're going to do that, I think it's totally fine. If it's going to exist in a school, I'm also in favor of making sure that kids are completely fine for not standing if they don't want to, or anything like that. I've seen stories of kids getting expelled and weird shit for not standing or pledging allegiance to the flag. I think that's really kind of dumb. So if it's gonna be there, it's optional. Again, if we want to make kids say it, I think giving them options in terms of what their what values they're pledging allegiance to is pretty cool. But I prefer not to be there in the first place. Give them options otherwise, and if you're not giving them options, give them the option to sit, because I don't think we should make anyone pledge allegiance to a nation just because by virtue of them being born here. I think New Salsa made a really great point that how I think the government of the United States has a responsibility to prove to its citizens that it's a good government, that it's a noble government, and that's why they need to follow it, as opposed to just making them safe since when they're 4 years old to be I pledge allegiance to the United States government. Right? I think that's a really strong point, and I want to make an American government that is worthy of that praise. So yeah.
Okay. Next person,
I'll hop in.
Hans.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, no sex.
Yeah, no sex is next.
Yeah, no sex, Agent 10. And anyone else? Did you have anyone else to say about?
Yeah.
Oh, Jason. Okay, Carl. All right. Titan.
Yeah, I mean, any conservative that's outraged at this on the basis of indoctrination are kind of saying the quiet part loud, or showing their ass, because if that's the case, if they genuinely believe pledging allegiance to an LGBTQ flag is indoctrination, then of course the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag is an exercise in indoctrination as well. So thinking caps, I guess. But this just makes me think of early into the pandemic, there was that video circulating that was incredibly creepy. Public schools had closed down, and in the suburbs children and their parents were exiting their homes in the early morning to all simultaneously recite the pledge together, right? This is the kind of behavior that if it were
I agree
occurring
that is what our duty is, but the thing is that we're doing it's an exercise in conditioning.
Right? So
and over time, some people that are not critically thinking,
I'm glad so
No,
far
do take on the nationalistic view, as opposed to the view of critiquing your government. They do take on a nationalistic view.
The thing that the teacher did was take down the American flag and put up a pride flag instead. She probably put both up.
I'm sorry, why is the indoctrination thing bullshit?
No, wait, what do you mean? I think the indoctrination thing's bullshit. I don't think saying the pledge is indoctrination. I don't think fucking pledging to a gay flag instead is indoctrination either. I think that's bullshit.
So forcing a child who practically doesn't understand anything about politics, right? To pretty unconsciously commit to memory a pledge of allegiance to a nation they know very little about, right? That's not an exercise in indoctrination. In fact, I think probably every authoritarian country in the world does this, right?
I mean, I would say citizens of almost every country knows their song or pledges.
A pledge of allegiance isn't a national song. It's a pledge of allegiance.
Plus songs
I think pledge of allegiance is, I'm fairly positive, it's fairly unique to the United States. That practice of saying it every morning and everything. I don't think that's common,
holding your hand to your heart. I mean, that's a very personal and intense thing.
You think we're the only country that holds hands to hearts?
The United States, though, is one of the few countries that has these nationalistic practices.
No, it is. When you're saying
do you think
okay, so they're all indoctrinating their children.
Do you think that you can have a cohesive nation without instilling some sort of unity, right?
I don't know that
practices and rituals. Do you think that you can have a cohesive nation without that?
I don't know that a
Probably
Pledge
not.
of Allegiance necessarily has to be
But
that
it's part
thing,
of
right?
the rituals, right? It's
No,
part of the rituals that
no
we
doubt.
take
It's
part in.
no doubt. It's
Yeah.
part of an indoctrination
Like what
ritual.
else? What else do we do? Like other than that?
I don't know.
We
like,
do
stand on
the
each
Star
other's
Spangled
backs to
Banner
get to
at
the top.
every single sporting event there is.
Shut
Like,
the fuck up. What are you on?
are you
Come
telling
on,
me
you're
that
out
we
here
don't do the Star
No,
Spangled
not you.
Banner at
No,
every
not you,
single
the other
sporting
guy.
event?
We do. Yeah, we do. And we
And
if we're
we
facing
say
another
the
country,
Pledge
we
of
also do
Allegiance
their
in
song.
school. Like, we are a very nationalistic country.
Hell yeah.
And why is that bad?
Actual question.
Why
like,
is that
so-
a
so-
bad thing this dude's asking?
Why?
Because
so-
it breeds, it
Wait,
teaches people to stop questioning their government.
Oh no, you should question your government 100%.
Necessarily. Like where are you getting that? Like just because we have this national this like national cohesion and we instill this in people that somehow this teaches people to not question their authority. I think if anything, it's the most patriotic thing to go and question your authority.
Well,
I
actually,
agree with that, but a lot of
Actually,
people would
random
contradict
question for
that.
everybody. So I've been to sporting events in the States. I've been to sporting events in Australia because my father's an Australian national. Every sporting event I've ever seen that's like televised, even like other countries, whether it's like football, like soccer in like Europe or shit, like they always play like their national anthem. I feel like sporting,
always.
I feel like sporting events in general. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm asking like if like say like the national anthem at like say football games and stuff is a uniquely American thing, because I feel like a lot of like at least like quote unquote like Western countries do that, and like again like I'm open for taking that away, because I think like just because I enjoy football doesn't mean I have to like enjoy the national anthem. But it's like I'm not sure if that's a uniquely American trait.
It's
The
not.
national
Multiple
anthem
countries
stuff
do.
is not, right? But like the Pledge of Allegiance and standing inside schools and reciting something, to my understanding, it is. Like I can understand like
Except
the
for-
national, like the anthem stuff is entirely different, especially with Europe when you play other countries and everything else like that. You like, what is your team? Your team is your entire state, right? Your team is your entire country.
I'll shut up for a second and do some
probably
googling and get back to you guys. See
Right.
if there's anything in like
No,
comparable.
I've got one. I looked this up. There was a period in Germany in the 1930s when the certain youth organizations actually swore a pledge to the
Wow, what was going on then? Why were
the
they doing
Blood
that?
Banner
That's wild.
and their leader, some
Yeah, that's
guy.
just what's happening right now.
Let's go to
Oh,
Jason.
it's not unique.
Well, let's go to
It's not
Jason then,
unique, but
then Titan.
So
Jason.
So in general, I'm not a big fan of the Pledge of Allegiance. I do think there's a bit of indoctrination. Now, I think if you were to couple that with, say, very strong civics education, which I know in schools isn't being taught as it should be, then maybe there's a case to be made for it. But if you have uneducated children that are uneducated on how to question their government, on why to question their government, why we say the pledge, and what the significance is, I don't see the point in having them do it. You know, that's my thing with that. Now, with regard to this, with regards to the LGBTQ flag thing, I think that, you know, it may be in poor taste, but, you know, I'm not necessarily like, I'm not going to feign outrage over it. You know, people do a lot of things to try to get a point across, to try to make an illustration about, you know, I don't know what the motivation was. You know, maybe it was a motivation to say, hey, you know what, we need to lend some more attention to this marginalized group. You know, maybe that was her way of doing it. Now, whether or not that's the right way to do it, I don't know. But I'd like to know what her reasoning was, or what the teacher's reasoning was. I can't really draw a conclusion otherwise.
The reason why we do the pledge from like nowadays is just based off tradition. Now, if you want to argue why like we should undo that tradition, I mean, I guess, but I really don't see a positive in doing away with it.
yeah, I completely agree. I feel like, yeah, it's just tradition at this point, but it's not this insidious Nazi allegiance thing that some people here like making comparisons to. Like it's very basic. You don't need it doesn't say like, oh, and then you must pledge allegiance to the president and stuff. It says no, we're all Americans and justice is for everybody. It's not like this super.
Well,
convoluted
none of that was
message.
true. While students, I mean, it's still not true today, but it certainly wasn't true, 20 years ago,
Sure,
60
but
years ago.
It's an ideal.
Well, my
right?
problem
Like,
with the
It's not an ideal. It's a pledge of allegiance.
even if it's not true, like it's the message.
Even
that
if it's
putting
not
out
true,
there
we
is
should have
positive.
all of our children drone it on in the
the
every
national
morning.
It doesn't.
cohesion. You need it. Like how are
You
you?
need it?
Yes,
The
you do
Pledge
for
of-
a
the Pledge of
nation to be
Allegiance is not
healthy.
building
Yeah,
national
you need some cohesion, right? And
I
even
think you
if
can
it's not
foster
true,
cohesion
even
in
if
other
it's not,
ways.
if
Like
it's
what?
not
What's your
true,
idea, buddy?
the thing that I don't like about the
I don't know,
Pledge
like
of
fucking
Allegiance
each other
is
in the
that
street in massive orgies.
you
something
fucking
like that.
weird
what
ass
are you
Satanist.
talking
Get the
about?
fuck outta here.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
okay,
I'm
there are
lost
a
now.
The
million
only thing that
different
I
ways
have
to
a problem
foster
with is
cohesion. We don't
the
have to
one
pledge
nation
allegiance.
under God part. I would like to take
Yeah,
that
that's
part
fucked
out.
up.
I concur with that, Stardust. I 100% agree with that.
I gotta add
So
it to
that
the
wasn't
Soviet
originally
Union, right?
part of the
Yeah, it
the Pledge of
wasn't. It
Allegiance.
wasn't.
It was
But
added in the
you
1950s
need national
because of the
cohesion.
Cold War.
Cool, one part bad. We should probably swap instead of throwing it all out.
Let's
That's
throw
not
out
the
the
only
God
part
part.
that's bad.
Okay, so tell me, come on, what do you want to do instead?
Okay, so
What's your solution?
the person who authored the Pledge of Allegiance, who's named Bellamy, had like a whole like ritual that you were supposed to enact while
And yet we don't know.
reciting it, and they described that ritual in 1892, and it goes like this, right? A little bit. I'll give you a little bit of it. At a signal from the principal, the pupils, in ordered ranks, hands to the side, face the flag. Another signal is given. Every pupil gives the flag the military salute. Right hand lifted, palm downward.
I don't know
to
why you're being so
align with the
dramatic. We don't even
forehead.
do this.
Because it's the
We don't do
fucking
this.
Nazi salute, you
We
goddamn
in the
Neanderthals.
1970s.
Yep,
This was
it
long
sure
before
was.
Nazis even existed.
Are you
Yeah, I
comparing
wonder
the
why we
U.S.
don't do
right
that shit
now?
anymore.
Are you comparing
bro,
the U.S.
we don't
right
do this.
now to
How you saying this
to
is a
Nazi
Nazi
Germany?
salute? We said this
Seriously,
We
in
literally used the Nazi
Seriously.
salute the flag.
Okay,
Get the fuck outta here.
It was
All
before
right.
the
Get
Nazis
the fuck out of here.
existed.
This is
outta here.
history. These are the facts.
Dude, this is
Like,
before
all
the Nazis, man.
all right,
It's
all right.
before the Nazis.
Listen,
Before the
let me-
1800s.
That is
Guys,
such a
guys,
rape.
guys.
I
I
have
have
Nazi
not
salute
seen
in
I'm so
1890.
sorry you're all so butthurt by like history.
Okay.
Learn how to
Comes
fucking
from
count.
Okay.
This is a live one, you guys.
Why do people get so
Alright,
upset
so
by like
I want to
the
give
truth?
Titan. I want to
Time
give
travel,
Titan.
apparently.
I want to give Titan a try, and then we'll go to Hans. All right.
Sure. Okay. Like this seems like I read the article in full, and honestly, I mean, the school district seems really fucking stupid because they want to emphasize that they have to do like a patriotic act to a flag at any given point. None of it seems to specify that the teacher has to like have the flag up in the classroom. So I don't know why people are pretending to care at all. Who gives a fuck that 13 soldiers died? None of you here at all absolutely shed a tear. Nobody cared, okay? Nobody in chat cares at all, okay? You guys moved on with your day. You guys went to fucking McDonald's, and you didn't, give one shit at all. The only thing
It was not a Nazi salute because the Nazis weren't around at the time, but I mean that was a military salute. Like it's what goose stepping wasn't even exclusive to the Nazis, but that's because of what a formidable force was. That's the imagery that everybody gets when they hear those things.
Hate people and whatnot. Okay, and, like, put up a Confederate flag and said salute to that. People wouldn't have an issue at all. And
You don't think they would?
no,
I mean, no one on this panel was against
Repu-
the pride flag being up in the first
No,
place.
no,
so
no, no.
Thanks for
We're
adding to
talking
the
about
conversation.
Republicans. We're talking about the people that are like pretending to like feign outrage.
I mean, I
Like,
think they're
broadly
probably like legitimately outraged. They're just too stupid to realize like that they're
I
like
mean, you
not
also
thinking
said,
clearly.
dude, you're not smart either from what you said earlier.
Totally,
You
dude.
shouldn't be talking. You were saying how this was a Nazi
I was
salute.
literally
You
just
said
like
in the
reciting
1800s.
facts.
All right,
Immediately?
dudes. Okay, let me. I'm here to help.
Like people criticize that kind of behavior in authoritarian countries all the time and like comment on it on how like creepy it is. Like there are literal children like droning on that they're pledging allegiance to one nation under God.
Kids in
That's
China?
fucked up. Yeah. All
There you go.
kinds of authoritarian countries do this shit. It's fucked up. Like
We just said
we all agree, but like for whatever reason, like you can't get there.
But you're adding
it's
this
not like
dramatization
It's
of, like, your
dabbing
weird
time.
storytelling and other words like droning on, like
okay,
other shit like that. Dude.
okay,
It's
so-
like
Yeah,
slicing up
yes,
shit.
because they don't
Wait,
actually believe
Oh,
what
boy.
they're saying. They don't understand it.
Okay, all right, pull back. Let Hans, give it a try, and then Pan.
All right, so no sex.
Yeah.
I
And
agree
then
with
start
you.
this. Sorry, I missed your hand.
Dude,
I apologize.
Hans,
Sorry.
nice
No,
take.
wait, 1 second. I agree with you that the pledge is cringe. I agree that like we shouldn't make people say it. I don't buy like this is the one thing about national unity holding us together. I think we could definitely do that in a stronger way through like say a comprehensive civics education that we should definitely exist like in our middle and high schools. I think saying that like the pledge is a magic thing that'll keep us together is dumb as shit. You're right. There is like a blatant appeal to hypocrisy that we can say, oh, hey, other countries can be authoritarian, and they do something similar. If we're like, oh, like people are like praising Chairman Mao in China every morning for school and praising the great Chinese, like, glorious communist state. I completely understand why you would say that's hypocritical. I agree with you. Here's where I think you made like a critical error. You literally are trying to make appeals to like Nazism about like the original author of the United States who existed
That's not what I'm trying to do.
century. Yes, that's what you're doing.
No,
You
look,
literally
Hans,
came
Hans,
in. You were like, that's the fact. They do
Look,
the exact same thing that the
Hans.
Nazis took and made a salute, and that's why
I
it's
kind of
bad.
agree.
Hans,
Really,
you
I
need
mean,
to, like,
listen.
get some
I think
reading
what the teacher did was in poor taste. I'm sure there was a purpose for it. But you know,
really need some reading
Can I add something to this, Hans?
I do think that the pledge itself is kind of nationalistic, and we have a lot of other things that we do that are ceremonial in this country that bring us together. The inauguration of our president is a perfect example.
Bad, or the person who made it was bad.
What do you think the purpose of the Pledge of Allegiance
the person who invented abortion was a cringe racist piece of
Oh
shit who
my
wanted to like
God.
exterminate black people.
Okay.
Abortion is still a decent like tool to help like society and help women who like don't want to have to deal with that. I know there's conservatives who disagree with me on that panel, but what I'm saying is you literally
They
pointed
just talk
out
over each
the
other.
original person who made it was a cringe guy.
You gotta have
and, like,
some
their
patience
original
with him for
instructions for how to
sure,
do it
especially
were great.
Hans.
We
He
don't
really
do
gets
the way
going.
that anymore. There are a lot of reasons why we don't want to like have that sort of authoritarian like mindset inside the United States. If we're quote unquote indoctrinating people, we want to make
So you
powerful
agree that
criticisms of
in
other
its
countries.
origin, it's authoritarian?
The
Hans,
origin
if
is
I can
bad.
add-
Origin, that's not what
the
it
way,
is.
but what you're trying
Hans
to do, you are
agrees the
is a
origin
random
is bad.
non
What the fuck
sequitur.
do you do?
And then you sit there like,
Yeah,
oh,
abortion's
you're a
nothing
fucking
new.
genius 'cause you're like, yeah, guys, the person who wrote it said
The only thing that's new
Nazi
about it
salute.
is that
Blur
it's
'em out, even though
safer.
the Nazis didn't fucking exist yet. You think it's a point. It's not. Like,
Okay, so let's
I'm on the same side, but I'm on the bench.
Everyone, shut up for a second. We're gonna go to Pam first, and then Stardust. Okay.
So the reason these authoritarian countries are bad was not because of the pledge. If all that Chairman Mao did in communist China was make the students stand up and say, "Oh, China good," at the morning before school, if that's all they did, I wouldn't consider that authoritarian. This is such a minor thing to say that, oh, it's in common with these other countries. Sure, but that's not why these authoritarian countries are bad. They're bad because of, genocide and all of this other stuff that they did, which is bad. So to say that, yeah, it might be in
literally
common,
a Pledge of Allegiance. That's
yeah, I'm
literally
aware,
what it
but
is.
pledging allegiance isn't like inherently a bad thing, right? They were the
Holy
reason these
shit!
authoritarian countries
Whatever.
are bad.
Yeah, I can't get through to it. I'm sorry. Ideology
Let's
is
go
very
full
strong.
Let him
mask
finish.
off anarchist.
It's not a super well. It's
Yeah.
not. I don't think that it should be mandatory or anything. I just don't think it's this big deal that you guys are making it out to be. Where this is the coercion that is going to turn us into a fascist state. This is some part of tradition that we do before school.
Do you think it changes a child's development or their psyche at all? Right? Like this
No.
is like
I
a
doubt
core.
it. I highly doubt it.
Like a
Because
core
when you're in
feature
elementary
of
school
their-
doing the
of
pledge,
their
you don't know the
developmental
pledge. You're
life.
just like, it's something I do before
Like,
I fucking read.
Slow down,
Like-
slow down. This is something that they do like every morning at school, where they're supposed to like learn and develop and grow into like full-fledged human beings, right? Like, yes, obviously it has some sort of impact, right? The proposal to do it in the first place was based on like some assumption that this served some role, right? And the continued tradition and the commitment to it, and the fact that like conservatives especially, right, would be outraged by some kind of like blasphemous like perversion of their great Pledge of Allegiance is just like greater evidence of the fact that like this is actually something which is a facet of an indoctrination. I'm not saying it's like the strongest facet of an indoctrination ever, and that this is like proof and evidence that we live in like a totalitarian state or something, but like the fact that you are all so shy to even like entertain the idea is like bizarre.
I
Like,
think
talk
it's a-
to real normal people out in the world. Everybody gets it. Like,
It's a
this is not
soft-peddling of
conceivable.
nationalism, but it's not going to destroy our country, and we're not going to spiral into nationalism.
I gotta let Stardust has been waiting patient, right? So we're Stardust. We'll go to Salsa, William, and Bishop, Jason, and Agent.
Okay, just so you guys know, I get really fucking pissed when people interrupt me. Okay, so I'm throwing it out there.
Fuck
The
you,
warning.
Stardust.
Okay. Fuck you. Okay. Anyway, sorry. You know what? Also, Nazis used to do. They also used to drink water. They also used to wear different colored clothes. They also used to like eat dinner and hang out with their families. Okay. How long does it take the Pledge of Allegiance to do in the morning? Like plenty of people do. Plenty of people. Oh, you can laugh if you want. Plenty of people do prayers every morning. They do prayers every night. If there's anything that we need to get rid of, it's the under God part in there. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but you know what? Also, Nazis did. They appropriated culture from India. You know who also does that? Old white ladies practicing yoga. Do I really care? Seriously, I think you need to have some context here. You talk about normal people. Normal people don't look at the Pledge of Allegiance and say, "Oh, this is authoritarianism. This is this is like fascism in the making." Like, I'm sorry, it's enormously stupid. It's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Oh my god, dude.
I
Sorry.
mean, all my
That's
homies hate the Pledge of
Stardust,
Allegiance.
it's not. Okay, no sex. You come on. You can't just keep saying that all my friends agree with me. So Stardust, Stardust. What specifically? It's not that we're doing a fascism when we say the pledge. It doesn't seem like there's a really strong reason to be there. If we're talking about things about national unity, about national identity stuff, if you want people if you want people to understand and care about the United States government, there's a lot of ways we can do that.
100%. I agree with you. Yes, civil education. Civil education is great, but I don't agree with the comparison of the Pledge of Allegiance to some Nazi virtue signal. I'm sorry, I'm not down with it. If you want to improve civil education in schools, 100% down with that. But to compare this one thing, this little ritual that we do in the morning, to some virtue signal of fascists, like it's ridiculous.
Which is why I specifically said that was a bad point. Thank you, but keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think Hans. I think you're fine here.
I'm ready to keep going.
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you, Hans. I was.
I know. I just I feel bad when people on my supposedly on my team make bad arguments. So I understand.
Are you saying I'm making a bad argument right
now?
No, really terrible arguments.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, Hans. You can eat my entire butt, okay?
Oh, boy.
Stardust. I'm not talking about you.
Isn't she a delicate flower? Okay, let's go to salsa. Let's go to salsa. William, Bishop, Jason, Agent, Carl. I think Carl.
Real quick. No sex was cringe with the Nazi comparison or bringing that up and everything. 100% acknowledge that. But he's right.
Hell yeah.
At the end of the fucking day, he is still correct. Right? It's massively weird that we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I completely.
I'm not disagreeing that the Pledge of Allegiance can have some value, but I think that kids need to know what they're saying. They need to understand what it means. And they need that good civic education. It's a coupled thing. You want to have national unity. These kids need to know how to operate within their government. They need to know how to petition their lawmakers. They need to know about the voting process. They need to know how to interact in their local governments, which is the worst part. Most people, they understand the federal level, but they don't know how to interact in their own backyards. And without that, there is never going to be national cohesion. You have to have that. It's got to be coupled.
And maybe because the wars were still semi-fresh, right? But I remember specifically, if you sat down during the Pledge of Allegiance, you got attacked, not by just the teachers, but by the students and everything, by people who rarely are just barely to start their forming their own thoughts and ideas and everything. But because one of the first initial ones is patriotism, is that you need to go for your country. You need to put that first. You need to think about that. Granted, you can argue whether or not that's valid or not. I think it is in some points and think it is not in some others. But it's at the end of the day, dog, it's awkward. We shouldn't be doing this. It's not needed. We shouldn't be indoctrinating our children that way. We should prove to them, hey, you should have allegiance to the country because we're a good country to have allegiance to. And also, this was said a while ago. This was said, so fuck you, Titan. There's a certain number, right? Yes, some people may have continued on with their lives and did certain things whenever 13 soldiers died. There's a lot of people that necessarily don't cry, don't shed a tear or whatever, but a lot of people, and maybe I'm assuming you're not a veteran, maybe like there's people that are like, it's done, it's finally, and it's like those 13 deaths aren't just like another 13, right?
That's
it
right.
has something that has a little bit more weight. It has something that means a little bit more. I know in my veteran circles, a lot of people reached out to others, and a lot of people started communicating with others and started really expressing and opening themselves up more. And so it just wasn't like another fucking checkoff box, right? It's the idea. It's like it's the 13 at the very end of the war for a war that a lot of veterans think that should.
You know, it wasn't for
it's just so yeah.
My school district either. Also, like, my sister was Jehovah's Witness, and they don't believe in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance or anything related to the nation because their only allegiance is to God, and they'll tell you that. That's 100% straight out of Kingdom Hall. I know they tried to get me. They tried to get me into it.
Yeah, like Titan, I have family in the military. They are broken up about this. I've had mentors who I've met in college who were service members and stuff. They care this has broken some of them up. Yeah, I have seen no reason not to let them let them mourn and appreciate that there's a deeper meaning to this than for other people.
If you can't have empathy, right? If somebody can't have empathy in this little particular thing, don't be surprised when people don't have empathy for you. That's it. It's real simple. Whenever your cause, whatever your cry, whatever your thing is, it's don't be surprised that people don't give a fuck about that. You don't give a fuck about what they cared about, right?
It's not about empathy. It's about perspective. Okay, 13 people is so inconsequential to the amount of times that people die all over the world, that the fact that people hyper focus on this, I find is just something that I just can't relate to at all. Okay,
but we shouldn't care about any individual deaths at all.
Sure. No, it's just a disproportionate amount that we have, the
no,
fetishization
so
of the military.
we should.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you want to talk about the amount of people in the United States that die from lack of medical coverage, I mean, it's gonna trump the amount of people.
No, I'm talking about just in general.
No.
If your grandmother dies tomorrow, no one should give a fuck.
Proportionally, no. I mean, she's just another person that died.
And you don't see how that's
she has importance to me. To other people, she's just a fucking lady. Okay, she's just another person that just died right now. That's what's happening in the world right now.
Do you think it'll be improper? Do you think? No, I completely agree with you. If your grandmother died to me, I'm not gonna cry. I'll feel bad for you. I'll feel bad for your family, right? But don't you think you would want that type of empathetic reaction? If everybody, if someone, maybe your grandma, maybe your father, your mother, or somebody that you're close to died, and they're just oh well, you know what? Fuck you. Oh, who the fuck cares? Your wife died. No one cares, right? Look how many people died tomorrow. People are dying all the time in Africa. You see how pretty shitty that is?
Yeah, pretty much at the end of the day, that's actually how I would expect people to realistically view it. It's well, I mean, you know how many fucking people die from X reasons? It's yeah, well, that's kind of how it goes.
Titan, are you an American citizen?
I think we could carve out some time for that.
Yeah, an American citizen.
Yeah, well, so we're responsible for all this shit, right? It's our politics that did this, right? So maybe you should contemplate the destructive force of the policies of your country a little more than just not at all.
I had no part to play in anything relating to the Afghanistan or Iraqi war. Okay, I was 4 years old when that shit started kicking off, so I don't bear any responsibility. And I don't really.
I mean, it's a 20-year war. But whatever.
Correct. I was 4.
What do you want him to do?
Let's
go to
no sex. We're chill for tonight. Titan, you're a piece of shit.
Oh boy.
How are you gonna let this man say that?
I don't like it when people get hurt. It
sucks.
That shit sucks.
No, we can talk about this.
No, shut up. We got people waiting. We gotta get to them. William, Bishop, Jason, Agent, Carl, and Stardust. I see your hand up.
Okay, so I wanted to go with what New Salsa said about it, that it would be nice if there was something that felt worthy to pledge allegiance to, and if America was about the business it should be about, and was doing the things it needs to be doing for its own people and for people around the world, then yeah, I would be for a Pledge of Allegiance, because it would be a struggle. It wouldn't be an easy thing, and everybody would have to be on board with it, pretty much.
Do dabs or follows.
So
if you guys are viewing and haven't followed me, go ahead and hit that follow button, and I'll do a dab. I already owe 13 dabs right now. I'm going to be so ripped by the end of this thing.
The United States of America, even though they should. And so they don't pledge allegiance to the flag because they think it's for Americans who are not them. And I think that's a vulgar misunderstanding of the American project, even though, given still the fact that we had slavery from the beginning. I think you have a sort of a two-tier thing going on. But I would pledge allegiance to the flag. I think it's interesting now because I think the conservatives,
Thanks for the
they
follow.
should.
Thanks for the follow, M9000.
You know, whenever they come to power, they are going to be more about the Confederate flag than they are the American flag. I don't think they respect American institutions. And so I would expect them to have a different flag. So I often think, as a leftist, that the left should look into American history for the materials they need to create an American left movement. And I think that they should situate it within the United States, and they should consider it a culture despite the fact that it's multicultural. And they should consider it a people despite the fact that it is multiracial. That's my
thank
view.
you for that. I want to point out GSU Gambit. You see, it's me and King of William on at the same time. We're not the same person.
Okay. Let's go to Bishop, Jason, Agent, Carl, Stardust.
Right. So I think that this entire panel is having a bit of a misunderstanding as to what the issue might be with like the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, there's a lot of things thrown out about it, like being the most extremist of extreme, pure like Nazi posting type stuff. And then there's other people saying like it's just a Pledge of Allegiance. Like I said that at the beginning, but now like I want to clarify. It's not that it's like purely like Nazi fascist like nationalistic, but when you have these things in succession, like not just a Pledge of Allegiance, but maybe like a nationalist president 2 years ago, and you have things like the 1776 project, then you have like more stuff. It's like all of these things in tandem are what create these nationalistic societies.
Thanks for
not just
popping in and
one
watching.
individual thing. So I think that was a bit of a misunderstanding. And then if we want to talk about like the Afghan war and
I
like the
appreciate having you guys
responsibility of
here.
Americans,
If you hit that like button
when
or
you
follow
vote,
button, sorry,
you're
I'll
placing
do a
your
dab for you.
power into
I'm
the
trying to get up to
politician that
50.
you voted for. So I
50
definitely
followers
think that you
is the
do,
goal.
like, whether
So
or
if you
not
can help me
they get
out,
elected,
I will do a dab
you
for you.
are at least indirectly partially
While I debate.
responsible for the platform they create, the policies they undertake, and the actions they take that affect the country. Like, I mean, come on.
Thank you. Next is Jason, Agent, Carl, Stardust.
So, I mean, really what I wanted to get back to is like, I think the Nazi comparison is extreme. Do I think it's nationalistic in nature? Yes, I do. Do I think that it could be seen as some indoctrination? Sure. But again, my point in the beginning was, if you couple that with some good civic education, I don't see a problem with it. But there's got to be good civic education, and we're lacking that right now in our country. And I don't just mean about the federal level. There are people right now that do not know how to operate in the politics in their own backyard. They don't know how to operate in their state politics, their county politics. They're not learning that. And you want them to say a Pledge of Allegiance. You want to have this unity, but a lot of the country doesn't even know how to petition their politicians on the state level. And that's where the problem comes in. I think it's got to be coupled. And I don't think that, the pledge should be mandatory. My example is I have relatives that are Jehovah's Witness. They do not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. They don't. They swear their allegiance is to God and God alone. Now, I'm an atheist. I don't, that's neither here nor there to me. But I do appreciate that, it should be a choice. It shouldn't be compulsory. And I do think they should take out under God, too. I agree with that.
Yes. Let's go to Agent Carl Stardust. I do have a disagreement with something that Salsa said earlier. I haven't forgotten about that. I wanted to get back to that eventually. But yeah, it might be a big fight. We'll see. But Agent Prince.
Yeah, so I'm gonna agree with upping education on civics all the way. Hell yeah. If you want to talk about maybe taking the word under God out, I'm up for that conversation. I could see some arguments for it, and I could definitely agree on some points. But the whole idea of like the pledge is, is indoctrination. I want to know, at what age did you get unindoctrinated? I want to know like when you realized this was indoctrination and you like shook from it. Also, from what I'm aware of the pledge and like how the pledge was taught to me and how I always thought of it, it was like I'm pledging to these ideals that flag stands for. You know, freedom, equal with everyone, you know, equality, all that fun shit that we strive to do. That we are lacking, but we're going to it day in day, and not that it's the country
Hell
itself,
yeah.
right? I'm not pledging allegiance to like,
Satan
when I do it. Also, for other people who are a bit older, like to play the Zoomer card, I've never once been in a classroom through my middle school and high school days that like someone got in trouble or someone got shit for not standing up for the pledge. A lot of people didn't stand for the pledge in high school. No one really gave a shit about the fucking pledge, no matter what. I did not see one person get in trouble. Maybe that's because I'm from Jersey and Jersey's like more liberal than other spots. But that's just my takes on that.
No, I mean it's the same. At least in Arizona, which is a relatively red state, no one gave a shit either. Like we didn't even have.
You
the
feel
pledge
better?
in half the schools I went
Were you
to.
feeling
Like,
greasy?
did in middle school.
It ain't easy being
Yeah,
greasy.
it's probably because it is probably because of the large immigrant population here too.
No,
but...
it's because the Supreme Court decided this in 1943. Because we've already decided this is settled law. No one can compel the speech of a child. That's what the law is.
Okay, dope. So this hasn't even been a problem since 43.
Uh,
That's great to know now.
Well, that doesn't
Oh
mean
well, no,
it's
it's been a
necessarily an
problem.
issue.
We have seen it socially.
Yeah.
There's been social pressures, of course, and I guess to answer the question, like,
We need some
is there
gabagool.
a
Gabagool.
like, when did I get unindoctrinated? I guess it was like
Yeah,
when
did you get the
when I
gabagool?
started listening to rock and roll and punk music, and I
Hell
just
yeah.
decided no, it was
satanic.
It wasn't right. It was very satanic. No, it was the these are cultural signals. They completely do indoctrinate you because they're a ritual, and so like just like the rock music, satanic practices, whatever, woke me thinking about those things instead of thinking about national cohesion and how great it is to be on the winning team all the time. Rah rah rah! America's great. I mean, those are two different perspectives, and we do have to reconcile them, and that's why it is cringe to make children say the Pledge of Allegiance. So.
Oh, let's go to Stardust.
Yeah. So, I don't know if if you guys are aware of this. Apparently, according to Wikipedia, it was the Pledge of Allegiance was created in the post-Civil War climate when we were building a federal school system, and it was implemented to instill like a universal sense of American nationalism and to clamp down on like the separationist sentiment. So I mean, it makes a lot of sense that we implemented it, to clamp down, especially after the Civil War, to clamp down on the separationist kind of sentiment that people were having. And I think that's pretty important. I mean, maybe we don't need it now, but it seems like it's got some historical context there, so.
I think I just
Yeah.
want to piggyback on a little bit on that, just real quick.
Yeah.
Is that notice like who they're making people say it, right? It's children, because it's intentional indoctrination. If that's the example that you give, right?
How come you always wanna make love
country
to me
is
from
in like
behind?
turmoil, the Civil War. We need to get
Ouch.
cohesion again. It's because
Yeah.
who are you going to do that? You start with the kids.
It
and
may
you
hurt a little,
indoctrinate
but
them.
it's something you'll get
It's
used
very
to.
big, like, one little thing. So like I think that's like, if anything, if any evidence was given of the intention or the motivation for throwing that out in support of indoctrination, it's 100% that post Civil War.
And it
that
might
has to
be,
come out of it.
yeah, what is cohesion? But I mean, I don't
BRB.
think it's necessarily a bad thing.
No, yeah, you could 100%,
Yeah.
right? You could, like, I think national cohesion is not a bad thing at all, but
Yeah.
just like this particular method is one of those things that I like. It's children,
don't
right?
really
And
think-
they don't
What
have like
makes it
these
bad?
nuanced thoughts.
Yeah, I don't
But-
really have a problem with it. I mean, it clearly served a
That's
purpose
creepy.
during a
Bro,
time
shut
of
up.
turmoil. Yeah, okay, you can say it's creepy. Anybody can call anything creepy. I think it's creepy that the way that cats drink water, okay, and horses are creepy. They have really weird faces. But I I don't see anything wrong with this being implemented for the very purpose of creating this cohesion, this national cohesion, despite the Civil War and despite people still not being very open-minded, people of different cultures and backgrounds. Um, And I think if anything, it served a very important purpose, and I think it probably still does. I mean, we are a multicultural nation, and I think it's important that we do share some things in common, despite like the fact that we go home and we have a different home life than the rest of our friends and the rest of our colleagues, right? Having these shared things that all of us were doing,
Oh yeah, I know what that was.
definitely adds to that cohesion. I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Stardust, I agree with you to a point, and this is where like I start get like the nationalist type start making me kind of like uneasy, because I can understand a common language, I can understand a common legal system, I can like possibly understand like some common social expectations, like not to like be like a super big dick to like random people on the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, like what food you eat, what like God you worship, like what books you read, what TV you watch, what sports you play, what sports you care about, anything after like those first three, you can be as like diverse and like out there as all you want. Like other languages as well, I don't care. I would prefer that there's like a common language for ease of use, like in terms of like legality, because like you might be able to interpret things like differently across languages. But I think aside from like those like most basic things, I am always I don't. It's not like diversity is amazing for diversity's sake. Although like, there's like some fun studies that like people like who are in diverse environments are nicer people and like more tolerant and stuff, which is like really really fucking poggers. But it's like I think we need to establish like
How come you always want to make
what
love
we
to me
mean by
from
national
behind?
identity, and I would probably fight you on anything
You're
that
a
wasn't
dirty,
like, the
dirty
three,
man.
like, initial things that I listed.
Look, the pledge is 15 seconds. Like it's not that long.
That's irrelevant. That's totally.
It's
How is it irrelevant?
How much indoctrination is it doing?
Would
how
it,
much harm
where,
is it doing?
How much time would it? How much time would it require? Right.
Are you
Every
serious?
morning that you start your school day.
We share a language.
How
What were
much
these
time
three
would
things,
it like
Hans?
become indoctrination? Like how long do
I
you
don't know.
think?
You tell me. You're the one saying it is.
I'm the one who's saying time is irrelevant, right?
It takes like
Hans,
2
can you
seconds
repeat
to
those
say "Hail Satan."
Those three things, Hans, that you were
Satan.
saying. Is
Go,
Hans listening?
indoctrination.
Yeah. I'm listening to you. Like, Stars, I promise. I got it.
Yeah. Can you repeat the three things that you were saying?
Yeah. So, common language.
Yeah,
Common
that one I actually did
understanding
in.
of law. We still kind of struggle with that, but like most people seem to understand
couldn't
like,
help it.
like murder is illegal, like that's legal. We're working on that, and then the last thing I think I said was a common basic social.
I don't think those are things that create cohesion or like a sense of unity, right? I think these little rituals that are so insignificant, 15 seconds long, right? Or the fact that we all like I don't know, we all pay the same respect to this flag. It's not like this. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal to me. With it just being a shared ritual, it literally is 15 seconds long.
It's not about again like so it's I don't think it's specifically about the seconds in time. If we're talking about say like shared language, how we do that, English classes in school. When we do like a shared law,
It's just a soft pedal of nationalism. It's not going to listen. That alone isn't going to turn us into a totalitarian state. But the figurehead in office, the president or whoever's running our country at the time, could very easily use that and twist those words up, just like you do religion or anything else. This isn't anything new.
Those are things that I
But
can say
I mean,
directly necessary.
we do have control over that.
I have not heard an argument tonight as to why it's necessary. I've heard arguments as to why it's not particularly harmful, which I can grant you, but that normally isn't like a perfect reason why to leave something in place. I kind of need, I would prefer a positive reason for something to exist, and I haven't seen criteria that
seriously
powerful enough to create national. Because here's the thing,
I'm
right?
so serious, bro. Like seriously serious.
You and No Sex might actually agree on this more than you think. If we agree that it's powerful enough to create national unity, then I think we probably have to give some credence to No Sex that it's powerful enough to be some flavor of indoctrination.
Yeah,
duh.
I was just about to say this.
So I would prefer that, like, in this case, I think it's relatively inconsequential.
One nation.
And I don't see a positive purpose
under
for it
God,
in
for
regards
real.
of national unity. But I probably wouldn't go so far as to see it as indoctrination. And if it has zero utility, at that point, save the 15 seconds. You know, that's 15 seconds more I could be jerking off after school, right? We can end school 15 minutes earlier. Like that's that.
If I can just I'm gonna leave after this probably because it's really late for me and I have to wake up early. But I think that it's kind of a far stretch. Like there's a huge stretch between like something that like is helping, you know, a shared ritual between people that is like creating this unity versus something that's like creating this like scary like indoctrination and brainwashing, right? And I'm not even advocating that it's something that we require children to do. It's something that the option is there if children, you know, decide to, which is kind of what it was in my school, right? If you decide to stand for it, then you know you stand for it, right? But
unity at that point started.
It's not unity, no, and that's the problem. Like if somebody has a religious objection to it, then all of a sudden that unity goes out the window because you know what, that kid sitting down is the one left out, and they're the ones that look awkward. They're the ones that get picked on. I'm in Arizona, and I'll tell you what, there are some nationalist MFers here in Arizona, and I even remember as a kid there were kids that didn't stand for the pledge, and it was looked at like, what are you doing? As a matter of fact, I had kids beat me up because I questioned the Iraq War when I was in 5th grade. You know, like, so.
Where in Arizona were you? Because I'm also in Arizona.
Chandler.
So I'm looking at a statistic. 85% of Americans consider themselves very patriotic.
Yeah, what's wrong with patriotic? Cool.
Nothing.
Cool stuff, bro.
Nothing at all is wrong with patriotic.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, if I'm going to run an organization, if I'm going to run an organization of any kind, I would hope that the people have some loyalty to that organization, right?
I mean, it means a little bit that like people who find themselves not especially patriotic, which let us count the ways in which you might come to an unpatriotic position being a citizen of the United States, right? Over
I know because
years.
I know. I grew up post 9/11, dude. I'm a Muslim. Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Okay, so you get it. So 85% of Americans consider themselves very patriotic. You know, they interact with somebody, maybe a stranger, maybe a colleague, maybe a friend, right? And they have a conversation about their country, their values, patriotism, right? And that can kind of like transform a relationship. Not so cohesive anymore, right? It's cohesive.
You're grasping at straws. You can't get that.
I'm not grasping at straws.
What does that mean? Like, what,
you're one of the 85% who's patriotic, so you might not understand it, right?
What the fuck are you on? Like, I don't get it.
Okay, so the basic argument.
Other panelists have already said that there were kids who like sat during the pledge, right, and were socially ostracized.
This is anecdotal experience, dude. You can't use anecdotal experience as like
no one from either side brought up a study
on this panel are saying this really doesn't happen anymore.
It's any anecdotal experience that either side is brought up is useless.
If it does not happen anymore, that's absolutely wonderful, and I applaud society as developing and growing past that. I have a feeling that in certain rural areas you might get a different response.
Yeah, probably. Like the real answer, right, is if you're probably in the middle of freaking LA or San Diego, like you're not going to receive this, right, because of large immigrant population. But if you go to a location that is like, you know, like rural and like mostly people like who've been born in America, who like in America for a long time and red, like, and you don't stand up, you're gonna receive some flack. Like a good idea is like go, like we talked about earlier, from like the national anthem and everything else like that. Go to a game and don't stand there and see how the adults treat you. Right? There's gonna be problems.
Someone kneels during the national anthem and the entire country like shits a brick. Like you people are acting like I'm saying something that's controversial, but you all have your eyes closed. Like it's
kneeling during the national anthem and some dude just
I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's such a stretch.
This is not a stretch. This happens every day.
What we're talking about is a stretch.
How are they not the same thing?
If it's a stretch, I'm stretching.
They are literally the same thing.
It's nationalist ceremonies, right? They're nationalist ceremonies.
Like, we can acknowledge that.
Someone kneeling during the anthem for any political reason whatsoever is different than a kid just not saying the pledge. It's different.
Yeah, they're literally not.
I'm totally fine with the kneeling, dude. I'm totally fine with kneeling. I find the kneeling actually more respectful than even like standing. Honestly, like that's like a whole different level. But I
He actually
I don't know.
used to sit on the
No, but
bleachers.
that's not
instead,
what's
yeah.
being said. That's not what's being said is
Yeah.
look how people respond to the kneeling, right? And that is where like
Yeah,
some
that's
of
true.
this like that's where the root is. It's not saying like kneeling's bad or good or whatever. It's just like the response to it, right?
That pearl
And so, like, a
clutching,
lot of that,
right?
like it's like I can understand like if an adult, right? Like if most of us, I'm presuming everybody in here is an adult, right? And it's like we've gone through experiences. We
I'm an adult
recognize
on
and
my
we
better
saw
days.
what it
The rest
is,
of the
like,
days,
and
I'm
we
a
know
spawn
what
of
life is
Satan.
about, right? And it's like we've made like an informed decision, like I'm going to be like a patriot or I'm not, or I'm gonna make a decision toward the United States or I'm not. But the idea is like you have kids that like I don't know if you talk to like teenagers still, like teenagers, like their opinions sway so quickly, so rapidly, right? They move all the damn time, especially if they have any ounce of respect for you. So you have a teacher there, right, who's standing up and like, hey, we're gonna do this and everything else like that. You're swaying them whether you like it or not, like to that direction. Now you can argue whether or not like if it's a bad thing or not, right? But at the same time, it's like it is what's going on, right?
Yeah, and like you might even be like
Funny enough, I
worried,
actually
right?
do
Say you
because
have,
of
like, a set of
my
principles,
nieces and nephews.
and
I spend a
you
lot of time
object
with
to
my
the
nephews
pledge for,
actually,
like,
and I've got a
any
pretty
sort
good
of moral or political
finger
reason,
on the
right?
pulse of what's happening
And
with
you know that
with
your
them, at least their youth.
is
And
conservative, right?
my one nephew, I've definitely
Look at how
radicalized him to the
outraged
left.
conservatives
He's
are
big
about this
time into it.
totally inconsequential thing about like
The other
people
ones are a
pledging
little
allegiance
young
to
yet.
a pride flag, right? But if you were that kid and you felt like you were like betraying your principles by giving the Pledge of Allegiance, you were doing something you didn't believe in, right? And then you chose not to say or you chose to sit, like you would genuinely be concerned, like, is this teacher going to treat me differently? Absolutely, like 100%.
So yeah, standing up for your principles like can give you some flack.
All the
I
time,
don't
right?
think-
In a country where
I don't
85% of
think it
people
is.
say that they're very patriotic,
But
right?
if a 6-year-old, if a 6-year-old is taught, if a 6-year-old is taught not to stand for the pledge, if a 6-year-old is taught not to stand for the pledge because that is a religious part of their religious beliefs, right? And then they're in that classroom. Are you going to tell me that the teacher and the students aren't going to look at them differently when they don't stand up?
Like these things have led to
kids,
Supreme Court cases, right? Like,
kids literally they are
like, I'm
they're
not talking
lemmings.
about something that is like totally inconsequential or like totally ridiculous or total nonsense. These were massive lawsuits that went to the highest court in the country multiple times.
Does anybody have that study on the 85% patriotic? Because
I'll send it to you.
But like I don't know what 85.
I'll put it in the. I'll put it.
mean,
in
yeah,
the
because
I think
that
it's also
could be
very funny
blurry.
how
it's subjective.
We are an incredibly.
And I have no problem with 85% patriotic. That's great.
Well,
before I
define
go.
patriotic.
One last thing before I go is you know, I think it's also
It's in the
important to acknowledge that that what it means to be patriotic is going to be different from person to person, right? I think it's incredibly patriotic to question authority. I think it's incredibly patriotic to protest. I think it's one of the most patriotic things to protest. You know, obviously participating in these unifying things is patriotic to me as well, right? So I think you have to kind of acknowledge that just because you are sharing in this one
we're
small
debating
ritual doesn't mean that
the
all
Pledge
these
of
other
Allegiance,
parts
whether or
go
not
out
we
the
should
door.
be
When
doing
you
it.
instill that patriotism can be protest, patriotism can be the questioning of authority, then you wouldn't really be too
None of
worried
us are
about a
taught
15. Wait. No, wait. We are. Some of us are subjectively.
Not in public school.
What patriotism is
Public
to
school
you
that you
is
go
not.
to.
Wait. What? Okay, guys, please. Okay, I swear I'm gonna go after this, but I'm just saying you are kind of imposing your view of patriotism onto everybody else, and that is not the case across the board. I can tell you that tons of people. I'm not the only one who views these things as patriotic. So yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
All right, sure. Hans, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thanks. So
And then Agent.
I still think it's inconsequential. You people are welcome to argue more about whether it's it's powerful enough to be indoctrination or unifying force. I think Stardust made a decent point at the end about what her patriotism means, and I think if patriotism is going to exist in the United States for the foreseeable future, and I believe it is going to, we probably should try and do our best to make sure whatever flavor that patriotism is a positive flavor. In that case, something that is, say, maybe skeptical of authority, caring about the laws and dignity of other people, respecting the rights of individuals who are different than
It looks
them.
like she bounced.
And that is the kind of thing that we need. And I don't think that's the kind of patriotism that is encouraged by a national anthem. I feel like that's a patriotism that is encouraged by strong civics classes, by strong education systems, by strong
Let's
critical
do this
thinking
right
classes.
now.
So
Let's
there's
go.
there's tons
hello?
of stuff. So there's a lot we can do to make our country say better if it's going to remain patriotic. I have yet to see a really strong statement as to why we need to keep it beyond some vague national unity stuff that I think can be accomplished in better ways. But sorry if I'm not as fiery tonight about this in particular. I don't particularly care about this much because, again, I don't think it's important enough to be indoctrination or enough to be a unifying factor. So hope you all have a lovely night. I got work in the morning. I'll catch you all later. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good one. Thanks so much.
Peace out.
All these people leaving.
Okay. We have a new person.
I was so confused. I was like talking mid-sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No,
so
it's cool.
yeah, thanks for being here. Victoria,
No problem.
nice to have you. Agent, go ahead next.
I think it's very odd that No Sex sat here and bitched about nationalism for about 45 minutes, and then all of a sudden pulls a patriotism stat out of his ass and is trying to conflate the two. And he's trying to do the whole Mott and Bailey on that. Yeah,
That's
so
a totally
what, that your stat
total
is-
mischaracterization
No,
of
it's not.
all my arguments.
No, it's not whatsoever.
Yeah, it
So yeah,
absolutely is.
85%.
Does anybody
of
know
the
how many
country
dabs
is
I'm at?
allegedly super patriotic on however they.
I really need to get a dab counter. I'm trying to figure that out.
All of a sudden means that a percentage of the population is going to give shit to someone else for not doing.
I think I
X
have
or
like
Y.
12,
I don't get where you're coming that.
10 left maybe, right?
I think you're being
Kaepernick,
super
right?
Here.
That's
Only
Why
4?
Kaepernick?
We agree that it happens, just not that it's.
I thought it was way higher than that. Have I done that many dabs tonight? Oh, 11. Okay, there it is.
Of course, it's not caused by the pledge alone. Like,
This is
who
about-
made
we're
that
saying it's
argument?
not-
No one made that argument.
I'm
We're
aware, but
talking
what
about how
we're
this
saying
isn't
is
going to
that
be a thing if you don't stand for the pledge. You're saying it is. We're talking about the pledge here, dude. If you want to talk about
I'm
the
saying in a
ungodly
social
flack that
setting.
Kaepernick got, I understood, right?
Oh my
it's
God.
shit that he got that much flack. But also,
You
him
don't
kneeling for
believe
the
that
pledge
any
was not-
children get flack for sitting during the pledge, or
I think it's
if they
so
did,
minute,
you wouldn't give a shit.
especially
Yeah.
nowadays. It
Who
really
cares?
doesn't
Fuck
matter.
the kids, right? Like, who gives a shit about kids, right?
What do you
Again,
mean?
you
Who
be-
gives a
you're
shit about
disingenuous.
kids?
Yeah, I think he's being hyperbolic.
No, he's been hyperbolic since the start, especially with that Nazi fucking tidbit and
Oh
fucking he
my
pulled out of his
God.
ass and said it was from the 1890s before fucking Nazism was a thing.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm gonna pose something to you
obviously
guys that I
wasn't
think will be
arguing
interesting.
That was a gesture that was adopted because of
My-
Nazism.
So my daughter did not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance at all during the Donald Trump presidency. Not once.
Did she get reprimanded by her school?
I had to have a conversation with a couple of her teachers. Yes,
But it's illegal, right? It's illegal.
it
to
is
compel a
illegal.
child to
It
do
is
but he
illegal, and I had
have
to cite that.
conversations- He had to have conversations with the teachers about it.
Okay,
what the
but, like,
fuck
did
do
you
the
go-
teachers give a shit about whether or not that little girl pledges allegiance to a
Now
fucking
I'll tell you
flag?
this: she's a great
Okay, but
student,
did-
and nobody ever worried about her because she just was above par that way. But I mean, I could see a kid
Great
that
student, but not
maybe
patriotic
was having
enough.
trouble or something.
shut up,
Like they
you
would have been totally annihilated with the school. Like I mean.
Did you reach out to the teachers and explain, well, okay, this is going to be her reason, or did the teachers explain to you oh, she's going to get detention, what's up?
Well,
with this?
it was more like, hey, we're concerned. Like, what's going on? Like, why isn't she standing for the pledge? She told us this, this, and this, and I'm like, well, yeah, that's accurate. She doesn't want to stand for the pledge because she doesn't like Donald Trump's presidency. She heard the language that he used about women. She doesn't agree with the way that he objectifies females, and she's not going to stand for the pledge.
Did any one of her teachers directly go to her and ask this of her, or stopped her, was like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's what she explained to them, and then they called me and they're like, wait, what? Why?
So she
you're telling me
explained
you're,
it to the
yo,
teacher,
yo,
but
shut
then
the
the teacher
fuck
was
up.
like, I gotta go
I'm trying to
above
have a
this kid
conversation with
and
him
talk to their
because he's
parents.
actually fucking saying shit that makes
What
sense,
do you,
unlike
yeah,
you.
what do you think the
So-
teachers were trying to accomplish
Dude,
by reaching
shut
out
your
to the
I'm
parent?
trying to
in
have a
this
one-on-one
case?
with someone
Well,
who's
no,
not
there
fucking
there was
brain
there
dead.
was
Thank you very
pressure.
much.
There was pressure. Like, why are you doing this? But
Teachers
you know,
called her out in the middle of class.
They said
Well, I
her. They
don't think
pulled
it
her
matters.
aside. They pulled her
Dude,
aside
Agent,
like
what the fuck
after.
is your problem?
If they
you're
pulled
my
her
problem
aside, that's
currently.
pretty messed up. Like I don't
Is
think
That's
any of
completely
y-
fucked up.
So
I have to. I think that's
A
pretty
teacher-
fucked up.
a
If
teach-
a teacher
really?
pulls, you think a teacher pulling a student aside and saying, "Hey, I
Is
noticed
everything
you
okay?
didn't stand for the
yeah.
flag."
That's fucked up.
yeah,
Well,
it
yeah,
wasn't.
that's
It
the
wasn't
other
like they
okay,
just
yeah.
didn't.
Yeah,
It wasn't
is
like they just let it alone. Like there was a point to where I got contacted by the school. You know, and it's like
Remember when I was saying earlier, like
it's
what
like
if
no, that's
you
what I believe.
decided-
That's what we
Yeah,
believe, and you know we
exactly
don't
what I was
like what
talking
Donald
about.
Trump is doing in this country, and we don't feel like we should pledge allegiance to a country that is doing the things that
And there
specific
was
president
no
is
problem after
perpetuating.
that, correct?
Well,
I bet the
you shouldn't
teachers
have to
treated her
explain
different.
She
Bro, I didn't ask
she
you a
got
fucking question. I asked him.
she did get some static from some of the other students. Absolutely.
up.
Absolutely, and she shouted them down too. Because she's bold like that.
Badass.
She's like me. She talks shit, you know.
Good job.
Okay.
But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, so it is still happening, and that's why I'm saying, because I'm speaking from personal experience, you know, and maybe mine's anecdotal, but there's got to be other parents of children who have experienced this around the country.
And I get that. And coming from another anecdotal of someone who graduated high school in 2019, throughout all of my middle school, throughout all of high school, multiple people, including myself, which is not do the pledge or didn't stand or do any of that shit, and never got flack.
Why didn't you stand
That's
and do the
anecdotal.
pledge if you're
That's
so
just anecdotal.
patriotic?
Oh, because sometimes I'd be like walking in the hallways in school and shit, especially in the morning. If I'm trying to get the one locker or the other, I'm not gonna stand still and do a pledge. I'm trying to do other shit.
But you're
So
really
I do want to
patriotic.
get back to that
Sure, yeah,
85%
I am.
patriotic.
Hilarious.
Why?
Because when I
Do
went through
wait, to be
the
patriotic,
case,
do I got to do the pledge?
like when I
Is
went
that
through
what
the
is that
Patriotism
what
makes no
patriot
fucking
means?
sense to
One
me,
sec.
so don't ask me. But
I mean, no,
it
I
seems
want,
to
I
be
want,
your-
I want to ask because you're grilling me on that. Is that what being a pledge?
Why don't you shut the fuck up, dude?
Yeah, Agent, you're.
No, I know. I'm asking because he's. No, I'm asking him. Is that what being a patriot is to you?
No sex. You can answer the question if you want. If not, I'll go to Bishop. Then I do
Is-
want to let in Victoria. We have a new person, Spooky. We're happy to have them.
Is
so
saying
go
It
saying the
is,
pledge?
when I'm
Are you
not a
asking me?
patriot?
Are you asking me if saying the pledge is the totality of patriotism?
Well, yeah, because that's what you
like
just
it's
said that I wasn't a
necessary
patriot.
to be a patriot.
I mean, you just said that to me.
Don't you think it's like a feature of patriiotism that someone
I mean,
who
it's a
describes
singular
themselves?
facet of like it's like a singular
Jesus
facet of,
Christ.
like,
Okay,
multiple
whatever,
things.
Agent. It's fine.
Like,
If-
you mean,
if you don't
I
want to
like, gave you perfect
actually have a
examples
real
of what being a
conversation,
patriot
that's
is.
fine.
Like,
Bad faith.
you know, you're
dude.
right to protest.
But hey, if it marginalizes one person, shouldn't we
Listen, you
take that
want me
into
to be bad
consideration?
faith, you brain dead motherfucker. Dude, have you listened to half of your shit?
Dude,
lately?
look at yourself in the mirror.
Okay,
Look
what
at
did
yourself
you
in the
say
mirror.
that the only
And
people...
this
Hold
chat,
on.
why the fuck
hold
are
on.
you back? Who invited you?
Hold on. Being patriotic doesn't necessitate you saying the pledge, but if you're
Like, it's
saying
so
the pledge, you're
fucking
probably patriotic, right? Like, it's kind of like rectangle square situation.
Yeah, it makes
I would
perfect
say,
sense.
like, if we're talking about
we all
like
get
kids,
it, except
if
for
we're
you,
talking about
Agent.
kids, they're doing it because
Wait,
of,
what
like,
do you mean?
social
You just
pressure.
said I wasn't a patriot
Right?
because I didn't do the pledge. And I
I
asked
said,
you, is that what
aren't
make
you
me
a
a patriot? I said, yes,
That's
I
for
am.
you folks.
And doing the pledge is a single facet.
Oh my God, who gives a shit? Let's move on from this.
I do
This is
because
so
it's
dumb.
I'm like, whatever.
Okay. Hold on.
I can't deal with brain rot any longer. Prime, thanks for having me
go,
on.
let's go.
I'm a peace out for the night. Your
Have a good
platform
one.
is great. Besides when like shit bags like this come on. Have a good
Be
night.
a patriot.
Have a good night, AJ.
Bye.
Yo, evidence
well-
of everything I've been talking about. Like,
Oh boy.
fucking
That's real
Case
love
in
in the
point.
debate world. You just got real love right there.
Case in point.
Thank you. Okay, great. Let's go to Bishop, who's been waiting patiently. Then we'll see if Victoria and Spooky would like to say something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just want to go back to the 85% case real quick. So when I looked up the link you gave me, it said that they defined patriotism as a love and devotion to one's country, which made me immediately believe that could be easily mistaken for nationalism, and that just proves my point that when you do these type of like broad studies, you can't really get a clear definition between patriotism and nationalism. Because I'm going to be honest with you, as an American, Americans are pretty fucking stupid.
Yep, yep,
So,
yep,
Pretty
yep.
much.
pretty
I don't
fucking
know.
stupid.
Why do
Yeah.
you think Americans are stupid?
Oh,
We are
How
really
long
not a
have you-
very
have you
educated
lived in
populace.
Have you lived in America your whole life? Like, have you talked to Americans? Like, come on. It doesn't take a rocket
I
scientist
mean,
to see
yeah.
that a lot of people are pretty fucking stupid. Like, common sense no longer exists in America.
I'm just gonna
Like, it's
Yeah,
not
but I don't
Florida
think
as my
stupidity.
case in
I
point.
don't think stupidity in this case is an explanation for like why 85% of Americans agree
Based.
that they're very patriotic, right?
No,
And
I
if
think
you
it
dig
is
into
100% an explanation because they are confusing patriotism with nationalism, most likely.
Wait, so
When it's
85%,
defined as
wait, so
love and
85% of Americans are nationalistic?
Hold
I
on,
didn't
hold
say
on.
all 85%. I'm saying that most of them likely confuse patriotism with nationalism when you're using such broad definitions as like love and adoration of one's country. That could be so easily applied to either one that it isn't clear.
But I don't
That's all
think that they would define
so you're
themselves as
speculating.
nationalists, though.
You
That's
have
the
no
difference.
idea,
I don't think they
but-
would define themselves as nationalists because people don't typically define themselves by that. Typically, they would say, I'm a patriot, right?
Yeah,
Like,
nationalists don't go around saying like I'm a nationalist, except for the really like scary ones. The other ones just say they're patriots and they like love God and country.
yeah,
right?
you don't hear Rush Limbaugh saying he's a nationalist. He says he's a patriot.
Yeah, like what the fuck? Also, like if
But
you
I
dig
also
into the
think people
survey,
on the
there's a lot
left are
more
patriots
information.
too. I'm on the left, and I consider myself a patriot. I'm very patriotic. I love my country, and that's why I'm fighting to make it better. You know, so I think there are a lot of people like me.
Patriotism is nationalism. I'm trying to make the point that maybe when you do a study like this, trying to find out who is patriotic, you might get a lot of overlap with people who are nationalistic, which are two very different things. And saying that 85% of the country is patriotic, aka they pledge allegiance to the flag, doesn't mean that pledging allegiance to the flag is automatically just a patriotic thing. It can also be a nationalistic thing, part of a bigger structure, like everything I just said before. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're a
Mhm.
nationalist,
you.
you'll also be considered a patriot, but not vice versa. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
That's it is exactly what it is.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
So, okay.
So let's give Victoria then Spooky a shot.
Base.
I mean, I'll let Spooky go first because I'm trying to like conflate what I'm trying to like get across. If you don't mind, Spooky. I don't mean to throw you under the bus like that.
Guess like I didn't really hear about this story until literally an hour ago. It's like the whole.
We're having trouble. Your volume's going in and out. Maybe get closer. I don't know.
Okay, for sure. Is this any better?
Oh, that's great.
Okay, for sure. Sorry about that. But so I mean, the whole thing with the teacher and the pride flag, I realize the conversation's kind of.
I agree with you
diverged from there,
100%, Natty. Love, you're
honestly
right
just
on
seems
point with that.
something, like something that's been blown out of proportion. I don't think it really is a big deal. But as far as like generally in terms of the Pledge of Allegiance, this question kind of seems to fall under the same general category as this, notion of we have the right to burn the flag if we want to. Like, I feel like if you're gonna say, that, because I definitely support the right to burn the flag, and that's a fairly unique right that we have. And if you want to sort of say
Rock
that,
on.
we can
I
burn
like
the
the
flag, but
based.
you have to say the Pledge of Allegiance in school, that's sort of weird. I think that if you want to say the pledge to a different flag, if you want to not say it, if you want to, do whatever you want, frankly, as long as you're not crossing certain like extreme lines, I guess, of like pledging allegiance to some sort of extremist group, like it's kind of all falls under the same net to me.
2 men were arrested for burning the flag in 2019. I'll post it in the chat. Of course, that was illegal. But that kind of harassment and shit happens if you display a kind of like, unpatriotic behavior, right?
It's also true that in schools, the kids don't actually have full right of free speech that they would have in other places. That's been determined by court cases in the past.
Are you
serious? Supreme Court
Correct.
cases. It might not be a good thing, but
well, they do have the
that's
right
just
to protest.
Yeah, these people were just protesting outside of the White House.
They can't wear a shirt that says "fuck" on it though. They can't wear obscene things. Like those are the types of free speech they don't have.
There was a Supreme Court case in '65 where a couple kids were wearing anti-Vietnam War armbands in school and got kicked out. And Supreme Court said that the school has the right to uphold school discipline. Maybe that got overruled in some other time, but that's the case I know of.
Yeah, so do you think that that's like a really great example? Do you think that is like related to like ideologies of American imperialism, or do you think the court was really saying like this is a disciplinary issue, like they shouldn't wear armbands. Like,
What
Hey,
I think they were
dude's
saying it was
back.
disruptive
What?
to the educational process. Is that
We
they're
love having you
somehow
with us.
disrupting the educational
You're quickly
process.
becoming
I'm not clear how
like
that
our
is being-
one of our
because I
favorite
think, like,
viewers.
the other students and the
Absolutely.
teachers might like lose their
And
shit
contributors.
if someone did something unpatriotic. I think that's probably the reason.
It's something like that. It's the same reason they can, enforce dress codes and bullshit like that. They can always come up with an excuse that it's as if it's going against.
It's definitely not social control, though. It has nothing to do with that.
What Supreme Court case are you talking about? Because in Tinker v. Des Moines, the Supreme Court did side with the students.
I'm reading right here. It says the court dismissed the case and held that the school district's actions were reasonable to uphold school discipline.
Was it a lower court or was that the Supreme
Because I'm
Court?
looking at the case that I
Seriously,
remember
so
from my
serious.
constitutional law classes, Tinker v. Des Moines, and I just looked it up and it said, yeah, it's a 7-2 decision that students don't shed their constitutional right to freedom of speech.
Yeah,
it's
that
allowed.
he must be referencing a lower court decision. This is why it went to the Supreme Court. Right?
Source my
you're totally
beautiful
right.
face.
I guess I'm wrong
But think
about
about it, right? Like, they had to fight for this right? They had to like go to the Supreme Court with this. They probably, hired lawyers, or like it probably disrupted their entire lives. It's not an easy thing to fight a court case like this in the Supreme Court.
No, but he's right that
Excuse
the law
me,
seems to
baking
be,
powder.
What are you guys actually talking about, by the way? Because kids are allowed to not say the Pledge of Allegiance and have been for a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, like what was this point
Yeah,
brought
we're all
up in
good.
reference to? Like,
well, we kind of all agreed on like the.
I wasn't sure what you guys were talking
flag
about.
thing. Yeah, we kind of all agreed that the pride flag thing wasn't a big deal.
I don't know if they're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. So let me explain. Yeah. So there's a teacher, and the link is in a VC chat in the Discord. But
right.
Yeah. So there's a teacher who said that her students could say the Pledge of Allegiance to a pride flag, and conservatives
Thorth?
lost their minds because of
You
course
got
they
Thorth
did.
for that?
And we're
Hmm?
discussing
You got Thorth?
whether there was anything to it, and whether like we should be pledging allegiance at all. There's a point, Sauce, I haven't forgotten. I promise you, I haven't forgotten. That I'm going to get to. But yeah, that's why we brought this in. Anyway, Victoria, if you want to have something you want to add, go ahead.
Right, because I just read that. Like, I read the article.
It's
I
a
watched
perfect
the
place to
video,
do the last
and
stab.
it feels like a little conflated because, like, she literally, like, the teacher had said, "Oh, I put it away for COVID. I haven't found it yet. Blah blah blah." Like, and I've told my students they can stand up, they could sit down, they could do whatever they want. And the student had made comment of, "Oh, it's kind of weird that we're standing and there's not a flag." And she was like, "Oh, there." She was like, "Oh yeah." And then she was like, "Oh, but here's a flag. If you want to pledge allegiance to this flag, that's fine." Like, it wasn't like, "Oh, let me indoctrinate these children into, gay America." Like, no, it's just, "Oh, there's a flag, you can pledge to that. There is an American flag, whatever." Like, I'm totally in agreement with, like, "Oh, you don't have to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance," because I feel like it's a lot of kids don't really understand. Like, I've lived in America my whole life. I've lived in California my whole life. Like, I've pledged allegiance from, like, elementary school to high school.
We like
You
to
think I
just
know what the
combine it,
fuck I'm
Mike. It's
saying
called Gay
when
America.
I'm, like 6 or 7 years old, saying I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America? No, I don't know any of that. Like, I'm just saying it because I know the words. Like, it's not until we get older, until we fully understand what we are pledging to. When we are learning history, when we're learning, like, what America truly is. And it's like, if you choose to decide, you know what, I don't really stand for what America is about, even if I live here, even if this is where I live, like, I don't like the fact that, our country was built on the back of slavery. I don't like that we destroyed an entire system of people like the Native Americans because we decided we want this land and they don't anymore. Like, I totally agree that you can decide, I don't like where I am, but I'm going to make the best of it. Like, to me, this isn't a fucking deal. Like the Colin Kaepernick thing. Where
Hey,
he
make sure
decided
that
to kneel
any
for
links
the
that you
flag.
put in the chat,
Fuck
you
it,
also
do
put
it.
in Discord, because I lose the
Like-
chat. I don't know how to find it
I think
after
you're
the
talking about something
stream.
interesting here, and that like when can we actually like consent to pledging allegiance, right?
Right.
And when can we like, and basically what I'm saying, when can we truly understand it? Because yeah, you just go through the words. I think this is the same problem with like religion, where people like say like at like 11 you're a Christian. Are you? What's that actually mean? Not saying that they shouldn't be involved with it, though they shouldn't.
Prime, to your point, Prime.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, if I think that a pledge to the flag, like a pledge to our military members, right? Like when they pledge to a flag, on that point, hopefully they have a better understanding of this nation and what they're actually trying to do with it. So that seems like it means something. But yeah, having kids just say it over and over again doesn't actually mean anything. They don't understand, and how could you? How could you like really know what you're trying to do? So like, I think it's kind of useless. But what it does is get people used to the idea that this is a thing that should be done, right? And this is a thing that's important, and that is part of our tradition, right? And so they get fucking bent out of shape when you don't do it. This is a thing that happens, you know. Just because I've always done it as a child, and it was somehow important because we kept doing it, without ever actually examining it and examining the nation itself. So like I think black people who've grown up and who understood the terrible things that have happened to African Americans in this nation, right? For them to pledge allegiance to a flag, I think it even means
I'm going to
more,
talk.
you know?
I gotta stop. I don't want to cut him off.
Going to say that this country is my country, and I'm going to say that I'm with it like to the end, you know, right? Like friends to the end. I think that means something. But as a child, that meant something. Not really much.
To your point, Prime. Like to your point, when kids want to get communion, they go through confirmation classes, right? Like if you're a religious person, they go through to learn what it means to take communion. I think like with the pledge, we need to learn what the pledge means before we say the pledge. And I think there's a significant point there, and that's what I was getting at with civic education. Like we need that, and it's been stripped so much out of our schools. If we inject that into it, and then people decide they want to say the pledge because, hey, you know what? I have a good, strong civic education. I know what this means, and this matters because of that. Now there's a reason to do it.
Carl,
I'm going to say goodbye. Okay. Yeah, so thank you for the wonderful discussion, and good to see you all.
Please come back in the future, buddy. Love to have you. Okay, I'll give... I'll tackle Salsa next. Salsa, when you said previously something... I'm going to try to do this with sensitivity because I don't want you to think that what I'm going to say next is like flippant, right? But you were talking about people dying for the flag, like service members dying for the flag. Is that what they died for? Like, is that
so?
Go ahead.
So, here's the truth of it, right? And like this is the reality of the situation because people join the military for all multitudes of reasons. Some people join because extreme patriotism. They feel this is what they need to do, right? Some people join simply because it's a paycheck, right? Some people join for the benefits. Only strictly talking about enlisted folk here, right? And for whatever the various reasons, a lot of us do the same think of we're fighting for the country or whatever, because at the end of the day, everybody is aware that innocent people are dying for things that they know nothing about, right? And so if you have to use a little, I don't want to say gallows humor, but that along that same line of like mind fucking yourself to say like, I'm here for a good reason, right? Like that is a lot of the mentality that people have, right? Is like, I know someone, I think it was Agent when they talked about like, when did you wake up? I could talk about when I woke up, right? Like when I was sitting in Afghanistan, I was inside my place, no reason, whatever. Our base got attacked for the first time ever, right? And like I sat there and like time slowed to a still. I'm like, why the fuck am I here? Right? It was 2010. I was like, the war, like I was in 6th grade when 9/11 happened. Are we still fighting for that? Like, I don't even know.
You know when my awakening was?
I have a job to do, and
I think I was 13 or 14.
That was my first like.
I was tripping nuts on like 3 hits of LSD,
I really want to point
and I was listening to Rage Against the Machine and Ministry, and that was my great awakening. I knew exactly where I needed to be in the world after that.
That like their deaths were fuck, I don't even, it's massively uncomfortable. You can say their deaths weren't necessarily integral to the survivability of the United States of America, where if they did not die, the United States will keep on kicking. You can 100% make that argument, right? But a lot of the stuff that people do is, whether for regardless of those reasons and regardless when they're on a deployment or what have you, they're out there at the end of the day. It's like, I'm here to serve my country and do the will of people who have more information than me, right? And who have more more experience and everything, and dictate the things that they're doing, right? And like and you did not make this assumption, but I like throwing this out there. Now, I'm slow to criticize first term enlistees. For anybody who doesn't know, you enlist, right? You have contracts 4, 6, 8 years, whatever. I'm slow to criticize first term enlistees, which were a sizable group of the individuals that did pass away. Because when you first join, you don't know what the fuck's happening on. You don't know what's going on.
What's the
you're
dab count,
oftentimes
guys?
young.
I need the dab
think
count.
5 out of the 13 were only 20 years old, right? I think half of them were like 21 or 22. Most of them were, I think one was 33, right?
Oh, by the
But
way,
it's
thanks
like,
for putting the links in there, dude.
What kind of background do you think they have?
I hope you don't mind that I've shortened your name to Duty.
Infantry and like women were there as well.
I think it's
a multitude of individuals.
Kind of works.
So like a lot of young men. Do you think
it was a lot of young men, a lot of young women. There were several young women who passed away as well.
What was like their economic background?
I don't know that much. I don't dig into them to that deep, right? Like it's too much for me personally, right? But it's just like,
well, you're one of the good ones.
It's the only thing is like I'm because I'm like I said, Prime. I don't know if you're going along this line, but I want to be careful where it's like it's one of those things where someone joins. A lot of people join the military, right? They need an escape, and it's like it's the quintessential working class. It is these people who don't have any other options, or oftentimes their other options are not more beneficial than going overseas and being shot at, right? And so they hop in there, and they don't necessarily realize some of the harm they may or may not be doing, or some of the innocent lives.
I gathered.
And so it's like it's just throwing that
Loose
out there
appent.
for why is like not some of the criticism they know what they're like. No, people didn't know what the hell they're getting into.
So I wasn't, to be clear, and you're not saying that I did, but I wasn't trying to criticize like the individuals who died, right? Or like, even the soldiers themselves, right? Just the idea they necessarily died for the flag, getting back to our original topic. Because because this was an excuse. Like if you read that article, people were saying, well, yeah, they died for the flag, and so, well, I mean, one, I don't know if that's
so
true.
now I'm down
And
to what,
two,
9, 8?
So, even if it is true, right? And that's the other thing I have you, Bishop. We can go to you next. But William and Karis. Yeah, no, before then, no, definitely. Yeah. So that they died for the flag, and that's a thing that should matter to a teacher
Yay.
somewhere in the homeland that these individuals died.
Yay.
This is something you brought up earlier, right? It's like, well, that's disrespectful. Like now, really? Is it? I mean, like, what does that flag
You bitches be loving
represent?
me.
It represents freedom and freedom of speech. And
I love all you
she's
bitches.
exercising your freedom of speech, right? Isn't that the most thing to do? Go ahead.
Yeah, so
None of you are actually
the
bitches.
part where
That's
I'm
such a
saying
horrible
it's a
word.
little
I'm
bit like
sorry.
read the room,
That was rude.
right,
That was
is-
inappropriate. I'm very sorry, guys.
If she was as like, and granted, I read the articles. I read it after you linked it, right? She wasn't making these decisions like
So
in a
Duty
malice
doesn't
type of
care.
way, right? She was
Jason
just,
be loving dabs.
she was,
That's right,
it sounded
baby.
like she was just sitting there in her class and like, we don't have a flag. I was like, oh, you want a flag? Right, there's one, right, and go ahead, right. If it happened to be replaced with something else and it happened to be in a flag form, she would have said that, right? Just off that. But it's more
Pee-pee
to
time.
the point of like large amount of deaths and things along these lines. And I see specifically taught English, or one article said English, the other one said second language. Regardless, but it's like it is, that is where that sits. It's uncomfortable because yes, the kids may not know everything. They may not know exactly what's going on politically. They may not know all the debates that are going on and yada yada yada. But I'm fairly certain those kids are aware that we're pulling out of Afghanistan, right? Especially if they're that age. And they're also aware of like they might be aware of like people passing away during that time, right? And I think it's like you can have like definitely a much more serious conversation, and like at the same time, it's like you don't. I don't know. It's like I've seen people.
Do you
Like,
mind
It seems like I don't know. So, well, first of all, we don't know exactly what she may or may not have also done. Right. The outrage was just she did this thing. She said this thing, and so like that's bad and disrespecting the flag. So she might have had a similar conversation that you're talking about or not. But let's say she didn't. Right. I have no evidence that she did, but let's say that she didn't. It's like one. I mean, I think what you're talking about is actually a worthwhile conversation. I think actually what you've said actually is worthwhile. But I feel like you could always have that conversation with these people who are dying around the world, our military members who are dying. And I also, this is just a pet peeve of mine, not even pet peeve, it's something that pisses me off, is that, people forget the deaths of the others, right? So there were a lot of civilians who died.
Right.
Just, putting that out there. Not that you were trying to erase them or anything like that. Yeah. But it's just, I can't stand that we don't, like 170 of them died. And it just seems like it's nothing to us. So it bothers me. But in any case, we have service members dying all the time, right? So like this kind of stood out because it was at the end of a war, right? At like the last people to die, which is really terrible to be the last people to die, right?
That is my OnlyFans.
But still,
that is my absolute OnlyFans. That's the only one.
Is this noteworthy? Right? Like, not that their lives don't matter. Making it clear about that. But like, is this in itself noteworthy that as teachers should, take the time and
you guys always take so long to tell me I'm muted. I try not to have to pee on stream, but we're going on 3 hours, man. Sometimes, and you got me drinking wine and doing dabs.
Some of these kids,
shit, man,
that they're talking to, like in this classroom, I don't know like the statistics, but like there's not like too far of a chance that these kids are going to be joining the military once they become of age, right? So it's like for whatever reason, I don't know where they are, but like it's not too far fetched. So I feel like it is noteworthy.
Hey, it may be short, but it sure is skinny. I'm surprised you could see it.
Potentially impact them into the future, right? And so they can understand the gravity of the situation if they're going to decide to change and decide to join. As well as too, it
maybe it's small, but I love every foot of it. Okay.
Like of a 20-year-long war, right? And like that.
I feel like the difference is like whether you have a volunteer army or whether you have a draft. If you were talking about having the Pledge of Allegiance back when they had a draft,
I'm gonna get tossed for that.
Everybody
really?
has skin in the game. Everybody might be drafted into something, so everybody has like that kind of level of connectedness with what we're doing abroad.
God damn it!
People have been dying.
I was gonna say, am I Jeffrey Tubin? Was I caught tubing?
And the people who join the army or.
You guys know about that story? The Jeffrey Tubin story about him getting caught jerking off on a Zoom meeting?
Whatever they think it will do for them. But it's divorced from what we're doing in the homeland. And so I think that, a big part of it is, we say 13 people die. It's like, well, they made a big panic about the fact that Biden was doing everything wrong and that there need to be all these other people saved, and the people trying to do the saving were killed, and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is,
it would scare them.
People
They'd
are
be
divorced
like,
from all of stay in the war, that alienation from what actually happens in war. And so I just want to throw that in there. That the Pledge of Allegiance might make, just might make be more meaningful to us if we all, were capable of being drafted.
I just like to
Bishop Harrison. And then
okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, back to when you were talking about like reasons for joining the military and like respecting the flag and all of that. I just want to say that take this for what you will, like as like a sad reflection of our society, but in reality, like the military is one of the top paying jobs for some of the lowest income households. And so when you like one of the easiest options you have is saying like, oh, I joined the military so I can afford for college, so I can pay for my family, so I can like afford a house, stuff like that. And so like when you say like these people died for the flag, I mean that's probably true for like some people, maybe even a lot. But then you also have to take into consideration like a lot of people are putting their lives on the line for the country so they can afford to pay their bills. And I mean, it's a little sad when
I
that's the
know.
case, but I mean,
I'm sorry
it's
I had to
also
curse
the
you with
case.
that.
So like, don't just say this is
It's like
you're
it's like
disrespecting
the
the
strong
flag, so
hand.
you're disrespecting the soldiers.
What
Like,
was that
it's
movie with
also
Chris
like
Elliott?
their economic.
No, I understand that.
Oh, no, I'm not saying you did. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Like I did.
One
say
of those
like, some people did join strictly for the
Wayans
paycheck, 'cause
movies.
You're absolutely right. Right.
Grab my
It's
strong
like
hand.
You get education, like you get
So
training
you had to
in
see
some
the
particular
strong
type of
dong,
thing and blah 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 blah. And it's
tiny
like,
little
some people go overseas, but I was just trying to
deformed.
highlight that. Like when it comes down to like mind fucking yourself in order to justify some of the like immoral actions that you must take.
Aren't
because
those guys the
you have, like,
weirdest people
to do
ever?
so and that you don't feel comfortable doing. The idea of it is done for the greater good, right? And like that's what and so like the idea is like for the flag is in that case, because at the end of the day, there's some general who's been in the military for freaking 30 plus years, and you know they're making decisions on someone like that doesn't even have the same fucking time in service as they've been alive, right? And they're making these decisions, and you just got to trust that it's the best action, right? You don't.
So,
First, I completely agree.
I'd like to agree with that as well. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to shit on individual service members who don't set policy, who don't choose where they're going. You have to set your sights a lot higher than that if you want to criticize the imperial policy of the United States. But on the other hand, I don't really believe that the kids in this classroom or the teacher were thinking about Afghanistan when this happened. I really doubt that they were. And the truth is, the things that happen overseas, I think it's been mentioned before. For people who live here in the United States, they're incredibly distant. Maybe you see it on the news, but it really doesn't affect us in our day-to-day life. I think there's a very old rhetorical technique that's been used for hundreds of years. They call it waving the bloody shirt, or
Follow
sometimes
me,
even waving
bruh.
the bloody flag. It's a way of using.
If you're new to my stream, make sure to hit that follow button. We'd love to have you. I'm trying to hit 50 followers so that I too can become affiliate status. Look at me go.
One classroom and some mishap with a flag is being used by conservatives as a kind of pawn. Or,
Of course.
Dude,
I've been to like concerts at Marquee
So I don't
Theater.
believe that they care
I've
about
played concerts at Marquee Theater and seen that shit.
Servicemen in this case. They're mad.
They don't want to pee on their clothes.
There's an LGBT flag in a classroom.
But they don't realize their clothes are sitting in a bunch of piss anyways.
These notions of service, of patriotism.
Hey, and if you work in IT or tech at all, like people from other countries, it's really common. It's kind of alarming at first, and then you're just kind of like, oh, okay.
I don't believe that's what was happening at all.
It's kind of like being violated and then just getting used to it, I guess.
It's all just culture war. We can
So
talk
serious.
about the military, what we feel about it, about Afghanistan.
Well, they're peeing into a urinal, so they pull their pants down to their ankles, and the urinal sits higher, sits a little bit closer up. And so when they're peeing into it, it like keeps, so like their idea is that you get splashbacks sometimes, okay? Like onto your pants when the urinal's too high up. And so, or your thing is too long.
It's a little bit depressing.
And so putting your pants down to your ankles keeps that splashback from getting there. But if you're in a nasty place like Marquee Theater here in Arizona, which is like, it's a pretty big place. It's cool. I played on the same stage as Nine Inch Nails and KRS-One. Fucking rock on. Oh, there's another F-bomb. I owe you guys another dab. But yeah, it's really gross. It's disgusting.
That's what I have to say on the subject.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Pan, then No Sex.
Well, I didn't really have that much to say. I just wanted to say that statistically, it was very significant. We haven't had a service member die in Afghanistan for like a couple of years now, and even then, it was just one or two. Whether or not it's enough to whether or not it's like this huge thing that everyone should be talking about, that's another question. But it definitely is statistically significant in the context of this war. That's basically all I said. I think some of the other people had said what I wanted to say.
No, because no, you got to stand within a certain distance. Because otherwise you're showing everybody
does
your
anybody
yang.
know in 2020?
Because some of those urinals don't have the little stalls on the side, so you're just there in the urinal.
Stationed in Afghanistan.
And then they're gonna think you're looking for something else, and you could get beat up for that depending on the bar. Some bars you could get propositioned.
So
They'd
the
be into
estimate
it.
is
That's cool.
2,500 to 4,000, right?
Oh, wow.
So like this is part of the reason a lot the casualties on within the U.S. military are extremely low, especially compared to civilian deaths. But
in their native countries they don't do that, so that's not normal to them.
Part of the Library of Congress.
That's the thing. Like it's just a cultural a cultural thing.
Private contractors.
They don't.
In
a lot of them after they've been here a little while will stop doing that.
At most 4,000 official U.S. forces. So a lot of these are like all sorts of services.
Man, that's really complicated.
Some of them
the
are
dick
like,
tuck piss
around like resource extraction,
dick tuck piss,
logistics,
it's a new word,
feeding
dick tuck piss,
armies, and then a massive amount of this are private military contractors like Blackwater.
Those guys dying?
Paste.
And like the thing is that's really fascinating that almost never gets talked about. Is that like, you know, Congress hasn't officially declared war since like the 1940s. And this is a war that has taken, that is in terms of,
we need an octopus, and that could be one of our bits awards. Dick tuck piss.
Military and paramilitary
be like a
organizations
octopus with
developed
wieners.
in like the late 1990s. This is like a total expression of that, right? So like while U.S. withdrawal is occurring, there
Tentacle
are still thousands and thousands of private contractors that are being paid to be there in a war that.
All I gotta say is Yurosoko Doji and Yurosoko Doji 2 are some fine pieces of anime viewing.
So they're paying private soldiers to fight a war.
Don't hurt yourself by watching that. It's really bad.
You know nothing about, and that they have no obligation
It'll wreck
to
your brain.
tell you anything about, right? So like when George Bush started the quote unquote war on terror, it was his administration's policy to say things like, "We don't count bodies." And they acted as if this was a policy that was adopted in deference and in quiet contemplation.
Funny, I start talking about tentacle porn, I get more views.
But of course, that's not the case.
How creepy is that?
To hide the details of the war and the
Hi,
costs of
tentacle
the
porn
war
fan viewer.
from the American people, and in some cases, the world.
Are you implying that that there's U.S. contractors in Afghanistan right now fighting a war, or is this all talking?
I didn't have a choice to watch that when I watched it. I was living with some roommates,
who are holding guns,
and we had this guy Rick. Coincidentally, he was a Florida man, and he had a big ass TV, and he had the first iteration of a Sony PlayStation. He was what we called a couch buddy because he lived on our couch, but that's what he had to offer the house. And so the whole thing is like we could pretty much watch whatever we wanted on it until, like, you know, he wanted to game or watch anime. And so I got stuck watching Yurosoko Doji and Yurosoko Doji 2, which are some extremely fucking twisted ass porn.
So
like
if you have an oil field or a
Japanese anime porn, it's so alarming. It's
you have a 30-year contract.
It threatens my conscience.
With the Afghanistan government.
What's going on here?
What do you mean? What's your question? Yes, of course there are
Tick, tick,
security forces there right now.
And you think that the sort of like companies like Blackwater are out in Afghanistan fighting like essentially a war right now?
I mean, they're not holding guns for no reason.
Can we get proof?
Well, I mean, they've actually been in trouble for war crimes. Blackwater has been in trouble for war crimes, so there's no question they're crooked.
that may be the case. That may be the case.
Of course, it's the case. Why do you think people go to war? Like,
that may
use
be
your
the case.
head.
That, like Blackwater
for many reasons.
Yeah, but
People are
Money.
in Afghanistan like because they want to be like heroes and do the right thing. Now, I'm not
It's
talking about
the money,
soldiers. I'm talking
Lebowski.
about the politicians who lead us to war. Like they're there to profit. They're there to make money. And like a really good way to do that, right, is
I
through
believe
funding private
Afghanistan was-
contractors out of the Department of Defense and the Pentagon.
Hey, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember that our
making
soldiers couldn't
trillions
even
of
get body armor, but we had Eric Prince and Blackwater getting paid? I remember that. I remember knowing my own family members having to ship off body armor to their kids because their kids couldn't get body armor, but Eric Prince and Blackwater got paid. You bet your bottom dollar they did. So absolutely, there is a profit motive.
No sex. You've been muted by an audience member for 10 minutes. We'll get back to you though. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the donation. All right. Let's. So Jason talked about Blackwater, and they were getting paid. Anyone else want to jump in on that?
I'll be surprised if there's
go ahead.
I'm just gonna say I'll be surprised if there's active contractors like in Afghanistan like right now. Simply because like the U.S. itself, like the country as a whole, pulled the fuck out.
Wait, hold on. Eric Prince is actually chartering flights for $6,500 a seat. Blackwater.
Right. Let me correct myself. Right.
Why does it surprise you?
I'm 100% positive there's probably some Navy SEAL and Secret Squirrel dude that's like in Afghanistan still, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple Navy SEAL equivalent contractors that are over there still. But if we're talking about like massive like groups,
Hey, thanks for following Base of It. I have to do a dab now.
Like I'm certain there's probably some guy in Afghanistan that's hanging out in a fucking hotel. But like because I think I have to source this, but I saw where they said like if you're an American and you didn't make it to the airport yet, we're done. We can't do anything more for you. You should have made it by that time. You had a substantial amount of time. We can't help you anymore. So it's like if we're making declarations like that publicly, I still am trying to source it from the other source that I got it from. Then I think it's like I don't think we have like a substantial presence there of contractors anymore.
Dabs for follows. That's the way we do, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of. Oh, sorry, go.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say I just Googled it real quick. Obviously, that's not like anything thorough, but I mean, it seems to be. I think the reason that No Sex was referencing the numbers from last year is because that's the last time that these numbers were officially updated. So at this point, we just don't know how many contractors there are.
Where would they be?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's quite possible that they're also withdrawing, but it just seems to be something that's somewhat unclear. Maybe just because this question hasn't.
What is the question here? Is the question
like, well, I mean,
we're still secretly waging a war against Afghanistan using military contractors?
Yeah, like that there would still be some sort of like military contractor presence past the point of the U.S. military officially withdrawing. You know.
I think I have to probably agree with New Salsa that while the number of private contractors, I'm sure they're leaving along with everyone else, there's probably going to be a bunch of CIA spies and stuff still hanging around forever. That's what they always do.
What on
like
earth are you guys doing in my chat? You guys are maniacs.
The country so quickly.
I know you.
That's the question you gotta ask yourself. If there's a large multitude of people,
I'm the one that's doing all the dabs. Why are you the ones that are all freed up?
But like Bagram Air Force Base, that's gone. The airport, whatever we were at, is gone. All the other bases are gone. This is where these contractors were.
My sense is that the U.S. is going to continue to profit off of Afghanistan, though. I mean,
how would we profit in the first place?
Yeah, how
did we get on hentai porn?
Afghanistan?
It's resources extraction.
Hi, Biscuit. What's cracking?
I don't think we're extracting anything.
How are you supposed
You
to
know, it's funny. I said that and my Alexa went off. That was so weird.
How do you?
Biscuit makes my Alexa go off.
We have anyone got any sources on that? Because like my understanding is that it's to get pay to get equipment out to the middle of Afghanistan.
Biscuit, follow me.
you've got
I
the
need
insurgency
follows.
while you're surrounded
Help
by
a brother
like,
out. Come on.
Iran, Pakistan, China. My understanding is that
Oh, we're rocking and rolling. I'm loving doing this debate stuff.
going on at all.
I'm
Pakistan is
new
an
to the
ally, but
debate
my
bro
sense
world.
is- I don't know the
I'm trying to jump
specifics,
in
but I
head
don't think you were
first.
there for 20 years out of some altruistic motive.
Blame Mike. He's the one making me do this.
I believe we're there for like.
He coaxed me for like 2 years to do this. I hadn't done it.
What's strategic about Afghanistan?
So getting
it's
allies
like-
in the Middle East is very helpful, seeing as how we already have allies in the Middle East. We would like to have more of them.
I'd say that I believe that the strategic importance of Afghanistan was that after the 9/11 attacks, it was
That's what they all say,
that
Duty.
Afghanistan was supposedly like a hotbed of the extremists that sort of like pushed the attack on America, and I think that
It's not that they necessarily were the extremists themselves, but they didn't go after Al Qaeda or any of the groups involved. So, like, as to my understanding, it wasn't people like the Taliban weren't the ones committing the terror on the United States, but they also weren't going after Al Qaeda, which found relative refuge in Afghanistan, which is why we went in there. It wasn't for oil.
I don't think there's oil in Afghanistan.
It,
but
it
there are
was
other
for minerals and opium.
It looks like there are a lot of like mineral
copper.
resources there, like valued at around $1 trillion.
Yes,
Yeah, sure, but
mass
not even
amounts of
like-
mineral
not even
resources.
China's. Sorry, go on.
If it's still like that's the thing. That's my understanding. Like I'm talking out my ass here. I'm not trying to pretend like this is factual. So if someone has something counter 100% correct me. It's my understanding. Like there's all these resources in Afghanistan. Blah blah blah. None of that is built up. None of the industry is not there. Like we haven't started, or no country has really started extracting that information. Extracting that. So we're not like we're not pulling this. Like the idea. Like I don't think it's a good idea that we're in Afghanistan for 20 years for lithium, right? I don't think that's a thing.
I think it's pretty clear that there was a plan to invade many different countries in the Middle East.
I'll show you my dungeon for 2 quarters.
Who's that?
I mean, yeah, someone. That's you.
Concentrate.
You're typing. Just mute yourself, please. Thank you. No, yeah, Karis, finish your point. And then, no sex. You're unmuted. So.
I mean, based on the behavior
Everybody's
of the United
coming.
States after we went into Afghanistan,
How did we
we
get on
geared up, we
that
went
far?
in, then right after that we
Gushy.
went to Iraq. These days we're messing around in Syria. It feels like there was definitely
Ask a
some
question,
motive
Bisky.
for going into all these countries in the Middle East. I don't think it was just counterterrorism. Possibly it's this strategic, value of Afghanistan,
fucking
like you guys
come
say, but I don't believe
on
that that's
my
really
ass.
a very good motive anyway.
Dude,
Certainly the defense contractors
fucker.
made a buck off of it. That's all I've got to say. I don't know many details, but I always thought it went without saying that
Not
these,
particularly.
strange wars in the Middle East that don't seem to benefit
I worked for his company for many
direct
years.
way are all based on profit motive.
Sorry.
Everybody's coming.
No sex. Everyone had been talking to you and about
No sex
you,
is getting no
while
sex,
you,
and we're getting all the
muted.
sex
Someone
up in
give you
here.
space to respond.
So I mean, I have sources. I've been posting them in chat, right? Like contractors. Who
I have 12 dabs
gear
I have to do.
plans.
I'm so
So
screwed.
the withdrawal is announced. Everybody knows that there's a withdrawal. And they're posting job openings, and they're making arrangements to bring out more contractors. There are current contractors and senior Afghan officials talking about certain cities remaining as hubs for
No, working for his company sucked. It was way better when it was
and there
bought out
are
by eBay, but then
that New York Mag is reporting
they
said
split
to
from
them that, of
eBay, and when
course,
they
they're
split
gonna
from
be there.
eBay,
They
they
have a
turned to
year
dog shit.
contract, right? These are private entities. They can do whatever the fuck they want, right? And some of them are, you probably are a certain type of person if you answer a job ad for Blackwater. So yeah, I don't think they're afraid. I think they want to get paid. And leader, you were asking how you make money there. Yeah, of course, there's a shit ton of resource
Except
extraction in that country. Some of it is Australia, some of it is China, some of it is United States.
Oh yeah,
There
look you
were,
guys up. What do you think
there
I'm
were
crazy?
bids for these sorts of things, right? There's
A little bit. I
there's a
can see
lot of
where you guys are at.
speculation that probably the bids went to who they went to because of bribery and other things, right?
Can
Like I
you-
know the world is crazy,
you
right?
show us-
People
can you show us,
people
like,
cheat
where
and
that is?
lie and steal. It's fucked up.
Listen, buddy, would you be able to show us
23-ker?
where
But
get
the,
some
the
articles
the
from?
main
Pound
way of
24.
making money in Afghanistan, leader, which if you were listening to any fucking
Well,
thing
you're
that I
just fucking-
said,
you're not-
was
so
the
now you're gonna pivot,
was
are
the
you?
payment of private security forces, which
Wonderful.
I've done a
Do
pool
you
before.
think that the private security
Suspension and stuff. I've done a pool.
U.S. government in Afghanistan right now?
Yes,
No.
dude, they're getting
Stand BTS away. Nobody's gonna be mad at you.
There's also companies like
Sorry.
Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Like, are you like so soft in the brain that you like literally don't know any of this shit?
Dude,
Like, why do you
your
think we're in
conspiracy
Afghanistan?
theories are just
To
like,
fight
why do you
the evils
why
of
do you think-
terrorism?
what do you what you
To
think?
make
So let me get
money.
this straight.
To
You think
make
that
money.
you think that the United States is going to Afghanistan, a country which is war torn, which is in insurgency, is
Perfect,
going in there to,
I wonder
is
if
going
Prime
to
has
try and
ever even thought
right
once
after
to drop into my stream
Yeah, of
while we're
They're
doing this,
idiots.
just to
They
see
don't even
like
do-
what
they
the
don't-
hell
like,
is he
the
doing?
Resources don't even get out of the ground in places
Wait.
in Africa.
So
because
do you
they
think-
don't-
never
do you think
had
the
an
US
oil
thought they were
mine.
gonna lose?
They
They
never
talk
had
about
an
how they do
oil.
lithium.
They never had an oil well in the entire country until like 2013.
It's
Like,
a
what the
funny
fuck
thing.
are you
If-
talking about? You don't
Here's-
know
here's a-
shit. You don't know a fucking thing that you're talking about.
Dude,
Well,
no one went
these are-
to Afghanistan for oil. Get out of here.
China did. Yeah, they fucking did. Yeah.
You seem to think
Like,
that
you
the
get
US
China
I'm into
are
it.
going to lose the war.
Cat of nine tails, whips,
Half of Blackwater are like non. I mean, it's an American
chips,
company,
dips,
but
chains,
not
and
all
whips,
of its,
baby. That's the kind of party I'm into.
Employees are American.
Do you have a source on
No,
that?
if it's
What?
an
Dude, this is like common fucking knowledge. Google it.
Wait, can I ask?
No, because it's like there's rule sets that the United States government operates underneath if you're going to work for us, right?
They're
Same thing
private
that
companies.
hold on, and no, you're a private company, but you're beholden to the contracts that we have for the government, and certain things are legal. It's the same reason why SpaceX only can hire American citizens for if they're doing rocketry or anything around there, right? There's rule sets. A lot of the contracts that you're going to require to go overseas, right? You're going to need like either American citizenship. You can look at it because you got to remember, I'm a veteran. I had my top secret security clearance. I can get paid by these people. I looked at these contracts. I looked at
No.
these things. These are
Like
good money.
even if I accepted what you're saying, of course, America is not the only country in the business of making money off war.
We're
right?
hiring
Britain
soldiers
is
of
there,
fortune.
Australia is there, China is
We're
there.
hiring soldiers of fortune. That's what they are. They're soldiers of fortune. That's all they are.
Okay, hold on.
Only
Okay.
half of the contractors which are there are American, right? It's money to be made, and people are going to make money there. If you're a corporation, you want to extract resources there, and there's an ongoing war, you need to pay security. You need people to drive your workers around. You need
How you like
Blackwater.
I wanna. Okay. I wanna.
This is
hold on,
not
hold on.
controversial.
Hold on. I wanna give Kobe a shot because he's gonna be here for.
Is he gonna?
And then
are they gonna bully
And
me?
then we're gonna go to Pan.
Oh, I'm so
they
sorry.
all
No, that's a
are
good
gonna
point.
bully.
Are they gonna mute me in chat again
Yes.
for posting?
Exactly.
Don't
big an
No, I
idiot.
have to- I share no
Yeah, to do it.
sex.
Okay, I'm gonna talk. Sorry.
He is getting bullied in chat, and he,
Yeah,
it is a
absolutely.
bully.
All I'm speaking is the truth. It's like ridiculous.
Okay, so let's go. So number one, so the reason I had to jump
Number
in,
one, I'm a cop.
that was so fucking funny, dude. You said like, well, the first oil well that was built in all of Afghanistan was 2013. The oil well that you're talking about was discovered in 2010.
Mike is not
Obviously,
dumb. The
it could not have
whole
built-
reason I'm
built-
even
been built
doing
before
any of this is because
2013
Mike
or
pressured me for
because they didn't
2
know it was fucking there.
freaking years
And
to
it
do
kinda
it.
makes sense that if you're
And I
irrelevant,
finally did it like 3 weeks
it's
ago.
not, for two.
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Number two.
So I'm 2 weeks on the scene.
Hold on. All of us
He
here
gets
remembers
muted?
literally the Pentagon, the CIA, and Biden all saying how the Afghan national government was going to stand for expenditures.
Yes, they are.
You
He's a
quoted
G.
2-month-old article that was
100.
that was referring to contracts with the now deposed Afghan national government. Obviously,
trained the army?
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. Obviously, they had contracts that extended beyond fucking the end of September because they thought the fucking government was going to stand. These contracts are old. This is just so incredibly stupid. The
What do
idea
y'all
that there are
think of Jamal
contractors.
Bowman? What do y'all think of Jamal Bowman?
Literally the world's biggest pivot ever. What? We literally just.
I'm just curious.
Anyway, okay, so here is
Kandahar to fucking America.
Listen,
Talking about Jamal Bowman.
Here is U.S. Representative Jamal Bowman, and I quote: "This was like last week. This was like last week." All right,
so a U.S. representative, what do you say?
He said, "It's too generous to say we wasted 2.26 trillion on wars in Afghanistan. The reality is, military contractors got rich off those wars. We didn't just waste that money. We funneled it to the same people whose political donations will fund more pro-war candidates."
Sure, so
Yeah, but wait, the only thing in that was talking about Afghanistan was
Yeah, we did do this. And do you want to know why we had contractors? Because a lot of people there was a significant anti-war sentiment in the at the second half.
Yes,
the second half of the second half
Heck
of the
yes.
first Obama
Yeah, there's an
administration.
Hit that follow button.
And now
I'll do a dab for you on camera if you hit the follow button. That's part of my jam.
As King of Williams, is Western chauvinism.
I'm so happy to have you guys with us, and feel free to dialogue. I want to hear what you guys have to say. It's important to me.
Yeah, after the Vietnam War,
I get to respond to that.
After the Vietnam War, rich and powerful
goldfish
Bisky, you ain't got to be like us. You know, that's the thing. Like, we need diversity of opinion and idealism,
what Kobe's
right?
talking about
That's
is
the
I was
only way
saying
that we
American
grow,
fascists
right?
are
We
not
try to
better
find
than
consensus somewhere,
the
you know?
Taliban.
You also said
That's what I
The
said.
show
and you-
is,
and then
hey,
you-
Master
and then you
Dodo
agreed
15.
with it. And then you agreed
Hit
with
that
it.
follow button. I'll do a
But
dab for
Kobe-
you.
But
And a
Kobe,
bully.
but the thing about right, I don't think it's really crucial to
12 still?
No sexist argument that
every single thing you said was wrong.
Wait.
But every single
Just
thing
let
that you said was literally
no.
actually incorrect. And then
No,
you just talk about
let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. It's
didn't
not
say a
crucial
single
to
thing that
his
was wrong.
argument that
every single point he made, yeah.
That the Afghanistan. So we draw down from Afghanistan, and that's why everybody is up in arms and is crying.
Guys,
in the
I
media.
totally do
It's
these
because it
straight up
does
on
suggest
camera
an end to all of
during
this,
my own
crap,
streams.
all of these
The reason I don't do it on their
contractors
streams
and
is
all of
there's
this
a bunch of people in different
military-industrial
states.
complex.
I don't want them to get flagged. I'm trying to be respectful. But yes, I am actually doing the fat dabs under the desk here. We are on the trail to 50. We really want to get there.
So
if you guys hit that follow button, I will absolutely do a fat dab for
military-industrial
you.
complex was there profiting. He does not need to say that they will continue profiting on forever. Yes, we are withdrawing from there. Yes, Eric Prince was out in the media, crying about this thing and talking about what he would do, what he would put together as a team to deal with it. And so, yeah, absolutely.
I want to respond to that. Hold on. I came on to refute the claim that there are American contractors in Afghanistan right now, and that there are contracts that go past September. That is demonstrably false. He was quoting old articles.
First of all, that's not
Blackwater's there right now
right,
selling seats for $6,500 a piece. What are you talking about? There are contractors there.
Kobe's talking out of their ass is what they're talking about.
The last plane out of
Post the source in chat. I already posted
I will do it right now.
Two.
Last plane out of Afghanistan.
That's Kobe's obsession. That's not part. That's
That is
not
the
no second
we're out.
argument.
We're no more. There are no more Americans.
Oh, did they get out? Did they get out today? That's new information. That's what I'm saying.
I want to concede. I want to concede.
Yeah, let's hear from the.
I want to concede. Okay, there's a solid snake fucking CIA agent in the mountains of Kandahar going. I have contacted the lions of the Panjshir. Bring me air. I will concede that. But when
That's
we
literally
say,
true,
obviously,
that's literally true.
I literally saying I'm conceding that. Yes, there are probably there are CIA agents in every single country on planet.
So Kobe,
you said there are military contractors, and you brought up the idea of copper mines and fucking wells. What you were talking about is the obvious implication.
In the middle of Afghanistan,
That's what you get. I'm hitting a G-Pen Connect. Hang on, I'll show you guys real quick. Oh, no, I can't. There's no way for me to pull the camera off without...
I can't approach fucking negative. You won't claim this.
It would be a big hassle.
I'm sorry, we are literally arguing like
Look up GPen Connect though.
Like, will you please prove that a little kid wouldn't be called anti-white, or if he said he didn't like CRT? Like,
I gave
sorry,
both.
Dog, I can't.
I was a trooper about it.
Sounds
okay,
like
so here's from the article. Here's from the article.
Was not
Hold
The 2-month-old.
I don't know how to do a weed dab. I only know how to do concentrate dabs, and I already did that for you.
Let's go to Bishop and then Leader, right?
So to no sex, it didn't seem like your argument wasn't that, or it didn't seem
Well,
like your
that's because
argument
you're
was that there
not
are
you're not
military
quick like me.
contractors profiting off the war from Afghanistan. That's something that I think is pretty reasonable. It seemed to me like your claim was that they were taking mineral resources out of Afghanistan and selling those for a profit. Now that's the problem I have. And
all of these things are
not happening, Bisky. I see you. I see you.
can't seem to find anything on taking all this oil and stuff and selling it from Afghanistan.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it
it's
could be
legit.
wrong. Like I
It's
wouldn't put it
talking
past
about his
I wouldn't put it past the U.S. military to do that, but like
I actually don't know.
can't find any evidence of
let
that.
him
Like well, I agree that the military contracts that these contractors get, they're profiting a lot on it, and that's probably
let me
not
wait till
the
somebody
best
makes a
way
good
for
point, and I'll
peace.
dab at that point.
We probably don't want them to have super
How about
lucrative
that?
contracts and stuff like that, but I don't see anything about this resource extraction from Afghanistan.
That's what the CIA was there to talk to the Taliban about.
Vice did a news article. Vice did a report on it actually.
It was like a puppet state where they could get a hold of that lithium for
That
sure.
appeals to me. That appeals to me, Kobe. Thank you for that one.
That's like
so-
that's both of y'all get like +5 food points.
Let's go to hold on. Let's go to Bishop. And
I got
Leader.
things
Don't worry,
happening.
you'll get a
Thank you
chance to
guys so
respond,
much for
to all of
following.
this. Write it down. Yeah, you can write it down.
Bisky.
Yeah, and if
Yeah,
there is
I
a
just want to
source,
say,
like, put it in chat.
Yeah, I
Bishop.
already put it in the chat. Like nobody gives a shit about my sources. I don't fucking look at them.
I read your source and pulled it
What
apart.
you put in was that
Yeah, make sure I don't. I got this dinky little cable for my
yeah, I just want
mic.
to say, heading out for the night, but I just wanted to say, no sex. I'm really sorry for starting the whole source thing. I feel so bad for you, man.
I would have called for it.
Thank
Like
you.
I agree with like a quarter of your points. But I mean, yeah, like, that's all
I agree with his points. I don't agree with his approach. How's that?
Yeah, I'm done for the night. But yeah, that's.
I'll have a good one. Thank you for being here. Bishop.
I have no interest in talking because like I've obviously any reasonable person would know that I disagree with what he said.
Oh,
There are no
heck
contractors.
yes,
The
thank you for
contractors with the government
donating.
doesn't exist anymore. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan doesn't exist. The Islamic government of Afghanistan does exist. We took the
That's
L.
because
Let's make fun
Duty
of America. Let's make
rocks.
fun of
She should
America
be
for
on
how
one of
we
these
had
panels
contracts
for
that we don't fucking
sure.
exist anymore. Let's make fun of the imperial giant. I don't know. Also, no, is it no sex or nose X?
Shut the fuck up, dude. Come on.
Okay, have a good night, everybody.
Okay, fine. All right. I think Stardust just.
I
made
love
up
the
for
fact
no
check.
sex.
That's
So,
cool.
But okay. Well, let's go to Leader.
I mean, so like, NoSec started this whole thing off by being like, oh, there's a war being fought in Afghanistan right now by US contractors, or at least he led the implication to be as such. And,
I love living in Arizona where weed is legal and I can smoke it all I freaking want. I said frigging.
You know, he's being mined for like oil and stuff. The reality is,
Guys,
that there is
what do I get
probably
if I get down to
almost
zero?
No mineral resource extraction going on in Afghanistan.
Like 0
and there's
dabs owed.
Probably almost
Do
no
I
oil
get something?
resource being taken out. At least,
Like
you know,
you mean like right now or like?
Can I stop
a
being
year
your
ago?
dab
What do you mean?
Why
slave?
don't you just like restate
Dab
your claim
slave.
because it seems like
Dab
kind of muddy
slave.
now.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, there are absolutely security contractors there, and the withdrawal. Like this article was posted like about the withdrawal. Like the article is literally called "The U.S. is leaving Afghanistan?" ? Tell that to the contractors. American firms capitalize on the withdrawal, moving
So what,
in.
that
with-
gives you what?
Shut the
carte
fuck
blanche to
up. Moving
speculate on
in
all this
with
shit.
hundreds of new jobs.
But
Like this article is New York Magazine. They're talking to Afghanistan officials. They're talking to U.S. military officials, and they're talking personally to contractors. Many of these people are saying we have full intention to stay. My contract is a year. The withdrawal is happening, but you know this is money that I want to make. Right?
Right, but
Like,
Kobe
there
made a
is
good
that-
point. Like the government that would have been having these contracts is not in place. Whatever officials, like your article is more than 3 months old. None of the
Yeah.
officials that would have like, you know, had these contracts made with them or like knew
Yeah.
about that, they're not even in place anymore.
Yeah, that's why
You
they
don't think there was some
war.
kind of planning? The military and the government just walked away. They just walked away. They didn't even try to fight for the country. Like
Yeah,
it was
and
like
I mean, like, think about this. Can we please think about this? Who was
absolutely
training?
it's relevant.
Who was
3
training?
months ago,
Who
America
was
was still in Afghanistan.
4,000 troops compared to like
3
20,000?
months ago, America was still in Afghanistan, and this is where your article is written from.
I think it's very possible. It's very possible that
Yes,
that
but
they
we're
did not expect the
supposed to
Taliban
round
to take over as quickly as they did, and so maybe these articles from 3 months ago are not so relevant today. But I really don't see the relevance either way. I mean, the fact that we lost the war doesn't mean it wasn't an imperial war in the pursuit of mineral resources. You know,
Wait, so have I yet to see?
What you just said, Curtis,
You'll get no
was the
disagreement from me on that.
was the entire point of what Kobe was saying. Right? He's like, yes, contractors are going to remain after the U.S. government leaves because they have contracts with the Afghan government
Here's me doing my best DMX.
Yeah, now that the
continue to
government
maintain,
right now,
to continue to
I'm hitting a
maintain and to train the people that are
Puffco
there,
peak.
right?
Yeah,
Because
it's
you have to
illegal.
train
I got the
people that
Sunset
are
Burst one.
black.
It's pretty tight.
No, it would have been perfectly legal.
If you have
Yeah,
okay,
you know,
so like if
Debs
you're
are
hiring
Debs are
a private security
Debs are a
force, right,
bitch.
and you made a deal.
I'm trying not
with
to
a
say the
former
F word, so
government
every
which has
time
now
I
been
say the F
toppled
word,
by an insurrection, right?
I have to take a
But
dab.
you
They're trying to
required
get me to where I'm
tens of
marketable,
thousands of security
but
forces, private
my
security
friends
forces
here
to
that
defend your
care about this
mines,
stream, they want me
your
to
oil
be
wells,
more
or
marketable,
whatever
so they're
already,
like,
right,
you can't cuss
during
on
the
stream. So now
occupation
every time you say the
right?
F word, you have to take
And
a
then the
dab.
government
So yeah, I'm
falls,
getting
and
pretty
you
wrecked.
have all this money invested with all these workers there,
Blame
with
them.
all these security forces.
Blame your
there.
chat buddies.
Are you just gonna
Tell
like
them to
say,
knock it
like,
off.
yeah, we were defending
Strongly encourage it.
We were defending this mine with guns and bombs a year ago.
But yes,
now
I'll be
that
fine. Thank you very much for asking. That's really sweet.
Against the
no,
Taliban.
wait, because we could just look at this just presented as such. So the real answer is you would 100% withdraw. Hold on, listen to the words that I'm saying. You would 100% withdraw because there's no money
Hey
there
man,
anymore.
from the generation I come
The
from, they
money-
say you
the-
cop
the
to get off.
contract
You
that
know,
you're
I
gonna
mean
have
that's how it
with the
was.
government and everything else like that.
If you weren't
that
choking, you weren't
government is
token.
No longer there.
That's how it was, baby.
Who
Like
cares?
that- who-
What difference
How are
does
you
it
going?
make?
Who cares?
Hold on, wait.
to have
The
oil
people
wells
wanted to get paid
around.
to get paid to remain. Like, what is your motivation to remain? Because you're right. It's
Yep,
expensive.
dude, he
right?
did.
And it's
I
like,
actually,
fuck,
yeah, I'm ordering
I
them
just
this
got all
weekend
these
too.
people on contracts, and I flew them all out to Afghanistan. I got to make all these decisions, but the people we were doing business with are no longer there. I'm not going to just like stay for what reason? Like there's no monetary incentive for them to stay because the people that are there, the contracts are gone. They're worth nothing. They return home. They're probably gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they fucking sued the government or some shit.
They're
Or like,
probably
hey,
really
government,
pissed
you-
off.
No,
That's for
like,
sure.
Yeah, like they're like, hey, U.S. government, you told me like they were supposed to be there. Now my money's gone. I invested all this. I
What do
invested
you
all
mean,
this cash
U.S.
flow.
government? They made contracts with like
No,
the,
right? But
the
it's like
government.
Oh, don't do that to me. Come on, that's on network
The
TV now.
idea is that to remain, right? You were supposed to remain and were supposed to be there, and now we had to fucking leave. You could just simply ask yourself this, right? Like, where are they? That's all. If we can find something where they're a location, because before I could tell you they're at Bagram or they're at one of the other fucking large bases or FOBs, but now where are they? They don't have support. They don't have like actual air support. They don't have like resources coming in. They don't have the logistic chains that the United States had. And so like in mass, where are those guys at? Like if they're coming with a charter, whoever said like 6,500 to flight to get out, yeah, if they're coming in with a charter in mass, the numbers that were like, where are they? That's all. And like the honest answer is that the contracts are no longer valid because the people they're going to do contracts with aren't there anymore, or like it's too dangerous for them because the U.S. backed out entirely in Afghan army. And
Yeah,
it's
I
ANA
understand. I
and
understand.
and so
Yeah,
we
like
leave.
massive resource extraction, like after the fact, is going to be too difficult and not profitable.
But you haven't shown us any evidence that there was massive resource extraction
think
happening
he's-
before.
I think he's
There was-
conceding.
checked your sources in the chat. It wasn't there. I checked on Google. It wasn't there.
There is mining in Afghanistan.
Yeah,
it's
of
just,
course
it's,
there's
it's
mining
not,
in Afghanistan.
It's not industrialized. It's very low tech. I read an article about it a while back, but I don't think that really hurts the point. It's obvious that the presence,
That would be pivotal to the point.
Well, maybe his point, but the argument about the motivations, I guess, or the reason for such a long extended protracted war in
Which is the most
Afghanistan doesn't
important
change.
point of my argument on whole.
It doesn't change. I mean, everyone knows that there's minerals in Afghanistan. But
Well,
yeah,
but
I think
we
also have
Leader,
to
you
say that
literally asked like, how did we make money there? Private security.
I'm trying to get it out of you. I'm trying to sort of like.
I told you like 20 times.
Biscuit, do I know you?
Security forces.
No, you were like the resources, the oil, the extraction of the.
It's
they're
okay to
there now
be a
for
mom.
a year.
Check the VOD.
Go check the VOD.
Well, like no, I was going to mention it's probably cheaper to have.
I appreciate the love and concern. Actually, you know what? Let me tell you something. The reason I do this is because I got run over by a car.
The reason for is that because it's not
and
just
if I didn't do this, I would be on opiates and I would be a drug addict. And I don't want to be a drug addict. I'd rather smoke weed than I would be addicted to opium or like opiates for the rest of my life. So, you know, that's where I'm at.
The security forces to do
So,
their job.
We don't know how many contractors are there. I don't know how many planes left, right? If there's
Where you from,
tens of
Bisky?
thousands of contractors there, there is no doubt. Not only, like they might not be,
Tripping nuts.
not be paid, right? But there are certainly abandoned contractors, right? Like there are like food workers who are there to feed. What do you mean what?
Abandoned
like,
American
I'm just saying, this sounds like this feels a lot different than what
maybe,
it first
but
came off
like I
as.
said, half of all the contractors are non-American in the
Wait, are
country.
No,
Is the
so like
Taliban paying them now?
I can vouch a little bit like yes.
Oh.
The non-contractors that are non-American.
The contractors that are non-American.
Yeah, the contractors that are non-American, like
Oh, rock and roll
like
from
in
Canada.
Stuffs and things along those lines.
Well,
And
hello,
certain,
neighbor
like,
to the north.
Well, like if we're talking about around American secrets, you have to.
Do you
be
like it up there?
You have to be.
Like, I mean, how do you guys view America?
Right. Like,
how do you guys view the United States right now?
Right? It doesn't seem like
Has
the
it
fervor
bettered
for war
since
is
Biden's been in office, or do you have the similar views?
The fervor for war in Afghanistan is for sure dissipated.
The
Like,
appetite
there's
for
no-
war is like
What I would be interested to see is if the Taliban maybe starts paying these contractors to protect them against ISIS-K or whatever that's coming out. What if we just swap one out for the other and we have, you know,
I mean,
the repeat of what's been going on?
private security forces don't care who pays them. They just
Well, I
care
tell
who
you
they
what, this U.S. citizen does. I got no problem with Canada. Absolutely love Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I feel this sounds like the sort of thing that would definitely be like.
We both have
reported
some
on recently if
similar
this happened.
past
Like, maybe it's yet to
transgressions against
happen,
the native
but I don't
people
think
of
you
our
can even
lands that
demonstrate
need to be
like,
corrected.
that
But you
last
know,
point in time
I
where
think
they
that's a
did have
mutual
some
thing that
official
we
update
are
on the
both
number
working
of,
through
you know,
individually
private,
as our own
military
countries, and
contractors
I
that
think
were
in some
there,
ways
that
collectively.
was
And
even
I
over
hope
10,000 people.
that
I
both
think
the
it's
First
like
Nations
7,000
and
people, the Library of
Indigenous Americans get their
you want me
just
to
due.
maybe-
Want me to
They
post the
deserve much
source?
more than they have
we
now.
maybe equivocating
And I've said that for
between,
years.
military
I've said that for
contractors and
years.
private
That's
contractors?
always been
Are
a
they all
firm
military
stance I have.
No. The 27,000 contractors are just private contractors. Period. I think the majority.
These all be like foodstuffs people, essentially.
Well, I
And
think
you would have no idea of the you'd have no idea on the map.
Well, like
Someone's got to rebuild the country.
Like the mineral exhaust extraction that's just not happening.
If there are 4,000 U.S. Army troops there, right? Would you need 27,000 people to feed them? Think about it, leader. And most of those are security.
Maybe they're training. Maybe they're training the U.S. Maybe they're like training the police force, training the Afghan army.
Yes,
These
but
are the
then
things
they're
they could
military.
be doing. They
Yes,
could be maintaining
yes.
U.S. the army of the
Yes,
machines
exactly.
of the
Private
Afghan army.
contractors. You're absolutely right. Private contractors were paid by the U.S. government to train Afghan security forces, and they lost the country in 11 days. You're absolutely right. Makes you
Because
think.
the U.S. pulled out. Because they pulled out like that. The U.S. pulled out so fast and so
The
hard.
US had
even the
4,000
allies
troops
didn't even know what the fuck that was going. Like Europe had no idea what the U.S. was going to do.
US had
The pullout of Afghanistan was a wreck. It wasn't done well.
Thrown the shit out of some hill and killed like 7 kids.
You think if they pulled out more slowly, the Afghan military would have, bulked up in the next half a year or so? It wouldn't have changed a single thing.
We were there
Come
for
on.
20 years, leader. Like
the way this was described, the American government had various assets that were helping the Afghan forces maintain sort of like
Stardust is
position.
back.
There was a lot of places in Afghanistan which couldn't be reached without like
It's kind of
vested in,
libertarian.
like air and logistical support, and that when the US like pulled out, it like ripped their ability to like get to these like remote areas with their various modes of transportation, and that played a huge part in just like killing the morale of the Afghan army. Like no
We
one
couldn't have given them a couple helicopters or something.
No, the US took the ability to repair, maintain, like, all their equipment as well. So like
It just
essentially-
sad, 'cause
I've said
20
it before
years,
and
I
I'll
mean,
say
you'd
it
think
again.
you'd be
We
able
should have
to-
pulled out our assets, our embassy people, all the U.S. citizens before we pulled our troops out. That was the biggest mistake we made. We should have taken care of them and then pulled out. Hey, and I'm all about getting out of it. I think we should have gotten out of it as quickly as possible. We could have done it quickly and efficiently. We wouldn't have even had to alarm people. If we would have done it fast enough and just been strategic enough about it, we could have got our people out and then pulled the military out.
Jason, I think the reason why that didn't
So-
occur is because just real quick, the reason why that didn't occur is because we're expecting the ANA and everybody else to like to not instantly dissolve.
Yeah,
We also announced it. We announced it ahead of time.
Yeah, since
If we
they
had been
instantly
sneakily
dissolved,
pulling people
that's,
out, it would've
like,
been
we're
noticed.
like, hold on, we weren't prepared for that, and I think that's why. I don't think it was like malice or just like someone didn't think about this. Like, oh shit, it's just like they instantly dissolved. We weren't expecting that.
But I think most people realized that the Afghan government was going to fall to the Taliban. Like, I mean, when the national news coverage is such that it's telling you that, it's kind of brazen to think that our own military wouldn't know the same thing.
I agree.
I
understand
they had like a
historical
3-month
revisionism. They
timeframe.
were not. They're
Oh, never mind.
It seems like people were just surprised that it happened so fast, more than that it happened. From all the coverage that I read, is that they were expecting it to take a little bit longer than it did.
Yeah. Like,
Can I just point out really quick?
They knew it was gonna
like,
happen. Just it wasn't that quick.
Just really quick. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know what source you're using, no sex, but from usnews.com, I can link this to as of July 21st of this year. So, 2 months more recent than your original source. You're cutting out a little bit for me.
Can you?
Yeah, you're frozen.
Well, anyway, so basically, according to this, which again, I'll link it in a second, it says new documents prepared for Congress by the Defense Department show the total number of all kinds of contractors in Afghanistan has dropped by more than half in the last 3 months, from almost 17,000 as of April to only 7,800 this month, with fewer than 2,700 Americans among them. So this thing of like, 27,000 or something, like, that's just not the case.
So no sex had no idea what he was talking about.
He was making a little bit of a strange point. I don't really get what his
So
point
let's
was.
go Stardust.
Oh, I was gonna make. He's gone now.
Right, Nosex?
Oh, he's there.
He's
Oh,
there. He's just
okay.
frozen.
He's just really laggy.
Oh, he's frozen.
I think he
I was
had
gonna make a
internet
joke about like, is it nose X or no sex? Because it could be like SpaceX, and you're sending noses into space, right? Instead of cars, like Elon Musk. I'm here for the bad jokes, guys. You could send noses into space. What about Lil Nose X? Like Lil Nas X.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Nose to the old buffet. Oh no, he's gone.
He'll come back. He'll come back. Don't worry.
I mean, I don't think it's no sex because I don't think he's sending noses into space, but it's probably no sex because I'm pretty sure he is doing that.
I mean, like,
Hey, don't be like that. You don't know.
It's a
You
hard
don't know
knocks
that.
life. It's a hard knocks life.
We're not
Make it
making.
nose
Look,
X
I am
and,
not
like,
making
you just
these.
had it together. That would be like a crucial oversight in like
I am
trying
not-
to name yourself.
I'm not
Hey,
making
I'm
jokes
just
about
saying,
anybody's
COVID's a
sexuality.
son of a
I'm just
bitch.
making. Well, okay, yeah, it is. But I'm not making jokes about anybody's sexuality. Okay, I'm just making a joke. It's funny because it's less crass than what everybody's been calling him, right? Like it's nose X instead of.
I wasn't
nose.
calling him that.
What were you
he
calling
named
him?
him.
That's just
He named himself that, didn't he?
I just
Yeah, I mean,
called
it
him,
literally
yeah,
just-
dude.
All it would take would be capitalize the N and the X. Like if that's all
Yeah,
you
but
want to
see,
convey.
it would be really funny. It would be really funny if it was like his name. So I don't know. What's funny to me is that
Hey guys, like, no, straight up respect
if you were gonna
Stardust,
insult
respect
him and
all
his name
these
is
streamers. They're
Nose
good
X, we just
people
all
trying
say,
to
"Oh,
just
haha, Nose
get
X,
some
Nose
ideas
X,"
out in the
right?
world.
I just
But
want to
his
At
name
say,
least
is
they're
Nose
talking,
X.
you know.
It's a weird
So I'll give them
saying,
props for that.
I just want to say,
right?
I got the joke.
Funny.
I sat through some all female panels
I didn't get it.
where they talked about the toxicity of the debate
Hey, bro.
environment.
Don't be
And
such a
they
bro.
went on and on about how
Why are you
can we
getting
deal
so
with all this
broski, bro?
toxicity, and you can't even feel like you can get a word in edgewise, and sometimes you have to be real. Sometimes you really just have to be mean and out there. Otherwise, it's not a great place for women. So it's funny to see some of the same people on that fucking panel coming in here and doubling down on bullying this guy that has just been bullied off the fucking panel. And I just want to say, so no, I think it's fun. Oh, I'm glad you laughed. I don't think it's actually fun. And are like special creatures. That other people don't deserve to be treated with respect.
Mom life's a
You know, it's not like
bitch.
Wait.
Oh, I thought that was a
He
joke.
named
Wait,
him. Hold on. He
I thought
named
he was
himself
flagging.
this. Firstly, secondly, he wasn't bullied off the panel. He
He
froze.
was. I've been watching it, and I stand
Hang
by
on,
it.
no,
I stand by everything I said.
I actually agreed with quite a bit of what he was saying. There were some things I differed with, but
Talk one at a time.
he had allies.
One at a time.
You're
Yeah.
so special.
He had allies.
So
you know?
here's the thing, King of William. I have not been on Prime's panels in like I don't know how many months.
It wasn't on
It's
that.
been
It
like
was on a
9
different
months,
panel.
right?
You know what I'm
Yeah. I
talking
haven't been on any panels except for
I
that
saw
one.
you.
In
Shameless
months,
plug
dude.
for
In
Puffco
months.
Peak.
I saw you on a panel.
They're
Just-
excellent
Yes,
devices for
on
your
a panel
concentrates.
with
on
women.
a recent
Yes,
controversy, you might
Okay,
say.
okay. You
You
wanna
guys should sponsor me,
wanna
for
let
real.
me finish. Let
Dab
me
and
talk to
debate
you,
bro.
okay?
I'm the
I
dab
haven't
and
been
debate
on a
bro.
single-
him.
Good.
Stop bullying him.
I haven't
Call
been on
me
a
the
single
dab and
panel
debate bro.
in something
Call
like
me the dab
like
and debate
months,
bro.
dude. Okay, months. That is the first one I've been on in a long time. In a long time. Yeah.
It's the first
so
time I saw
you can
someone
shut
get
the
bullied
fuck
off the
up,
string,
okay?
too.
And again,
I heard
have
it.
to,
It's irrelevant.
yes, I come in here, right? I come in here. I know because of my past
Being a
experiences
bully.
with panels. Excuse me, you're gonna let me talk. I'm not here. I'm not interrupting you, so you can not interrupt me, okay? So I come in here. I know that I'm going to have to be a little bit louder. Okay, this guy, I didn't make fun of his sexuality. I actually took it. I took it and I reversed it and made it Nose X. I'm making jokes about noses going into space. It's a cute joke, dude. It's not bullying. You can everybody else can make jokes about like, oh, I'm gonna tear apart his sources and all of that. I made Nose X, dude. We're sending noses into space. Is it really bullying?
Is it
Of
Stardust
everything
or
else that's going on,
South
yes, it
Shard
is. And I
Wait,
would
can we
never
also-
do it.
wait.
King of William, like this no sex guy came in here. So like the very fundamental like he wasn't even right about the contractors in Afghanistan. He like wasted like almost an hour talking about how these contractors are coming in. And
You don't think you
and what
wasted
is-
it because you
I
were
like
just
him,
you're
though.
trying to undermine him. You don't like that
I
he's
was
a leftist.
I was no, I'm
Thank you, guys.
perfectly fine with him being a leftist.
Thank you
and
guys
I'd be
so much.
perfectly fine if his points made sense, but they
It
don't.
made sense in the large.
They don't.
Are you seriously upset at me saying Nose X?
I am.
Making
I know
fun of
it's
noses
true.
in
I don't
space?
think the argument over Nose X is relevant. Can we get back to some kind of relevant topic? This is dog shit.
Nose X, everybody.
I'm gonna say what I
okay?
fucking want to say. You shut the fuck up.
Let's
Wait,
keep
I'm
moving
gonna
into
say
minimum,
okay.
guys.
Not even about
Okay.
not even
Okay.
Nose X or Nose X, whatever it is, right? But can we like just agree that if someone brings up a point, they're opening it up to be responded to. If your
Yeah, but
points
don't bully them.
bear,
I'm not stupid.
Hold on,
I know
let
the
me finish.
difference.
If your points don't bear out and
Okay.
you can't
Don't
like
support
the word
them,
bullying.
that's
Can
not
y'all let her
bullying
finish?
someone else.
I agreed with the guy a lot.
Shut up.
He wasn't bullied.
Everyone
He had
shut up.
allies on the panel.
Holy
Come
shit.
on.
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Okay. Spooky. Your point I think is fair enough, right? You say something and people are going to challenge it. It happens to me all the time, right? And sometimes I can back it up, sometimes I can't.
Yeah, this is meta conversation. This does not drive any relevant freaking
I
like
didn't say
conversation
anything
about
that. I
anything.
was just backing up Spooky's point.
I think her joke was harmless. It was pretty harmless.
All right.
Come
Yeah,
on.
if anything, I feel like I was more harsh to him, like building off what she said. I just don't think it's right to come for her for making the SpaceX comparison.
Okay, all right, we're
I was
done.
in chat
We're
making
done.
the same exact joke about
I
noses
don't-
going into space.
Oh, that's a crime, though. You can't repeat jokes.
Everyone, shut up. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Shut the fuck up right now. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Thank you. Great. 100%. Oh man. All right, so we're done with that. I don't care anymore. I don't care. You guys not even here. And because we can hear you tapping on your thing, so be careful of that. All right, so we're gonna move the fuck on. Holy shit.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just this is a lot. All right. And hopefully, no sex. Fucking, I'm doing it now.
Hey, stop bullying.
No sex can come back and defend himself. But yeah, he might be having internet trouble. So I don't know. Okay. So what I was going to ask, it's something that had been brought up much earlier in the conversation, is about reasserting authority for Congress. Like, I've said Congress doesn't seem to give a shit about like war making, right? Like, or at least using its power to decide on war making. And Django, we can hear your background noise. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you. Silent. So Congress quickly does not care.
Take my strong hand.
But should they? And would it make a difference? So if Congress tomorrow said that we are taking the reins when it comes to war making now, no more will we allow like that muscular presidency where they can just say that, oh, we've got a problem in this area and we'll just send troops and we'll just hand them money, right? Like, would it actually would that be preferable if Congress reasserted its power? And would it actually make a fucking difference, like, at all? Salsa, and then Jason, and then Leader.
I think it's important for for if something were to occur tomorrow, right? Congress is supposed to work slow on purpose. I don't want Congress jumping and making like rash decisions. But if let's say like super obvious, like Japan round 2, right? Japan attacks Pearl Harbor again for some weird ass reason, and like we need to go to war with Japan for some weird ass reason, right? I think it's extremely important to give the executive branch that power to like, all right, these are the actions that we need to take to put the country in the most offensive position possible, or whatever, to do the necessary actions. We're gonna do this. We have a limited time frame, maybe a couple months, and we need to go to Congress for approval. Congress can debate everything. The emotions can get spun out in Congress. Congress can do stuff. If Congress co-signs on it and says, you know what, your actions here are appropriate, we think you should do that, continue on with your conflict, or we'll wage war, or whatever the hell it is. Or Congress just says, like, actually, we don't agree with your decision, executive branch. You have your 3 months, like, time frame, whatever time frame it is up. You need to return back home and bring everybody back. We don't co-sign on this. I think that would be, for me personally, I think that would be the best thing. You don't want to give away, like, it's important for the U.S. to be able to respond quickly and efficiently, but still have mature conversations about this. And I think Congress's role here.
Thanks, Bisky. I'm glad you stopped by. That's rad.
But at the end of the Congress,
we appreciate
should have
you.
the most power at the end of the day. They should be able to say, yes, we're going in conflict, or no, we're not going in conflict. Executive
Thank you.
Listen to me.
Let's go to Jason, then Leader, then Karis and Agent.
Dip out. I'll see you guys later.
For me, this is
a good one.
Thanks. Bye.
Take care. For me, that's a pretty easy one. I mean, I think that you need to have congressional approval. To New Salsa's point, like, I do think that, there are urgent situations where there might be executive actions that could take place to, execute short-term solutions. But I definitely think that everything should run through Congress that way. The problem that we run into is that, should a president choose to not want to be deposed from office, they could easily just start a war, or say they're going to war individually and make that kind of executive decision, and thereby halt elections and cause other issues that would compromise our democracy. So I think we really need that check, and I think that that's what the Constitution intended for. I think that's really that's why we have the separation of powers the way we do, so that on those types of things we can make sure that it's not being done for the wrong reason, it's not being done for political gain, things like that. That's my position.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, NoSex, for coming back. I guess you had some internet trouble. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you feel bullied by what she
Oh,
said?
yeah, I've been like shocked by the amount of like bad faith and like disingenuous like approach to my arguments. I mean, it's just it's kind of like unfathomable to me. Like my major point was we were there for profit in the first place, right?
Wait, no, your major point was that we were still there and still going.
Yeah.
No, that was absolutely not my major point.
There was like big contracts.
Yeah, there has been
liberal wealth out of
leader,
Afghanistan and oil
there
wealth.
has been for 20 years. What, like, that was my point.
You have a meme though to just be like, oh yeah, it's because of oil. That's why we're there. Like,
no, it's because
it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Literally, my argument was we were there to make profit, and that the primary mode of profit is through private contractors, security forces.
I do my damnedest.
I'm glad that
like Jamal.
Thank you guys for supporting me, man. You guys are hanging out. We're 3 hours 45 minutes into the stream, and we maintained a pretty good viewership, I must say, and that's because you guys are here rocking and rolling with us. Thank you so much. While these guys yell at each other.
So instead of quibbling about shit that makes no difference to the core of my argument, let's discuss why we went to war in the first place, why the U.S. empire wants to make war, right? I mean, so like when I started this argument, I mentioned that Congress hasn't declared war since the 1940s. Is no one here like a little upset about that? Is no one here curious about the motives of very powerful people who like rule and dictate our lives in very serious ways? Get to like make these kinds.
Those are the good times.
Speculation.
That actually kind of looped back to the conversation we were having already. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I like
like
that.
you're going. The thing is,
that
you're
was my
leading
point.
with but you're like leading with oil, and we're in there for profiteering, and the Raytheon executive, like snutty and destroying my router, and then now you're pulling back into like a more nuanced like conversation.
No, I'm not pulling back from anything. This was the core of my argument the entire time.
Okay, all right.
Not
So,
lead with
Buddy, why do you think
I
we went
guess-
to war with Afghanistan?
Okay, leader.
Primary
Leader's your
jump
turn.
again?
It's your turn anyway. Leader, Karis, and agent.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm a little bit confused. Am I supposed to respond to no sex or
Leader, why do you think we're
originally I had a great sort of response. I thought that New South's response to how to perhaps have the Congress sign up onto a president's declaration of war, make sure they approve it. Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal idea. I think that U.S. presidents of having all that power in one hand just hasn't produced like good results over the past 30 years.
Leader, are you concerned at all by the use of private military forces?
I don't know enough about Blackwater to sort of comment on to comment on them really. I don't know enough particularly about how they operate. I mean,
Leader,
I think that question would be better served to New Salsa or someone who was there.
Leader, can I just ask, just based on your accent, are you United States citizen?
No,
just
I'm
curious.
Australian.
You're Australian. Okay, cool. That's I'm just wondering.
Australia.
Yeah,
Australia. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just curious. I've never been to Australia. You have a
Completely
interesting
irrelevant.
accent.
Sorry.
So let's go. Karis, is your turn anyway. Unless, leader, do you have anything else to say?
I mean, no. It's quite fine. Thank you.
Well, I just had a couple comments. I'm not very well read on this subject. I think the reason we asked this question has a lot to do with what happened after 9/11 in the United States. That Congress apparently didn't declare war anywhere, but there was this authorization for military force that allowed us to invade two countries and then led to drone strikes and the like, as well as involvement in Syria down the line. And that was, congressional approval of military action, right? So in what way, what can we change to because I guess we all agree that that's not a good thing, that Congress shouldn't be able to write a blank check to the executive to wage war on wherever they want forever. So are we asking for some new curbs on executive power, that they're only allowed to, any authorization from Congress can only last for a few months? That's an interesting question. The other one is, it seems like some people believe that the U.S., imperialism is what I would call it, or foreign intervention since World War II has had some purpose other than either anti-communism or some form of profiteering, either for defense contractors or resource extraction. A lot of people think Iraq was about oil. Afghanistan, not so much about oil, but there's no question that it, led to lots of profits for the defense industry. So, do people have other ideas about why we've been involved in these conflicts for so long?
I think, okay, just on that one point about like the profiteering and the like insinuation of that like weird nefarious relationship, I agree it's a bit weird, but my question is for all of the like really far leftists who want to say like Joe Biden is a corporatist shill and is profiteering the war in Iraq, then why did he pull out? Like, why didn't they just continue the forever war and take this big hit on ratings and this big this is a big bad look for Biden? Why would he pull out then if it's just about profiteering and just about continuing the forever war? He could have just done that.
Maybe it's not about him. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's the contractors.
You guys
That's
are the
the
ones
difference.
insinuating
It's the
and you're the one who's saying that the contractors are then bribing politicians through donations and funds.
It's not about strictly that. It's not about that.
Donald Trump had
These
like
shady people licking.
There's other concerns other than profit. I mean, Donald Trump also wanted to go out to withdraw from Afghanistan, announced that well in advance, and a lot of it had to do with the U.S. population really souring on war.
Okay, it sucks being there for 20 years and getting nothing accomplished.
We gotta let some other people in. So we're gonna go to Agent, then Salsa, and so does Janie or Spooky?
Well, I'll hop in.
Okay, all right. So we'll go to Spooky, then Janie. Okay,
she can go before me. She hasn't talked much.
Okay.
If you want.
And all right. So Agent, next please. Agent, Salsa, Janie, Spooky.
Yeah. Maybe I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure we went in there not because of oil or resources or any nefarious conspiracy theory shit that knows X wants to say. I'm pretty sure we went in there because Al Qaeda and the retaliation of 9/11, and then we stayed there to nation build. Sadly, when we should never have been there to nation build. We should have did what we did and got out.
We went to Iraq because of Al Qaeda.
No, with Afghanistan.
Look at my dad. Look at my dad.
I'm pretty sure the whole conspiracy theory was about Afghanistan and then mentioned lithium.
It's not a conspiracy.
We went to Iraq for oil.
Industrial complex is like well understood.
What you were saying was conspiracy theory.
Nothing I was saying was conspiratorial.
Yes,
like not we just went over this though.
Kobe came in and disproved you on the oil well shit. Like lithium was found in like Afghanistan.
There is a Chinese oil. There is a Chinese oil well in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but you said it was like,
also leader. Hey, leader, check the.
Wrong about it, man.
No, I was absolutely right about it. Kobe's point was.
Articles, man.
No, oh my God! Listen, Kobe's point was that the mine hadn't been found until 3 years before it. The well hadn't been found until 3 years before it was contracted by a Chinese corporation for profit. That was
so the well was made and then
is that a substantial? No, listen, please. Can we be serious here? Is it a substantial?
So everyone's not being serious. It's only you.
No, he's saying that it takes time to go from discovering this well and like getting to the point where you can extract from it.
Yeah, right? Is that a substantial refutation of what I've said?
Given the fact it was found in like, or you said it was contracted in 2013 and found in 2010, and we were already there for 9+ years at that moment. Yeah, I think that's bullshit.
What do you mean?
We were already there for 9+ years, even after it was found. Okay, so we didn't go in there because of resources.
So, Agent, you don't think we're there for profit. However,
I don't think we
many corporations are profiting trillions of dollars.
I don't think
we
went
in there.
Okay, but you're talking about Blackwater and mercenary companies. You're not talking about like mineral wealth here, and you keep conflating.
No, I am also.
I am
Well,
also talking about mineral wealth. So
Okay,
here-
all right.
Are you saying? Are you saying that contractors are protecting the resource extraction?
Yeah,
you have to
so
control
like
the
in
country
Iraq,
to be able
so
to
like in
extract
Iraq,
resources from it.
d-
You have to
does
have
anybody
it. You have to stay with it. Sorry,
does
go on.
anybody remember the drone strike that happened like probably the first month of the Biden administration?
No.
It was on the
Sorry.
border of Iraq, right? But it was a response to an attack on oil contractors. So there were security forces there protecting oil fields in Iraq. There was an attack against those private security forces, and the U.S. military launched a drone strike in response, right? So there's an insidious and symbiotic relationship between state power, right, and private money, right? Like this is not a like controversial idea. This is like well understood and researched.
So who was shooting at the?
Problem is, you are
so who was
taking
attacking
that,
the?
and then you're saying that's the whole reason we are there, and that is incredibly unhelpful to the
I
conversation.
mean, we were there
really
for,
not adding much. It's
look,
just adding.
I'm sorry, but all of the evidence supports my case, right?
It's not all of the evidence.
We didn't go in there because of oil.
There's a lot of other reasons why we're there.
So, okay,
I mean,
so
it's the same reason the UK is there.
okay,
Like,
so
how many people need to be involved in your conspiracy?
It's not a
Stand the
conspiracy.
test of time?
Everybody knows we were there for the oil. That's no secret.
It's not a conspiracy. Is a good look.
Well, you
for your
claiming
argument.
that what we know, which is a fact, right? That
Because
dozens of
listen,
private
we are agreeing
corporations
with you on a few things. We are not agreeing with you the whole way. We're taking our small agreement and extrapolating it to the rest of your argument. Whereas I think that is a bit
my
misleading.
stipulation, which I do not think is a controversial one or a difficult one to understand, is that if we had a disinterested moral ground for invading Afghanistan, right? If we wanted to quote unquote do the right thing, or if we wanted to like fight against terrorism, right? Then we wouldn't have been in a 20-year war in which we paid private security forces to train the army of a government that we instilled, which fell in 11 days after we exited the country. We would not.
No, sex. It wasn't just, first of all, it wasn't just the United States. It was a coalition of nations. Second off.
Yeah, no shit.
Can I get from you something? Would you be willing to admit that the U.S. and its allies were not in there for any mineral wealth or oil wealth, and that wasn't a primary reason for them being in? Because if you admit that, then this conversation then you won't admit that. Why would you not admit that?
That's wrong.
Because we can have the conversation about Blackwater now. We've had like hours of conversation where you've been muddling the two. It's not wrong. It is factual. How can you?
What is fat? I'm sorry.
We stayed in those countries for those resources. We may not have gone in there originally for that. We stayed in those countries for those resources.
Afghanistan. We're talking about Afghanistan right now.
So look,
we
check
tell
the
the
VC stat.
Opium.
The government of Afghanistan because of Osama bin Laden, because of a small group of terrorists who left the country very quickly and weren't there for years, who immediately went into Pakistan.
It's like you guys. It's like you guys haven't been living in the United States or like Europe for the past 20 years. Do you not see the amount of domestic terror attacks we had recently? I mean, was that not a good reason to say in places like
most of
Iraq,
America's domestic terror are happening from white supremacists? What are you talking about, dude?
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm talking about we went through a period where we were having domestic terror attacks in Australia, America,
we had a lot of terrorists.
Europe. There was a lot of There was a lot of
Europe had it worse than the United States. Europe had it worse than the U.S. After 9/11. I can't really name many examples other than maybe the Boston bombings were domestic terrorists anyway. So it really doesn't for me it doesn't make sense. Not to mention that most of these terrorist attacks happened after the invasion.
I didn't know that about Japan. If you have a source, I'd be interested to read it. Drop it in my Discord. Go ahead and join, and then hit the follow button so that we can yank our follows up, and I would be happy to talk to you about that.
Hold on. Holy shit! I do want to let some other people in. Okay, all right. So Agent has been waiting. Agent, Salsa, Janie, and then Spooky. Okay.
Yeah, we went in there for a response of Al Qaeda. We fucked over the territory, and then we tried to nation build like dumbasses. We weren't in there for oil. We tried to fix the fucking nation that we toppled over, and then we spent years and years, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and lives.
Trillions of dollars.
Trillions. Okay, that doesn't make it better. Trillions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of lives.
Makes it worse. Yeah.
Lives. Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you think they spent trillions of dollars for that?
We were there to fucking try to nation build. That's why we were trying to train their military that crumbled in a few fucking days.
So
we weren't training their military to protect the copper mines and the fucking oil fields, dude.
It doesn't.
So leader, I posted in the VC chat about a private Australian company that made a contract for mining in Afghanistan just last year. So it was like a 5-year contract. You can read that. It's about your own country. You might be interested.
Okay, let's go to Salsa. Salsa, Chinese, speaking. People waiting.
Okay, real quick.
Can I?
No, so Salsa.
I gotta go after this. I think the reason my understanding and the stuff that I read, the reason why that the U.S. doesn't declare war anymore is because it's not the most political savvy move for anybody. It's
just unconstitutional is all.
It's not. It's like they have the war powers that are able to do a lot of these things, right? So
no, Congress has the war power.
Dog, I didn't interrupt you. I treated you with respect this entire time. Like, I understand you're upset, but I didn't give you this negative energy. Please do not return that to me. Thank you. So with that being said, right, so I think the reason why people don't declare war, the U.S. doesn't declare war anymore because it's not good for anybody as far as like the Congress, like the local representatives and senators, they don't want to sit there and have their name on it if the war doesn't like end up positive. And like the president is very similar.
Yo.
Holy shit, it sounds like we don't even have a democracy. What the fuck?
Remember what
I you new people dropping in, make sure to hit that follow button.
So
we're trying to get our numbers up to 50. We're on a rally for that. We're 4 hours and counting. We're in a debate right now with the PrimeCayes in the walk-on debate time. Rock and roll. Do I sound like K. Billy Super Sounds of the 70s? K. Billy Super Sounds of the 70s.
Why we invaded those places?
Like, we invaded Afghanistan clearly and initially for Al Qaeda, right? Like we went there, and I think the understanding was like correct.
I gotta charge my stuff. You guys have actually like.
We toppled over.
I can't do the torch while I'm doing. Come on, guys! I can't do the torch while I'm doing these.
Whatever the fuck we placed
debates. That would look pretty crazy.
It's one of those things where it's like if we were there for 2 years or 3 years, then we leave, the entire country like goes into turmoil.
Actually, I could, but if I do one, that's got to count as like 3, because like a straight dab is hard.
Right? I think that is the reason why we stayed. Iraq, I can't speak on it. Prime yelled at me a while ago about that. But but as far as Afghanistan, I'm not like I think like they put up to a vote for military action. There's like
drop some of that in
no. Bernie Sanders said yes, right? Like on a scale, right?
On Afghanistan, he did.
I don't like, for those of us who are old enough to remember like 9/11 and everything. It was like everybody was looking for blood.
It was popular. Like it was.
Everyone wanted it.
Afghanistan was popular.
Oh yeah, because we're their policing agency. That's right. Actually, they don't have a standing military in the traditional sense. We actually stand as their military. Correct.
Have a good one.
Duty. So based.
Study. Do you feel the same way about Iraq?
We're gonna go to Janie, Spooky Agent. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I literally got out of bed half an hour ago, so bear with me. As somebody in the UK, I would like to say that with the original point being made about whether it should go through Congress here, I would say is that if we were to go back in or take any further action, I would want it to be voted on by MPs. The day we vote for local representatives of our communities. We need to make sure it's a democratic vote and that we are all in agreement if we go and do something.
It depends on whether or not we're there because Japan is asking us to be there. If we're there because we're propping up their government, that's different. But if we're there to protect them and the government's good with it and that's what they want, then hey, that's a deal that was made and we need to honor it because we did decimate their country. We owe them a debt.
Especially women, young girls, they're going to lose their access to education. They're going to be in
Two
harm's
nukes.
way. I don't think going...
Two nukes that destroy generations upon generations.
very helpful to the
No.
conversation. It doesn't
No,
really
we
add
owe
all that
them
much.
a lot.
And yeah, I'm half asleep, so bear with me. I would just like. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, finish. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Iraq, very unpopular here, but Afghanistan seems to be something that a lot of us have been behind for the longest of time. Had issues over here. Listen, it's not been straightforward. There's been issues made because of we went in, but I think if we had not went in, we would have had way more problems in regards to the humanitarian crisis over there. So, yeah, that's basically my point.
No, we're not getting into that CPK
Thank
shit.
you so much for joining us. I've always looking for new voices.
California Pizza Kitchen.
Being so kind as to be here. And roll out of bed.
No,
for
thank
this
yous.
for little me, really? Oh wow.
I've got my cereal ready still. This is my first coffee of the day, okay? I'm half asleep. I was violently putting on makeup 10 minutes ago. So I was like, they're going to pull me on, and I'm looking like an absolute state.
Well, thank you. So, do you think? Because I was reading a bunch of articles actually just yesterday about this, about our commitment to women's rights, right? In the country. Do you think that would have been a worthwhile reason to stay for forever?
I think there's a
staying
strong
there forever.
Hold on,
Janie.
Janie.
Oh, my bad.
Don't think staying in another country forever is ever going to be plausible, okay? I think building infrastructure and making sure that there's a legitimate government that can hold the country.
The U.S. shouldn't be in any countries
humanitarian issues
at
which
all.
inevitably arise if
What we need to do is provide humanitarian aid,
is so
and that's
paramount.
it.
I mean, we know that women having access to education is hugely predictive of life quality and, you know, other outcomes.
You guys can see I'm in the middle of a panel,
really,
so
really
you know if you think I'm going to debate you while I'm in a panel with people,
I mean, there's women
you're stupid.
there now.
Sit
I
in,
think the average
listen.
life
You guys can talk
age
amongst
there now is
yourselves.
about
I'm feeling verklempt,
people
okay?
there that have known this relatively liberal democracy. Now to go back and live under Taliban rule, where young girls who have grown up, had access to all these things, to have that stripped away, it's absolutely heartbreaking, to be honest. I would really like to see that we can do something. I don't know whether it's going to be, just don't think having it like a charity sort of sector doing that is enough. I think we need to be more involved, and we've done a lot. You know, people say we've done damage in the 20 years. I just don't think we can wipe our hands clean at this point. We have been involved for too long, and to just be like, oh, just pulling out, we're just gonna leave it. Like, it's not too great.
So okay, I want to and study. You're on the list as well, right? Just letting you know. And okay, Kurt, you want to be on the list too? Okay, good. Okay, but yep. With the curse, what was your name again? Sorry.
Harris.
Karis, yeah, Karis. Yeah, you're on the list. Yep. So you're saying that we can't just pull out. Like we have to put this infrastructure in place. Okay, but I think that's. It seems to me, and I'm curious what your opinion is. It seems to me that that getting that infrastructure would actually be like forever, right? So, and by forever I mean like 100 years or so, right? To actually say that when we walk away, that these that the rights that we have given these women will be preserved, right? As is when the U.S. when all troops pull out. It seems to me that this is a multi-generational shift that needs to occur, right? Like generations literally have to live and die under this before we see a cultural shift. Because like they were talking about in these articles I was reading, was really informative, talking about like it was a very like a white feminism thing going on there, that you would have these NGOs come to Afghanistan, and some of them were great. Some of them were great, and actually were
Well, for me, it's the same reason that I believe in reparations. You know what I mean? Like,
how to empower women, right? And it was like
we need to take care of our sins, man. Like, we have to own
right?
up
Like,
to the
we
stuff
weren't
that we've done as a
culturally
country, and we need to make sure that we take care of those that we wronged. And what we did to Japan was wrong.
That actually care. So
We dropped radioactive material on
It
them.
was like 2009. But there was some
In
sort
Vietnam, we dropped Agent Orange on people
that was like a
because permanent damage to people.
Stuff, right?
Are you saying we don't owe anything for that? There's a difference between ballistics and using chemical warfare and things that decimate an entire nation and the innocents that aren't even a part of the war effort.
So like it seemed to be it would take a massive cultural shift.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't want to. I definitely am very aware that I don't want to be like the white savior complex, just going into Afghanistan and saving these people. Like, I really don't want to be like that. I admit I'm not like the best read on this topic, okay? And I will always defer to the women that live there, the female activists that live there. They're gonna know way more on this than I am. They're gonna have the lived experience. And I think more than anything, that is paramount, to speak to those women and find out what they think. And are you serious? I am not the moral judge of whether what's going to be worth doing in the long term. How many years am I willing to say it's worth investing in? If they were to say, oh, well, we have to be there for another 20 years to ensure that these rights are put in place. I really think we need to look to see what's happened over the last 20, 25 days as to why Afghanistan has fell so quickly. And
of course I am.
We really need to learn from this mistake.
Of course I am. Of course I'm a weirdo on some
stuff. If we were to go back in now, we need to know that when we pull out again, this doesn't happen again.
What kind of show you think we're running here?
Panel, so I'm extremely sorry for
we ain't a bunch of normies.
Not a public speaker. But, I always think it's important to defer to people that know better than you, okay? And I don't want to be the white savior sweeping in to the Middle East, trying to act like I know what I'm doing, because I don't. But I really think, yeah, speaking to those women is going to be the most important thing.
Nice.
Okay, so first of all, your first panel and your eloquence far outstripes my own. So like I've been doing this.
It's a British accent. We just use that. It's fine.
It's just
no one knows. We have no idea what we're talking about. Okay?
No, agree. I have a British person who's in my one of my mods, right?
You can become a weirdo. We'll teach you. It's okay.
But he says it in everything's such a wonderful accent. This guy's all right. But no, thank you, Janie. That's amazing. I would say that. The things that you were putting forth weren't bad or went wrong or anything like that. And it's fair to say, like, oh yeah, I don't know much about this, so fair enough. I guess my only point was that
where's your will to be weird?
What does it actually mean to us? Or when we say like we care about women's rights, like what does that actually mean? It's so easy to say that. And there was this great article. I read a bunch of articles about this, but one of those articles was great because it was a woman who was on the ground. She had trained female journalists, right? And so, like, you know, we had a bunch of according to her, we had like foreign press.
Hey, Kevin, thank you for following. Right? I'm doing dabs now. This one's just for you.
Is that like everything that a woman would do, like the first thing that a woman did,
I appreciate the open debate and no open debate and no ad hominems. That's pretty awesome, man.
For woman, right? And then on the other side of it, it would just be like, you know, well, a woman suffered this sort of violence, and then, you know, it's the not sob story, but, you know, like just reporting on like trauma, right? And there was like no in between and nothing to really understand Afghan women. And so a woman who was a journalist, a foreign journalist, realized there was an opening because the foreign press, wasn't actually hiring Afghan women. So she went there and she like trained them. She trained them up. And apparently very successful. Like they've been working for like the New York Times, Washington Post, right? She was actually quite successful at this. But she was saying that like what was our actual commitment? Because the thing she was seeing so many things there that told her that we weren't actually caring about women's rights. Like she was saying that there was one time her colleagues, right, were raising money for their driver. This is a fascinating story. Like raising money for their driver, and it was for him to have his second wife.
Look at my dad.
And his second wife was like a 14-year-old girl. These were the Westerners who were all about women's rights, raising money so he could pay for the dowry for a young girl.
I'm not. You're not going to get me to agree with that, okay?
No, of course, no. That's not my point. I'm just like illustrating this all for everyone as to like what do we mean when we actually say we care about this thing. And
guys, my camera's gonna go out, but I'm doing the torch step. I'll let you hear it. I can't put the camera on with me because I can't have the camera in two programs at the same time.
Like the best and brightest.
So
they all
sit
left
tight.
as soon as they could. So they
You'll
were
hear
gone
it
by the
though.
time
You'll
this
hear the
invasion,
torch.
The Afghan government fell. They were long gone. They were in like England or London, right? They were in New York. They were in all these other places reporting rather than staying in Afghanistan because they knew it was coming.
Look at my dad. Look at my dad.
And that this was just like a buzzword that were being used. Like people would just say like, yeah, women's rights. Like, sure, I believe in that. That's important to get like a job in an embassy, right? So yeah, women's rights. I'm all about
I think
that.
we should have these conversations.
So,
you know,
my
I'm with
argument
that.
is that we never actually really cared. Like that, it was never a priority. It was something that we said, something that we used to raise support for everything that we're doing, certainly.
Yeah.
But we never actually gave a shit.
I agree to an extent for sure. I think there's a lot of posturing around saying we want to help with the humanitarian issues, and then we don't actually do it. We do the surface level stuff. We say we triumph the people that come out and are much better off, but we don't speak about the negative side effect. I definitely agree to that. My issue is not whether we have or not, it's whether we should or not. And I think we should. I think it's extremely important. And the way we judge a society is by how we treat the poorest. We treat the most desperate. We're not going to be able to judge a society by how, the top 5% of the most intelligent, the most successful women in the country are doing. You say a lot of the women that are, up there have been able to utilize their resources to leave. And I'm thinking a lot more about the young girls, the girls that can't leave of their own volition. They are reliant on the carers, and women that have been working minimum wage, working, poor jobs, just trying to get by. We don't have the funds necessary to fully think we need to look at the poorest, at the most vulnerable people in society.
Can I please respond to that?
Sure.
Just a quick thing.
How long are we supposed to fucking stay there?
Aren't paying
Oh, there's another one.
Queen Janie, hello. She is advocating for invading Afghanistan, military invasion of a foreign country. That's what she's advocating for right now.
And killing women and children with bombs.
She cares about women and children,
and
but she doesn't
killing
care
women
about the
and children
who die in war.
Look, 8 hours ago.
Wow.
Eight hours
That's literally
ago.
what she's advocating for.
Can I go? This is my turn.
Listen, 8 hours ago.
If we go back in, we have to do it right this time. That's what
Look,
you said. If we go back in, we have to do it right.
Okay.
Look, 8 hours ago.
That's what she said.
Hans, everyone shut up. Thank you. Cheney, you can respond to that. Are you advocating for an invasion? We gotta move
No,
on.
I'm definitely not saying let's go back in there again.
I know you. You booster.
Boys, I did not say that.
Okay, good.
What I think we need to do is look at the humanitarian side of things and see what we can do. I don't think a second invasion is going to solve those problems. I don't know what's going to fix the issues. I'm not making a policy prescription. I don't have all the information. I don't know much about the military. All I'm saying is that we do need to take these things into consideration. And I actually think one of the bigger things we need to do is make sure that the women can get out of the country that need to. Because the women that are going to be at risk, we know that, I believe it, the judges, women judges, are particularly a risk in Kabul, sorry. So making sure that we can get people out of the country is probably going to be the most important thing. We've kind of all gone now. Like the UK has left, the US has left.
I'm doing my best,
Now we need
DMX.
to
That
see
was like
what
2 right
we've
there
left
at
behind.
least.
Good, as long as that's
I'm not
understood.
advocating for another war, okay?
As long as that's
So, sorry.
understood, because sometimes I find
Okay,
it confusing. I hear people, talking about women's rights.
Holy shit. Pause. When I say pause, shut the fuck up. Thanks. Great. You're in the queue coming up. So we'll go to Spooky, Study, Karis, No Sex, and then Pan. And Leader as well. You want to go Leader? And Spooky, I hope you learned a valuable lesson. If you let someone go in front of you, you never know when you actually get your turn. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
So Spooky,
Very sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
Take my hand.
I'm not gonna say it's fine, but like, I'll be more assertive. I just don't want to be like a dick. I have a few points that
No one else has a problem with it.
That one grabbed me by the balls and twisted.
Hold on. All right. So, I've taken down notes on like points I want to make because there's been quite a few things that have been covered, right? So, firstly, on the women's rights in Afghanistan thing, I'm not going to pretend to know nearly enough to like opine on it with any sort of like don't take what I'm saying at face value, cross-check it, right? But we do know, I mean, I'm fairly certain that at least like if we're talking about 70s, 80s, 90s era, right? Like women were.
Let it be known that I'm a man of my word.
Was already kind of on its way, giving women more rights, like within Afghanistan, just as sort of a natural sort of progression. And then that just sort of started to go on a decline, right? Like, so, I mean, we can look to like, you know, as of like 78, for example, there was like a certain decree that basically required education for girls and then set a legal age for marriage of 16, which is better than, you know, previously there not being one. And if we fast forward, and this isn't entirely due to the U.S., obviously, because we didn't come into the picture until after 9/11. But you know,
the Soviet Union invaded in '79.
Yep.
Oh shit! CTV's on here,
you know,
guys.
But then if we look to like,
oh my god,
more
no!
like, I don't know, like.
Are we really doing this?
Like almost 2010, leading up to there, like 2005.
It's the battle of sunglasses. Where are my sunglasses at? I can't battle him without my sunglasses.
The involvement
I want to go at it with this guy.
That would be not true. Although, like, again, I don't know nearly enough to like specify where or what was directly affected there. But yeah, I think that's worth noting. I do agree though with Janie with like, just generally we shouldn't just kind of forget about the women there, because I do agree that it's probably not going to be
why would you love that guy?
Lose a lot more rights
in
the coming months. And again, I also would not advocate for just reinvading over that. There's going to be women always. That doesn't mean we should just be invaded somewhere always. But I don't know what the answer to that would be, but it's something to, I guess, just not like forget about, right? And I was gonna say something about Nozex's point, but I feel like that's way far gone and I don't want to rehash it. But to the original question that Prime brought up about, you know, should Congress have like I guess reestablish or reassert their, you know, purview in starting wars and things like this. I think that this question, I mean, it's really similar to like legislation versus executive orders, right? Like, I think ideally, yeah, you would want a body of people instead of one person or like the, you know, commander-in-chief making this decision autonomously and like sometimes sporadically. But at the end of the day, Congress has,
now I got my sunglasses on.
As of late,
I'm socialist sunglasses guy.
Do much in terms of like getting things passed, right? I don't know necessarily how that would be different, like for making a sort of war declaration or what. And I think that both in terms of like for legislation and for declarations of war, this is going to be a problem. And that, you know, you do kind of need these alternatives of like executive orders or like, you know, the commander in chief being the president kind of like making a decision for sure. But where's the right balance? I think it's
Source.
a question that we shouldn't like totally pivot away from because it's interesting. But yeah.
We do have the War Powers Act, right? Where the president can like send troops into an area for exactly the reason you're talking about, right? Like at a moment's notice, I can't wait for Congress to get their act together, right? At a moment's notice, when we were attacked,
I know
wherever,
you. You're Booster.
Booster.
And I think
I love Total Recall.
If I remember correctly, they can send it for up to 3 months, and then the president has to come to Congress for funding. It's just that they just kind of ignore that. It's like, we're just gonna go. We're just gonna go and be there for however long. And Congress is not asserting its power under the War Powers Act. So we do have provision already for that. So go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that in on paper, like that seems to be a relatively good like middle ground to circumvent any sort of like things that need immediate action, but still not just, you know, or like totally ignore that maybe it shouldn't just be one person that makes these sorts of decisions. But like
showing your face around here.
Congress is able to make
Look who's talking.
like really important, you know, decisions as far as funding or as far as things like that. I mean, yeah, they can, of course, that's what it's for. But like, have they been able to do that with any sort of efficiency lately? I don't think so.
That's because they've done a good job of obfuscating their responsibility to other parts of the government.
Yeah.
Right. So it's probably the same sort of deal here. Like.
Yeah. So get rid of the obfuscation, you'll find that the efficiency of Congress becomes much more.
Sure, but how do you do that?
Get rid of the bureaucracies. Get rid of things like the War Powers Act, because then if you don't,
no, the War Powers Act is doing what you're saying. It would
right. It's obfuscating responsibility of the legislatures to the executive. Right. The executive is supposed to be in charge of executing what it is that the will of the people is, which is decided through the legislatures, i.e., the Congress. So the War Powers Act bypasses that. Without the declaration of war, we wouldn't be sending our troops.
I actually kind of don't disagree with them on this particular point.
The executive to get their fucking their toe in the water, so to speak, right?
So let's go to study.
Is it time for Stella?
Karis, Nosax, Pan, and a leader. All right, study.
Cool, thanks. I just want to touch on something that Nosex and Karis kind of jumped on Janie for, but I think she was making
This is the point where you really understand that this kind of discourse shows how common people are on certain subjects, you know, like we do have some commonalities, like we're not all different, you know, like
because the thing is, whether we like it or not, and we
we
go back
are all
and cry
patriots. We
about
care
why
about
we
this
actually went
country.
in
We
there
want
and
good
the
things for this country.
But we are there. We were there. I mean, you know, and Biden inherited this war. And the thing is,
we wouldn't be here talking about it if we weren't.
As you can see, a really very harsh decision that is going to fuck over a bunch of people, a lot of vulnerable people as well. And staying in terms of harm reduction was actually a really we were getting a lot of bang for our buck by being there. We see places like
South for our buck.
Yeah, so if you actually look at like South Korea, where we know that there's not an ongoing conflict there, that being there is just a deterrent for war, and for being stationed there actually just helps that society stay safe, and there's a lot of harm reduction by the U.S. being there. Same thing with Afghanistan. By keeping a small amount of troops, and we look at Kabul, you saw the videos of all the people that were like pretty Western in culture and pretty liberal, being like, what the fuck is happening? Their shit is gonna get blown up in like fucking 2 days. Why are they pulling out? We turned there was a very stark shift that if the U.S. had stayed there, would have actually maintained that level of normacy for those established liberal hubs. And I think that pulling out is like, it might look good in 6 months when people forget about how fucked up it was, but there is a strong argument that the U.S. probably should have stayed there as a maintenance of peace and for that standard for the people and vulnerable parties that Janie mentioned.
So how long?
So you like what I'm saying, like with South Korea, you can make the argument that you could try to pivot into nation building or just keep a small amount of troops there.
It's not. Why are we paying taxes to nation building in another country when we have problems in this country? What a waste of money.
Backing is the answer. We need to get the women and children out, and the men, quite honestly, that were allies with us. the people that were there, that
here's
helped
the New
us.
York Times.
The
New York Times reported 8 hours ago.
You asked me a question really quick, but
You're making you're just like you might as well be like.
How long should we be in South
mouth
Korea?
of the state right now?
How
should
long
we be
should
in
we
South
be
Korea? No.
CIA. Yes, I'm in rate.
No, we should.
We should pull out
the
of South
Korean
Korea.
War is a travesty.
I think.
Okay.
Stop U.S. interventionism now.
I think 2 to 4,000 troops within a coalition of like NATO is not a whole lot to pay. It's not like a large cost on any nation to sort of keep a democracy alive. What happened in Kabul after the US pulled out is an absolute is a tragedy. And
I just didn't know that
people are going to be like, oh well, how long should we stay there? It's like 4,000 troops. What is it?
The UK was out after 8 years.
Troops. It's like they have what, like 20.
The USSR was out after 9 years. We've been there 20 years. Like, how much longer should we stay? Over $2.3 trillion. Sorry, I got muted.
What just happened?
Based.
I thought I DC'd. Okay, I think that was a Discord thing.
Yeah. So the New York Times reported just
what
8
that
hours
was
ago.
is that now that the FBI is tuning in now, they're just starting to hate.
The New York Times reported just 8 hours ago that the Afghan family whose member was anyways, the headline is Afghan family says U.S. missile killed 10, including 7 children. This was 8 hours ago. We talk all about this humanitarian stuff, which is in a lot of cases speculative, right? Because we're talking about a government that hasn't taken power and has been removed. And has
the
been
Taliban
removed.
has been very clear about their stances on human rights and women's rights. I don't know what world you're living in.
What's not entirely speculative is the fact that the U.S. has killed like thousands of civilians, and the New York Times reported in 2018. The New York Times reported in 2018 that U.S. forces were responsible during the second quarter of 2018 for more civilian deaths than were the Taliban and insurrectionist forces.
I mean, so like
we never talk about civilian deaths. We never talk about children who are like being blown to pieces. You
had people like literally clinging to the outside of airplanes to get out of Kabul because they thought that their lives are in danger. I don't know. I think that.
Okay, so why does the U.S. have to be the world police? Why can't other countries do it if that's what they want to do? Like, if our country chooses not to be there, why can't other countries just do it?
Other countries were there. Actually, there was a whole. It was like NATO, Australia.
Well, then why are people so mad if we want to pull out? Then go pull more of your troops there if you want to do that.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Karis.
Nobody cares.
We're gonna go to Karis and then Kobe, since you're all the motherfuckers been jumping in, and then we go to Pan.
Yeah, I just want to talk about this idea of the women and the children and I guess humanitarian intervention, the whole notion, because I'm confused. I get confused sometimes when people talk about this. I thought the reason we went into Afghanistan was because of Al-Qaeda. I mean, now we're there because we're protecting women and children. Do we really? I understand that people have good motives, but it's almost like they're looking at the world through rose-colored glasses when they think about the intentions of the West. Do we really believe we're there to protect women and children? What about, like NoSex talks about, the children we just blew up a day ago? What about the hundreds and thousands of civilians we killed in Iraq? Do we care about those women and children? I'm not gonna, talk about counter, hypothetical situations where maybe we stayed for another 20,
the video
30,
quality in the
40,
feed is
50
bad
years,
for me too, guys.
And maybe it would. Well, we're out of there. So what do you want? You want us to go back in?
That's what we were talking about.
It's just Discord.
I'm saying that it wasn't. I'm saying it wasn't a good idea.
I mean, look, if you think about it like this, if we just go ahead and
what the point of. Sorry.
We shouldn't have been there in the first place.
If we just go ahead and evac all the women and children, right, that brings over more possibilities of, possible catches for American men, right? And it leaves all the men over there in Afghanistan, right? The ones that are wanting to take over the country and the ones that didn't feel like their country was worth fighting for to kill each other, right? That's a win-win for America. Finish
my point. This idea that the United States cares about women and children. Well, first of all, what if we care about women and children? How come we were supporting the Mujahideen in Afghanistan against the Soviets in the 80s? In Iran, women and
The
children were doing great.
Yeah.
And how come 70s through 80s? I mean, the Soviet War was 79 through 89. Anyway, how come we supported a coup against a fairly democratic government in Iran that very quickly allowed the Islamists there to take over? Do we care about women and children, or is that maybe just a little side effect while maintaining a war that kills civilians?
We care about women and children as a government.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that was
No,
ever
yeah.
the claim. Like, of course, I mean, of course, it was like, like,
Okay,
I think what's being
if
said is
it's worth
that
talking.
if with the Taliban taking over, they are saying what they intend to do as far as like changes legally. And we can also make some assumptions as well.
I mean, we're all familiar with this rhetoric. It's precisely what the media and the administration, the current administration during whatever war effort, right, will use to justify war.
This is
I mean,
what
it's the same
people-
thing. This is what people said during Vietnam.
are using to
I
justify
don't
war.
disagree with that, but there have also been like women's rights activists who are Afghan and who are currently there that have spoken out about like this impending sort of threat to their rights that they have.
Yeah, but we're
right?
talking about the interests of the U.S. state and why they make
Right,
war.
yeah, I don't think that the U.S. is like actually invested in, you know, the rights of women or whatever in Afghanistan. I just think
Okay,
that
so
it's
they're
an
not there for
unfortunate side effect.
humanitarian reasons. Okay.
No, of course not. Like
Now it's of
but,
course
like,
not. Okay.
Well, I think you could just say that was her. That was
We
what she
didn't
was
say
caring about.
otherwise. We said that we should care about these things, not that we do. It's like
So we're not invading Saudi Arabia.
So are we
We don't want to
upset?
do that.
So are we
Everyone wants to invade
upset
Saudi Arabia.
that we're a country that has created this much destruction, that blatantly doesn't care about these things, right? You know, the New York Times is reporting you just.
I think one of the reasons why the coalition was in Afghanistan. One of the reasons why the coalition
give me a period
was
of
in
time when
Afghanistan
Afghanistan was
to do
actually
national-
peaceful.
One of the reasons the coalition
we
was
destabilize
in
these
Afghanistan.
countries, and then we go in 10 years later and say, "Oh, we're providing, humanitarian intervention." We're the reason these countries suck
three
so
other
much in the first
countries
place.
have tried to do this. Three other countries have tried to do this.
The only real one here.
It's never worked. They need to work it out themselves.
Let's
Yeah, so
go
what was the
to
reason we went
Kobe.
there?
Kobe was next. Kobe Pan CTV. Okay. Yeah, it's muted, but it's making a beautiful point.
I was
Beautiful
making.
flower.
I want as beautiful as these flowers. The 7 children that died recently in Afghanistan are a tragedy. What should I want to ask No Sex? Should the American military just have they were stopping a terrorist attack. That car had explosives in it that was going to repeat the terrorist attack that killed over 100 people just the other day. Should the American military just have let that happen, or should they have taken the strike that killed significantly less people? Obviously, I mean, I'll just keep moving forward. The answer is obvious. Number 2, the Taliban, if you look at the war, have killed more civilians than pro-government forces. So if we're worried about civilian deaths, maybe we should support the government that's killing less of them, has a better track record. And
That's
lastly,
during a war that we started. That's during a war that we
the
started.
idea of terrorism.
Hold on.
Also, like a big terrorist tactic is to like set up like camps right next to hospitals. And
Kobe, all I hear is you justifying the death of children by American violent action. That's all I hear.
So then maybe you should probably start working on the filter in which you intake information.
No Sex. I'm sorry, No Sex, but you are justifying the inevitable more civilian casualties that would have happened if that bomb would have exploded closer to the airport or anywhere else other than I think it would blow up in like.
Why are we there? Why are we there to blow up? How come we're there for them to blow up?
There is no question we shouldn't leave them vulnerable. There is no question we shouldn't leave them vulnerable.
Stop fucking interrupting me. Shut the fuck up.
That's just a question.
Everyone,
two people interrupt me.
Everyone shut the fuck up. Hold on. Everyone shut the fuck up. I just want to hear Kobe. Next person to talk, while Kobe is talking, I will mute you. I hope you can understand this. Kobe.
Okay. After the pullout of the Soviet Union in 1989, the Afghanistan went to a civil war. In that civil war, the Taliban had basically begun to wrestle control. We believed that Osama bin Laden was in Afghanistan. The Taliban said that we had to give them quote evidence of him being directly involved, and that once we gave them evidence, they were going to try them in his own courts. And the American military made the decision to invade, try to take out Al Qaeda, and then practice nation building. I don't necessarily. We can talk about whether or not that's bad or not, but I was interrupted like 9 ways from Sunday. talking about whether or not it's bad 20 years ago is not talking about the actual moral question right now. If you have the fucking Xbox controller in your fucking hand and your option is blow up the fucking car that is going to go to the airport or allow the airport to go to the fucking car with refugees, if you can't make that decision, you are a bad person. I'm gonna pull up the fucking the Jordan Peterson quote or whatever. Not Jordan Peterson, was it some other I think it's a Burt quote. Only thing for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Just to allow that fucking car to go there and blow up because you didn't want to. I know that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Lastly, the last thing I wanted to respond to is that, Jason, the idea of like, well, why does America have to be the world police? I mean, we can sit here, we can talk about, if you really think, let's talk about how Russia acted in Ukraine. Let's talk about how China is acting with the Uyghurs. There are not a lot of good actors on the American stage. Okay, I want to quote my favorite historian, Eric Robsbaum. The right side. Oh, sorry. What's the quote? The right side of the Cold War lost, but the wrong side won. Neither of the systems that won the Cold War are good fucking systems. American hegemony has a whole host of things. But just to say, like, oh, well, America, literally, you're using the same rhetoric that isolationists used during World War II, saying, well, why are we in Afghanistan helping these people when we have a roads that have problems? I'm sorry, America, we have enough resources. We don't need to be the world police and fucking everywhere, but we have enough resources to clean up the messes that have already been started and to fix our own problems. And then lastly, the idea that America destabilized Afghanistan is a really, really, really simplistic way of looking at the Afghanistan history. The truth of it is there are a lot of powers that have consistently pushed their imperialist forces into Afghanistan. Okay, number one, we like to think that like Afghanistan was invaded by Alexander the Great a bajillion years ago, and then it was a desert for a really long time, and then the British showed up, and then the Russians, and now America. But in reality, there were tons of different empires, the Tamarine Empire that existed in the interim. The Soviets, if we're talking about like modern democratic states, it's the Soviets that had the most fuck up with all that kind of shit. The Sour Revolution, we're like the Sour coup, okay? They couped a democratic government and installed a very totalitarian, quote, quote, communist government. We're oversimplifying a very complicated history just so that we can basically say America bad. The pullout was probably justified, but we're being cringe here, I'm sorry.
You think what the Soviets did was good, by the way?
What I think?
According by your logic, what they did was good.
I'm sorry.
Nobody's saying that we destabilize them. I'm saying that no matter who goes, what country went in there to try to bolster them up or do anything, the inevitability of what was going to happen was always going to be the same. It wasn't going to change.
We can talk about that.
There's only one way it changes.
We funded anti-communist forces in the 1970s to fight a Cold War, a proxy war in a country, right? That was trying to enact land reforms. This happened
stop.
all over the world.
I'm sorry, the benefit? What you just said there was so disgusting. The idea that the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan was doing land reforms.
Kobe, how do you feel?
They were executing people. They were lining them up.
They were doing land reforms. Kobe, how do you feel about Vietnam?
Number one, literally, you are honestly, you're such good at pivoter. We're not pivoting. Fucking, you want to pivot to talk about fucking Bowman. Now you want to talk about fucking Saigon. No, we're talking about fucking Afghanistan. Okay, you're trying to. Number one, if we're being honest, the Afghanistan, the war in 1980 was a four-pronged war. China was funding both the Mujahideen and Maoist forces. So the Soviets were supporting the communist government. We were supporting the Mujahideen, and the ISI was supporting a wide variety of forces. So if we really want to fucking go into that fucking side, we can. But again, like in the minute it gets nuanced, you want to go pivot to go talk about, well, what about fucking Vietnam?
It sounds like we fucked that country up, and so did a bunch of other capitalist powers.
Famously, yeah, they famously capitalist powers like a Mao, or not Mao, the Mao, be Genghis.
Yeah, like Mao. Yeah.
Wait, it wasn't Mao. It was Deng. But Genghis China.
I mean, Britain.
The capitalist paradise of fucking Pakistan and fucking Soviet Union. And just like, yeah. It's,
the USSR, that's a great one, yeah.
Okay.
No, sorry. We're doing
I really need to clarify something.
Was Russia really capitalist?
Hold on. Before we lose
the point.
Yeah, but was it though?
Exactly.
I mean, was it? You asserted a fucking point.
No.
Russia...
The point is that nobody seems to care about the fact that the U.S. military is killing children.
Answer the fucking question. Answer the question. Was Russia capitalist?
The answer's no.
Obviously,
the answer's fucking no.
Okay.
Right there, you're running it the fucking mouth like a million miles an hour, and you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. The reasons we were in Afghanistan were not for the reasons you stated earlier.
What the New York Times reported 8 hours ago.
A blessing to share a panel with CTV,
what the New York Times reported 8 hours ago is that the family whose member was killed.
You're welcome.
Was not in ISIS-K, right? And that when the car was hit by the missile,
that family members, including children, were in it and approaching their brother-in-law, their family member, right?
Okay.
So the Afghan family, right, who is suffering from this U.S. attack,
What about
are
all the
saying
families that would have suffered if that bomb would have gone to the airport? What about
the bomb? There were no bombs in the car.
Source that there's no bombs in the car.
Source said there were bombs in the car.
Oh, that is so what? So what? The
I'm
US
reading the New York
Schrodinger's
Times.
bomb. Schrodinger's bomb. Oh my.
It's possible that the car blew up because it was hit by a missile.
Kobe, I thought you read Manufacturing Consent. What's your idea on Chomsky's thesis?
Manufacturing the fact that you read a fucking manufacturing consent and your takeaway is what the government does is they make a complete fucking fake story. They just kill a fucking random fucking family. They're gonna go to the fucking grocery store. That's not what the fucking manufacturing consent is. If you really want to talk about fucking manufacturing consent, if you really want to talk about the way the fucking the way that consent is manufactured, I think we can talk about the way that America goes into a country, fucks it up, and then we have fucking a populist president like Trump pull out with a fucking I almost TOS there, a very dumb plan, and then we have a bunch of fucking quote unquote.
This has nothing to do with Chomsky's thesis, but like, do you agree with Chomsky?
We have drone strike wedding parties
About
before,
what?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
how do you feel about
going to
It would
women?
not be the first
Oh my
time.
God.
Would not be the
We are
first
going,
time.
I'm sorry. We are literally going on like around the world in 180 debates. We went to Pakistan. We went to Vietnam. We went to Yemen. We went back to fucking Japan. We hung out with Jamal Bowman.
I just love this idea of peaceful, loving interventionism. It's so lovely when the missiles and bombs drop.
Source said the car had a bomb in it.
Let me get this straight. You
The
read
New York
like one-
Times.
Hold
Shut
on,
up,
hold on.
CTV. The New
No,
York
no, no,
Times is
don't tell me to
reporting.
shut up. I'll just keep fucking going, asshole. Right?
It was not
and everybody
clear
here fucking knows
whether
that Prime
the
tries to mute
car
everybody.
was
and
the
you keep your shut
American
up.
target.
I'm just telling you.
Everyone shut up. I'm talking now, so everyone can shut up. Okay, great. So look, we got Pan here and we got CTV. All right. So the love affair between Kobe and No Sex continues on,
wonderful.
right? And it's beautiful, really.
Wait, No Sex. Can I clarify his claim?
The New York Times says that it's not even clear.
You went from the BBC said there isn't a bomb to the family said it was to it's not clear if it was the target of the actual car. So I want to actually see what claim you want me to source here.
Source said there was a bomb in the car. The New York Times is reporting it's not even clear that the car was the target of the American missile.
Wait, hold on. So the bomb
literally,
didn't have a car.
the New York Times.
The car didn't have a bomb.
Listen, Kobe. Listen. The New York Times is reporting. You don't understand. The New York Times is reporting that the car is. It's not even clear that the car was the U.S. target.
The source on that is just his friends.
Are you
of the family.
serious? No, this is the New York Times.
I'm reading.
There is no source that car was a target. You're making up shit about a bomb. You're just lying. Where's the source?
In the first news reports, they reported that the car had bombs in it, but I
The
don't know
source
how they
that
knew
the source that people are saying that there wasn't a bomb is a friend of the family that is saying they were not ISIS-K. They didn't have a bomb. I'm looking at the fucking New York Times right here.
So the friend of the family has an incentive to lie, but the Pentagon that just killed 7 children with a bomb doesn't have an incentive to lie.
They probably said that there was a
I'm
bomb.
looking at a source right now. Hold on. I need to read. I can't talk and read at the same time. You can go to the next person. Then
Okay,
you come right back to me, and I will report what I'm.
Okay, all right. So Pan, you've been waiting for like.
People shouldn't rattle shit off if they don't know.
I mean,
He's done that more than once.
So far back in the past, it's not even really we're talking about. I don't know exactly about this specific bomb incident. I'm inclined to agree with Kobe.
Why are you inclined to agree with Kobe? Can I read a sentence?
It's so unreliable.
Oh my God! Everyone,
I'm going to read.
No, shut up!
I'm gonna throw you a bone.
Shut up! No, sorry, not you, Pan, but like Pan has been waiting for so long.
Freaking left imperialist Kobe.
Well, back to the original question about the Congress. Should the Congress declare war? It feels ridiculous going back this far, which is why
It's a good question.
I'm hesitant to do it. But so I'll make this really quick, then I'll go on because I just want to say this: the idea that this gridlock will make us not able to declare war and stuff, and we won't be quick enough. It took Congress one day to declare war on Japan, and also if there is gridlock on a war, I don't want us to go to war. If it's going to come down to like a fucking filibuster, I don't want us to. If it's not like a super majority, we shouldn't be going to war in the first place. I think that CTV is absolutely correct that the Congress was obfuscating their responsibility to declare war, and that they probably aren't going to anytime soon. But we should want our Congress people to stake beforehand whether or not they're for or against the war, so that they have some skin in the game and can be blamed. They're obviously not going to do that because they prefer to obfuscate.
Hold on, guys. Give me just a second.
That said, I'd much rather go back into this bloodbath. So I'm going to give it over to CTV.
Just very briefly, I just want to point out that in the VC chat of the Discord, you can go read it right now. Okay, Nosek said the BBC reported that U.S. forces were responsible for most of those deaths at the airport. I found the actual report. I know I'm not. I'm reading. Hold on. It says, we are confident. We are confident.
I mean, I don't think you can call other people over pivoted, mate. It's a bit like
we're just doing Trump tactics. Please let me answer. Please, we are confident. This is BBC reporting. This is the source that he told me to go look at. We are confident we successfully hit the target. He said, adding secondary explosions from the vehicle indicated the presence of a substantial amount of explosive material. So maybe the family is right, and maybe ISIS attacked this airport, and they were going to attack the same airport using a very similar method, like in the next day, and maybe it was just a goof up. But I don't know. We have to, like, I don't know. At this point, we've gone from the BBC article said it didn't have a bomb. You can go check the VOD too. They said that maybe the New York Times quoted somebody who was a family member. Again, like, yeah, we're talking about pivoted. Listen, man, I'm smoking a Cuban cigar in fucking Saigon. I'm fucking reading a book. I'm reading some beautiful Yemeni poetry. Okay, I'm
Kobe.
Okay,
You should read the New York Times article. You should read the New York Times article. That's all.
So, Kobe. Red Charlotte told you, is asking me to tell you to check your DMs. Apparently, something very important in there.
You can post the source in chat, but all I want to do is read 2 sentences from the New York Times article. Right? 2 sentences.
No.
Despite the fact that like everybody here is making all sorts of claims, which are very popular among the 85% of Americans who describe themselves as very patriotic, right? Almost nobody has presented sources for any of them, right? But here's
guys, the bomb they used, I'm quoting the Wall Street Journal, the bomb they used, it was a missile that didn't have an explosive. It didn't have an explosive. It triggered the explosive in the car. I'm putting this in chat.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the New York Times wrote, the Times could not independently verify whether an American missile strike killed Mr. Ahmadi and the others, nor was it clear whether Mr. Ahmadi's car was the Americans' actual target. The Pentagon acknowledged the possibility that Afghan civilians had been killed in the drone strike, but suggested that any civilian deaths had resulted from the detonation of explosives in the vehicle that was targeted.
I'm correct, because they hit it with a missile that didn't have explosives in it, so the explosives was the car, number one.
Okay, slow down.
What you just said is they didn't know if the target or if the car was the target. We now know it was because the Pentagon has come out and said it was, and they have explained the way that they fucking did it and the way the bomb happened. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, the Pentagon said it. It must be true, right?
So right now,
Wait,
I thought the question was whether or not we should leave to preserve women's rights.
I'm a beautiful cherub.
Where are we going with this? We're way off track.
Did you put the source in chat?
I put two. Chat.
Where's the source in chat?
I sourced it in
VC chat. I'm looking at VC chat. I don't see any source.
Go to the text chat. I'll put it in VC chat even for you because you want to look.
Just put it in
Thank you for your kind follows and appreciation and hanging out with us. You rock. Now to be loved.
You never sourced me the claim that the BBC reported that the American military was responsible for the deaths at the couple airports.
They did report that, but I was looking for it.
I left it in Yemen. I'm sorry.
This is why I was inclined to believe Kobe.
CTV. I didn't even know what you're gonna add to this. Not an insult to you. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what if I was you, I wouldn't know what to say here. But
we all feel that way.
Yeah.
Prime, I get it, right? You see my handsome face, you're obviously distracted, especially when you look my way. I get it. And this conversation has been like lacking in some real knowledge for a little while. There's been Kobe came in here, right? Started dropping some truth bombs. The next thing you know, the fucking landscape is getting blasted like a fucking D5 rocket that got launched into the upper atmosphere and dropped its payload down on, I don't know, some Middle Eastern country that might benefit from something like that. Whoa! I know, right?
I don't bring the truth. I'm just
I know, right?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well.
So Afghanistan, right? I'm just curious. how many people here, just by a show of hands, are actually familiar with the topography of this particular country?
I wouldn't.
I don't claim to be.
Wow,
Right.
fascinating contribution, CTV.
Right. So hold on. No, you can't. I'm talking right now. Right. So specifically, like understanding topography is going to be one of those things that's going to be very important whenever you're talking about anything with relation to a nation, right? Because let's see, simple brain fucking North Carolina ass one of the first things I would do, right, is understand the terrain or the topography, right, in which I'm going to be operating. Where Afghanistan is in the Hindu Kush Mountains, right? Now that's, obviously not a pun for, some of the best marijuana in the world that you could possibly find, or any opium, like was being talked about earlier, or
That was just for you
fucking
guys.
minerals, or like any of these other fucking reasons, right? The entire reason why the American government went over to Afghanistan was in response to 9/11.
Yeah, the United States
I know. I
Geological
remember that
Survey
because
went
I was
there.
in boot camp when it happened, right? So
yeah,
I
Yeah, we
remember
were
that.
like supposed to get a guy, and we kind of got the guy, and then we were supposed to
Right,
leave.
there you go.
CTV.
The
United States Geological Survey went to Afghanistan.
Yeah, this is the key.
I want to hear the dulcet tones of CTV's voice, and not anyone
All right,
else's.
I'm gonna leave. I'm out of here. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
See
Bye, CTV. Go ahead.
Have a good night.
Airs, you're a real one. Everyone else, go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself too, bro.
Yeah.
So nice to see you too, bub.
I just remember the USSR.
That's called love.
And now capitalist. Yeah.
Guys, what are we gonna do?
I read the whole article, like from the start to the bottom, and then I look at the date as well.
CTV.
Kobe, appreciate you being here, buddy. So, like, in reality, because I like reality, I think everybody here can enjoy some reality.
Everybody likes reality.
We
we
went
could
over
use
there
a good
because
dose of reality.
Afghanistan was, in fact, being a known terror cell. This is where we tracked down the initial location of Osama bin Laden. This is where the attacks were being coordinated from, right? And the government was corrupt. So we went in there, right, to push that out. What the fucking British didn't understand when they drew up the lines for Afghanistan back in the 1800s was that this entire region really is more ethno-state based, right? So because of that, they drew the line right through territory on the eastern side of Afghanistan and the western side of Pakistan that's right in between, right, where two of the largest portions of the non-fucking official international borderline, but like where the people actually live, right, of the same ethnicity. So, like, these people didn't see this as a border. They just move across it like it's no big fucking deal. Now, when you look at the topography of Afghanistan, you'll understand, and you can pull it up on Google Maps right now while I'm sitting here talking.
Border between where? Border between where?
Pakistan and Afghanistan, right?
Okay.
So if you look in Afghanistan, there's one big fucking ring road that runs all the way around the country, right? And there's only a few fucking roads that actually leave that ring road into other countries, right? So as far as entry and exit, because of the terrain, it is really, really fucking hard to really do anything. So it's not hard for, say like quote unquote freedom fighters, right, or the Taliban, or whatever fucking group it is that decides that they want to go in there and control the resources in and out, to just control these few fucking entry and exit points. The only way in which we were going to ever be able to conduct any type of real nation building inside of Afghanistan was for Afghanistan to become a state to the United States. Now, frankly, I kind of feel like that there needs to be a lot more thought and put into these things, especially considering we've been in fucking Korea for 70 fucking years. Why is South Korea not a state to the United States at this point? They're heavily dependent on our military being there, are they not? Just like with other parts of the world. So, like, there needs to be
you're gonna say that about Japan too?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
serious.
Also,
52 states. Let's go.
Also, Germany. Also, Germany, right?
Constitutionally, we never should have had our federal forces stationed in so many places in the part of the world without that land being a state to the United States. That's the reality of the situation. What we've allowed is politicians to fucking put things like the War Powers Act into place so that they can try to push more shit to the executive, right? Instead of Congress fucking holding their responsibility, instead of obfuscating it to the fucking executive. That's a lot of the problems that we end up having in the system. And because most people don't stop right? To look at the structure of government, how our government is structured, and then how that affects the rest of the world, we end up in what our founders called entangling alliances, what they said were bad from the fucking start.
It's so weird because this is probably the only time I'm ever going to agree with you, CTV, and you are so correct that we need the division of powers, especially when it comes to use of our military forces abroad. I 100% agree with that.
Because a declaration of war makes the mission like 100% clear to our military. It's search and destroy. The enemy will be fucking done. And we can do that job fucking flawlessly. Where we end up in a problem is whenever we're trying to do police work. That's not what the military is there for.
I agree with that. Although I don't think you mean we actually should make these countries states so they're on the other side of the world.
No, he does actually mean that.
No.
Does mean that.
But I'm going to say that in the case of Afghanistan, I mean, that probably would have passed Congress if they wanted, right? And they did get some kind of authorization from Congress.
And yeah, I actually mean that. If we are going to have our federal forces stationed in other parts of the world for more than, say, an embassy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah. Then what that also means is that unless the country is willing to make that land a state, right? And what that typically would need to mean, because I don't want to send our forces in there just to do it, right? The best way to do it would be by votes of their people. That's what you would hope for. But in reality, how often are we able to get that kind of stability to have some type of fair election for the people? This would have been a great opportunity to give the people the chance to be able to vote and say, yes, we want to be a state, and then us figure out how that can work if we're really trying to bring our ideas of freedom around the world. Because it's either A, we stay here, right, and we continue to deal with communist dictators and fucking people that got no problem lining up people against a wall, right, and putting them down, or we make we create the situation to where we can actually turn the land into a state so that it becomes a part of the United States. Because once it's a state of the United States, there's a whole lot of things that come with that, like the fact that we have federal minimum wage laws for one, right? So you increase the number of rights for the people that are already there
those mirrors,
because of
dude.
all the. I mean, but that's also the same. Like,
you said a lot of really
That's
simple
funny.
things that I'm having a little bit of trouble actually even arguing against, except to say that is really crazy. I mean, we can't even make Puerto Rico a state, right? We can't. How are we gonna make Afghanistan?
Never work. What do you mean, really smart things? None of this ever happened. This is almost as idealistic as like the last panel when No Sex was talking about his like.
It is idealistic.
For me, it works.
We're gonna annex Afghanistan into this.
We are not there to turn them into another little America.
But you're absolutely right.
It's a really good idea.
Study mate, you're right.
This is
Study
crazy.
mate. You're right. Study mate, you're right. It is very idealistic. But the reality is that you see it so far and away from any part of a reality lets me know that there hasn't been as many people thinking about this kind of idea. And if we're going to be continuing moving forward as a nation, maybe people need to be thinking about an idea like this instead of us having to sit here and watch this botched fucking pullout, right, from Afghanistan, where our executive was a complete fucking idiot. Why would he close Bagram Air Force Base, which was the only Air Force base or airport in the region to be able to support an aircraft such as a C-5
Kind of,
Galaxy?
I don't like Biden either, though. Like,
None at
so
all,
I'm
because
not
he's a
necessarily
fucking
mad at him for it. Like,
Okay.
I always said he's like
Kobe, do you wanna,
Commandant Lassard from Police Academy. If you haven't seen that,
When we make Afghanistan a state,
go
are the kids in
look
Afghanistan going to
up
pledge
Commandant
allegiance under
Lassard,
God or under
Police
Allah? That's all I
Academy,
wanted to know.
and you'll know exactly where that's funny.
The embassy, right?
Good question, right? Well, all right. Well, to my audience, we'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna have a debate for you. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fun. Between VoltWise and our buddy at Superpower Gaming, Kevin. Yeah, Kevin. So it'll be
Kevin
a great
Castley.
debate. Kevin Castley. Thank you so much. That's gonna be amazing. Do yourself a favor if you're just joining us. If you've enjoyed like what you've seen, or you think it's a shit show, any which way, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. It is 6 nights a week. I'm always around. Give you more content. So before you leave, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. All right. This was great, and I want to thank everyone who showed up. This was really, really fun. And like all of you, Doesn't matter if I yelled at you, especially if I yelled at you. That means you're giving me great content. So thank you all for being here. A special thanks to the ladies who joined us, including Victoria, who stepped away. But thank you for coming through. Always looking for more voices, more diverse voices, and it's just a bunch of dudes here. And I mean,
British voices.
And British voices, exactly, right? That
Two in
counts as
one.
diversity.
I'm a 2-in-1 deal. Okay.
So yeah, but I thank you for joining us. We were always looking for new voices here. Thank you. Okay, so I am going to send you off to our friend Zhao, who I have not. I think I reached her last week. I read her pretty often. But in which way, we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll do more stuff. Great. So I'm just awkwardly waiting for this to go down. Almost there. We're gonna send you off in just a moment. All right, bye. I'll be right back, everyone.
Thanks, Prime, for having me on. By the way, I really appreciate it.
Hey, Prime, thanks as always for having me.
Yeah, that was fun. First time fun.
He can't hear any of you. He's deafened.
Yeah, hold on. It's all like the more right wing.
We'll just talk to him anyway. It's all
Yeah.
To the people that are more like, oh sorry, hold on.
Yeah, whatever.
The other guy left.
Prime, that jerk, whatever.
The other guy left. The other Kay's person left. I want to talk to him. But like to Jason, any other person that's skeptical, one of the bad things with these panels is when you get like Omega dumb fucks like that, you end up looking like you support the thing you're defending way more. I agree. I have read my favorite book on the Afghanistan war is the book called The Graveyard of Empire, which is extremely critical of our involvement in the country. I very much think we probably should have pulled out. I just like the way it was being framed was like it was like a million times a million miles too extreme of like these like ridiculous claims. Like obviously, did we think about money? Every country thinks about money when they invade a country. That's impossible not to think about that.
Well, it's part of the plunder. It's the economics of war. It's literally built into the system of war. Like throughout history, that is within the fundamentals of it. You can't escape that. There has to be an economic advantage. You're not going to go into a war where you're going to lose money or power.
I think comes with it, right?
I think
we lost money on net, right? We didn't. We lost money on net for the war, but that doesn't mean specific individuals didn't benefit from the war. So while I would say,
and that's most
and since we can have a few individuals cause the war, they can.
Peace out, and be love. Thanks for hanging out.
Society does not profit from it, like at all, or at least overall. And yeah, I completely agree with you, Kobe. Like I am very anti-war and anti-being in Afghanistan, but just with no sex, all of the fucking random.
I feel like I've been made out to be a huge warmonger.
No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Not at all.
How could you care about the women and children? And this interpreted what you said as well, Jamie.
You have to get into positions where like
you
made
the argument. My AKs and I'm going to be in a huge tank rolling down to Afghanistan. That's how I feel like.
You were clear that wasn't what you were advocating
you get into
for.
positions where you have to be like, yes, the 7 children, they had to die. The utilitarian calculus proved that they just like obviously no, like any children dying ever fucking horrible. But like like this is like one of the most unstable events to ever happen in modern history. Like there's so much potential for massive amounts of carnage to happen.
There's a huge power vacuum right now, and I will 100% always say we should have like been a little bit. There wasn't a way to, I think, predict what was going to happen ultimately, but I think erring on the most side of caution would probably have been our best move, and I think there was probably a little bit more mitigation we could have done pulling out. And at the same time, maybe have been able to pull out some of the willing Afghan women and children, that to the point of taking care of the women's rights issues, we could pull them out, but I think
I just want to clear that up as well. I wasn't like fuck the men have to stay. What I really meant to say was that like the allies, the ones that are going to be the most vulnerable, the people that helped out, the translators and everyone who worked in the embassies and things like that, they need to be the ones that are like priority to get out of the country. I remember reading an article not long ago about female judges, women that were working in the court system. They were likely to be targeted by the Taliban because that is considered like, it's not, can't do that under Sharia law. So I definitely think having some kind of priority of the people that need to get out, who are going to be at the most at risk, is kind of where I was coming from. But I didn't want to be like, the women and children, the men, they have to stay and fight. Okay, the men have to stay. But we care about the women and children.
Well, the
It was
reality
just
is,
funny, yeah. I don't know.
the
Ray, when you
reality
made
is
that point,
society-
which is like a, yeah. Go ahead, CTV. No, you good?
Well, no, go ahead.
Okay, no, I
Well,
was just saying
I
that.
just want, but before you do that, I just want to say again, thank you to all of you for coming through. It was
It was
really
a fun
nice
night.
having you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you for having us. It's great to be on the panel.
You're great,
all of
man.
you, please come back. And Janie and Spooky, thank you so much. Really do appreciate you coming through and participating. You guys, you two were great. So thank you so much.
Prime doesn't want to let everybody know this in public, but we're actually best friends, right? So since we're not streaming now, he can let everybody know that. That's why I give him such a hard time on the panel.